Hi everyone, welcome to reviewing every Generation 3 Pokemon. Lovely to see you all. I'm glad you're having a fantastic day. Reviewing every Gen 3 Pokemon. Barf emoji? Now it's true that I've made it pretty clear that Gen 3 is not my favorite generation. In fact, it is my least favorite generation when we're looking at the Pokemon designs. And even looking at the games in general, Gen 3 games are some of my least favorite Pokemon games, like generations. I think they do have too much water. I think that the region of Hoenn is an unappealing layout. I find the aesthetic style off-putting. And there's been a change to Pokemon design in Gen 3 from the first two gens. That you feel when you look at them overall. They went for a lot of different things that we'll get into as we talk about this. A change in like design philosophy. A lot of Gen 3 Pokemon, their color palettes are very washed out, and some people go for that. I like popping, vibrant colors. The washed out look just kind of makes them look dull to me. And as far as personality goes, a lot of Gen 3 Pokemon are very flat and very serious. I mean, look at who we're looking at here. I understand that History and Typhlosion is not the model of Trico in the games. I'll explain that in a moment. But big stream right now, talking about all of these. This is a fairly large generation. You know, Generation 2 was smaller than Gen 1 with only 100 Pokemon as opposed to 151, but when you conclude all the forms and stuff, there's still a lot to go over in Gen 2, but Gen 3 is, I believe, 135 Pokemon, and then there's all their forms, so we'll be digging in. We're looking at probably a 7+ hour stream today, but we'll see what happens. So the reason, okay, I'll explain the Typhlosion. Last time in the Gen 2 review, you could not see this 3D model because I was on another screen, and so I'm just, you know, showing it off here because he looks amazing. Y'all got to be able to see it, right? Just absolutely incredible. Incredible design. Y'all need to see it. You weren't able to see it last time. I'm just making it right. I'm making it right. And look, you also didn't get to see Totodile. Not, I believe I said last time, not the best 3D model. A little flat. Those eyes don't look like they work. You know? Still cute. At least you get to see it. And I don't think you saw Crocodile either. So here's the caveman. There he is. Cave Dial. You didn't just have a fantastic day today. I've had a fantastic weekend overall. Some of the most fun I've had playing online. That's really great. I'm glad you're having a lot of fun with the new Sonic Racing Cross Worlds Test Fire, or whatever it's called. Great. Anyway, yeah, there you go, chat. You get to see them. Now, we'll go to where we're supposed to be. I had to make it right. I'm pretty sure you saw Feraligatr. You want to see him again? You can look at him again. Here he is, chat. Big in. Okay. The scraps have been cleaned up. Now we go to Gen 3. The proper place. So, as I said, I've made it clear that I don't love Gen 3's design philosophy, their Pokemon selection in general. Now, I don't think I'm going to be as negative as I make it sound, though, today. And I'm really shaggy today. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be anywhere near as negative as I'm making it seeming. But, like, starting with the very first thing. Okay, obviously, starters are what come first. We're looking at Trico, the grass starter. Now, you can already see, like, look at his personality. Like, yeah, he's supposed to be, like, kind of a serious, quote-unquote cool kind of guy, right? It's a pretty different change from the first two generations. First two generations, we have quadrupedal, dinosaur-like creatures for the grass starter. And now we have a very different take. a gecko standing on 2 legs, and far less like cheery than the first two. I think a lot of people like this thing. His head's bothering me right now. The more that I look at his head, I'm like, what's wrong with your head, man? You own the entire shiny line of this mon? Yeah, I hatched a shiny Trico by accident in Gen 5. Which I think I still have that, unless I got rid of it. Got rid of it. Yeah, the shiny doesn't look too bad. We'll get to the shiny in a second. Yeah, so like we're gonna be seeing a lot of this. We're gonna be seeing a lot of this like kind of affect in this generation. This kind of like, while I'm here, I exist. I'm kind of serious, but I don't really have much personality. You don't dislike Gen 3's mons, but you have no opinion on them, and this is the gen I grew up on too. It's not that I didn't grow up with these mons moment. Yeah, the thing is, I played Gen 3 when they came out. I was, I kind of lost interest a bit in Pokemon after Gen 2. Just for a brief period of time, I moved into some other things, and then I saw that Gen 3 came out in a commercial. I still remember that. My introduction to Gen 3 was seeing a commercial for it. And I was into it, and I got it, and when I played the game, I was just like, this feels off, you know? And it was like the presentation of the game, the design of the Pokemon, there was just like a change to it all that I wasn't really vibing with. And I think Pokemon brought it back in Gen 4, but Gen 3 kind of stands out in that feeling kind of strange. "13 eggs for the gecko." Sounds very quick. Trico's fine. He's fine. I think we're gonna say a lot of he's fine today. They're fine. Yeah, I don't know. The 2 tails is kind of cool. He's just like a little guy. Fascinating. Okay, then we go here. Shiny Trico. So I actually think Shiny Trico's colors look pretty nice. Like, that's attractive. That's nice. It's very, like, swampy. The colors. I like it. Cool. Moving on. Grovyle. Now, Grovyle has a pretty big reputation amongst fans. And I believe a big part of this is Grovyle's expression in one of the Mystery Dungeon games. He might be a villain in that game or something, but people think the Grovyle in the Mystery Dungeon games is cool. I think Grovyle is fine. I think Grovyle gets too much credit. Probably your second or third favorite deck's crazy. No, go for it though. Like, this is okay, good progression. The lizard has gotten bigger. The leaves are kind of changing. They're also getting bigger. Same kind of like flat affect face. Like, I think I'm so cool, you know, that kind of thing going on. It's fine. I think Grovyle's fine. Probably your favorite middle evolution. Yeah, see, that's crazy to me. Like, it's not a bad design, but it just doesn't do anything special to me. It's just like if Jurassic Park was a Pokemon. Here it is. Which, like, sure, Jurassic Park's cool, but Grovyle's fine. I don't know. Good commentary. Okay. Shiny Grovyle. Let's take a look. So, this looks good, but I'll be honest, I preferred the more, like, reddish coloration of the leaves that the Trico had. They become a bit more autumny, which, while that can be nice, I liked the contrast between the red and the blue more. This still doesn't look bad. I hate this, like, he has this gross, like, orange line. I don't like that. I don't like that orange line. Ooh, maybe we're gonna go through these quickly today. Okay, first final starter. Sceptile. Now, the praise you will see for Sceptile online, and even from people in this community, is shocking. Sceptile is not a bad guy. He's not a bad look. But people will have you believe this is the coolest shit they've ever made. Let's make shiny Pokemon a thing in real life, but with foods. Imagine getting a pizza and one slice is shiny. Ooh. Wrestling Sean next to you. It just had a huge moment take place. Very nice. So here's the thing. The gecko has gotten bigger. It still has the I think I'm cool personality. We got balls on the back now. I don't know what the balls are. Seeds? A big old tail and sharp things on the hands. Again, very different from the first 2 generation grass starters in that it's something that's standing up, looks a bit more like ready to go, and not like just like an overgrown pet, if that makes sense. I guess that's what people like about it, is Sceptile looks like a very battle-ready Pokemon, especially for a grass starter. Pure grass type, kind of bland. Yeah, it's fine. He's fine. I don't dislike Sceptile. I remember people asking for years being like, Sceptile should be the Gen 3 rep in Super Smash Brothers, which, like, yeah, that would work. I think Gardevoir is more appropriate as a Gen 3 rep, but the most fine Pokemon evolution ever created, yeah. You love him. Okay. Like, it's fine. I like him. I like Sceptile. I like him. He's a gecko thing. Gecko dinosaur. He has a cool personality. That's obviously what it wants to be. All right. Shiny Sceptile. So here we go. We brought the reddish color back, which looks nice against the blue. Like, this looks good for a shiny, especially from a Gen 3 shiny, right? Fairly old shiny. That looks nice. We approve. Mega time. Mega Sceptile. Okay, so all the Gen 3 starters are so special that they get their own Megas. If we were to have a Gen 3 rep, it would probably be Blaziken. That would make no sense. They already have Incineroar in the game. And Charizard. Do you think they're going to just double dip like that? I think they're just going to go, no, more fire Pokemon. Not saying Blaziken isn't popular, but, like, you got to consider what's already there, you know? And I don't think they would do Blaziken since Incineroar and Charizard are already in the game. So Mega Sceptile, we have... He's just like... They exacerbated all of his elements. He's got a big old Christmas tree tail, bigger balls, more colored balls, leafy, patchy crest thing. Sharp blades are bigger now. He stands like this now, too. He stands with his tail facing you. He's ready to shoot this tail off. See, chat? He shoots the tail off. These guys are fire type, yes, but they're not fighting type. Incredibly, like... like, Incineroar is fighting type in everything but actual type. Yeah, so... For as far as Megas go, this could certainly be worse. I don't really think this is an improvement over the base Sceptile. It's pretty busy. And it's just not... I guess it's trying to capitalize on the tail thing, right? Trying to capitalize on the tail thing, making this a thing. It's fine. It's fine. Like, especially as far as Megas go, it's fine. I don't think it's an improvement, though. But I could see why someone might think so. Why someone might think it is. So the shiny one... We got a lot of creamy balls this time. There's still some red towards the bottom, but the blue looks good with the cream color. It looks pretty nice for a shiny. He's shooting his tree. Again, nice how different Sceptile feels from the starters of the first 2 generations. It's a perfectly fine starter, but kind of exemplary of a lot of Pokemon of this generation, which is just kind of like fine, nothing special, kind of boring. Okay, fire starter. Good chat. We're picking up the pace with this gen. We're picking up the pace. Torchic is a tiny bird. Now, this is another nice, like, real change of pace from the fire starters of the first 2 generation. Gen 1, you have a lizard, flame on the tail. Gen 2, you have a mammal, kind of a flame tail, flame back. Gen 3, really different take here. We have a bird who looks pretty different in terms of its, like... It's cute. It's cute, and it's, like, kind of like... I don't know. Nondescript? It's a cute little bird. It's not about the flying, though, but it's a bird, you know? It's just like a tiny chicken. Very strange direction to take the fire starters at this point, this early on. But it's cute. It's got a little tuft. It's nice that we didn't do the fire tail this time. Very simple design when you really stare at it, huh? But again, just like Trico, it has that kind of like, not a lot of personality coming off of it. It's just kind of blank expression. There's just so much of that in Gen 3. Oh, God. The gender difference for Torchic is, as you can see, chat, the male Torchic has a little spot right here on the back. Do you see it? You see it? Zoom in on the rump. You see that spot? The male Torchics have that. The female Torchics, no spot. That's the gender difference for this Pokemon. Now, I don't know why they did this. Maybe it's a reference to some real-life bird. People wouldn't talk about this. You have to. The gender difference, you have to know it. It's famous for this. Shiny bird. I don't have shiny bird. So, shiny Torchic, yeah, alright. A lot of shinies will do this kind of thing where it's like, not super different from the base color. I don't think this looks bad, though. Yellow Torchic, sure. Golden Torchic, even. Looks nice. With the orange of the feathers. Looks good. Torchic was my starter the first time I played the Gen 3 games. Yep, here it is from behind. The spot stands out a little bit more against the yellow. Combuskin. Now, if you're talking about like some of the most unappealing middle evolutions in the series, I would think Combuskin is one of them. This is not an attractive looking thing to me. And it's brought the bird in kind of an unexpected direction. It's become bigger and goofier. And it's like, clearly this thing's not going to fly. Clearly it's not going to fly. Look at how it's hunched over. It's like an angsty teenager. A lot of middle stages will go to this kind of place. Combuskin needed to be here. It's just unexpected it became a fighting type, right? Unexpected. So the male-female difference here. Now we have an actual difference. With the feather, the male's feathers are bigger than the female's feathers. Look at that. Fascinating. Shiny. Okay, you know what? This is a nice looking shiny. Instead of keeping up with the yellow, we've now gone to like a deep dark red. in place of the orange, and it looks powerful. It looks good. We approve. Yep, gender difference. Blaziken. So Blaziken is one of the most popular Pokemon of Gen 3. I would say all 3 starters are popular with their own group at this point. Gen 3's been around long enough that you hear from everybody who's a fan of each one of them. Blaziken was always kind of the poster starter of this gen, if we're talking like fully evolved. And I think it's a good look. It looks pretty badass, frankly. It looks ready to kick butt. I love its legs. Its legs and these claws that come out from underneath. Does it look like it's wearing pants? Yes, but I think that looks good. The face, very serious. Very serious, very strong looking thing. I like the wings coming out from the back. Blaziken was the first Pokemon I've ever gotten to level 100 in the games at all. Because this was my starter in Gen 3. Love the fire that comes out of like the wrist. Yeah. It's cool. This Pokemon's ready to kick butt. You saw it a lot of places back when Gen 3 was coming out in like movies and stuff. Blaziken is badass. This was the OG design for Latios 2 at one point. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah, I think as far as the final evolutions of Gen 3 go, I think Blaziken is the easy winner. The Sceptile's not a bad look, but doesn't have the intensity that you see captured here, and the third one is just a disaster. Maybe disaster is a harsh term. It's got a little tail. I don't know, it's cool. And making it a fighting type, very unexpected direction for that little bird to go. First to fire fighting type starter, yeah. And a big change from the first 2 starters. The first 2 fire type starters. They're trying their own things with this stuff. I think the only thing I get hung up on with it is its face. Is like the muzzle part. Looks a little dorky. From your calculations, it looks like there will be 56 characters in Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, Blaziken is a major Gen 3 icon and pretty much the standout of the 3 starters for, I would say, obvious reasons. I like its design. I would say I liked Blaziken a lot more back in the day. I still like it, but I liked it a lot before. Okay, so females got smaller this and this. I don't know what to call them. Hair. Female has shorter hair and spikes. Head spikes. Which I'll be honest, I think it kind of removes the intensity. Now, shiny Blaziken kind of retains what the Combusken was going for, that dark reddish color, which I think looks good. Like, it's not a big change from base Blaziken, which, like, ideally you would like a new palette altogether, I suppose. Something that goes for something pretty different, but it doesn't look bad, and I think that's what matters the most. Although I do think this one could be redone to be more interesting. Burnt chicken, yeah. Yep. Okay. Now we complain. Now we start to complain, chat. Now, the thing that you always think of when you see a Mega is this an improvement or not? In terms of the design. Did they make it look cooler? Did they change it in ways for the better? I think Mega Blaziken is a complete downgrade in almost every way. The constantly long flaming wrists are pretty cool, but everything else is just like, this looks so stupid. I do like the coloration of like the black and that kind of like orangish red. How they kind of offset each other looks nice, but man, does this face look stupid, dude. Look what they did to its hair. Now it's shorter and it's just up, and then it like has like a vest on. Look at its claws. Look at its pose even. I just think this looks so terrible, man. Like, ugh. This one particularly offends me because of how much of a downgrade it is from Blaziken. Like, Blaziken's hair goes down, and it looks sick. This thing, with the hair going up and then that face as well, it's like disgruntled elder. Yeah. No, you lost me. You lost me big time with this. This is so stupid. Master 3? Who's Master 3? Shiny Mega Blaziken. They just put a filter over it. It looks like a filter was put over it to just like brighten it. It looks terrible. Like, that's such a bad shiny, man. Just, I don't know, leave it out in the sun. They did a bad job. Paper Mario 64 Master 3. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I don't know who wins. Alright. Let's go to this one. Mudkip. So Mudkip is a fairly famous Pokemon, especially for Gen 3. This is a cute thing. It's really cute. Look at it. Look at its little face. You see, it still has that same kind of blank expression that the other starters do, where it's just like not very expressive, but it works best on Mudkip. It's a nice design. Like, it's just elegant. These orange cheeks in particular really help it pop. You like how stupid it looks? It is pretty stupid. Mudkip is a meme from Gen 3. There are a lot of major Mudkip fans, and it's a very cute little thing. If we're talking about the Gen 3 starters base forms, Mudkip is the obvious standout. Fairly original looking little creature. I actually did not like Mudkip back when Gen 3 was new. Mudkip grew on me a lot over time. Building a Lego set while listening to this? That sounds very cozy. Yeah, it's a cute little thing. And also, it's a nice change from the first two gens. Water starters are things that you would see most of the time they would be standing on 2 legs. So now we have a water starter that's standing on 4 legs. That's a nice change of pace. More of that, please. Still going for like the round head thing. Totodile wasn't so much of a round head, but Squirtle was round head, and Mudkip is round head. We're going to see a lot of water starters that are round head, especially the next 2 generations. But yeah, we like Mudkip. I understand. We all get it. Shiny Mudkip is nice. A complete color change. The pink like contrasts with the orange really nicely. It's just an attractive looking shiny. It's a good looking thing. Easy thing that people would find appealing. So now the evolution of Mudkip can be a little controversial, I feel. So we've given up on the quadrupedal thing. It's now standing on 2 legs. It lost the cuteness, and now it's gone full derp. And Marshtomp, I don't dislike it, but I would not say it's very appealing looking. It's pretty doofy, you know? This is definitely how old starters used to be, where it was just like a bigger version of the small thing. And it's like not going in any real direction. It's just like a bigger version, like I said, with a few changes. Looks really stupid now, not in the good way like before, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Marshtomp. It's fine. I don't dislike him because he's a cheery guy, but lost like what was really appealing about Mudkip, in my opinion. Shiny Marshtomp keeping the same thing that Mudkip had going, except a bit more purple going on with the pink. Still looks good. As far as the shiny goes, it's fine. Then we have the final. The final starter, Swampert. I've been kind of like back and forth on Swampert over the years. I think that this thing currently, I think Swampert's pretty unappealing as a starter. I don't find it interesting in terms of its design. Some people will really like sing this thing's praises, which, like, you know, you do you. Like, it's kind of like a dumpy frog dino. Mostly quadrupedal. It's part ground type now. I just don't find anything appealing about its face. It's so flat. Like, not a lot of personality coming out. It looks like a toy from play school for kids to play with. Which is fine. It's just like, I don't know. Blaziken and Sceptile trump this thing. You love the Mudkip line? They're so cool looking, yeah. I agree with you on Mudkip. Marshtomp is also ground type, yes. I still find anything appealing about its face is such a funny and mean thing to say. So here's the thing. That doesn't mean I necessarily find it, like, ugly or unappealing, but I also don't find anything about it appealing. I mean, okay, the spikes are kind of cool. These things on the side. It's just, like, to me, the personality is so basic. Like, it's just not very interesting. Shiny. Yeah, okay, so it's the same thing. Pink and purple. It looks fine. It's fine. Like the other ones, this also has a mega form. Mega Swampert, which I will actually say I think is an improvement over base Swampert. They went for an idea here. It's not just like Swampert with more things. They were like, well, let's make Swampert like a big buff bruiser. And I think it kind of works. I think it kind of works. Like, I like something that looks like he can smack, you know? I like how long these things are. That looks cool. Just a big bruiser toad thing. Toad-like. I understand they're not frogs. They're mudfish. You can say you love this whole line because Mudkip was one, if not my first ever starter. Yeah, that'll be the case for a lot of people. Gen 3, a lot of people grew up with. Mega Swampert skipped leg day. They don't look too bad. They don't look too bad. Yeah, I don't know. I actually think this is like kind of an improvement, like I said, over base Swampert. Like, base Swampert has a simplicity that this one does not have, but I don't think it looks too bad for as far as megas go in particular. And the shiny, same thing, looks good. The shiny looks good. That's the starters. Okay, let's see. We go to this. That's what we want. Ooh, I'm so mini. So here are the starters for Gen 3. Now, I'm hoping that you guys see what I'm saying when I say the starters of Gen 3 have this kind of like lack of personality. They're all just kind of like, I exist in their face, you know? I guess Marshtomp looks pretty happy, but otherwise it's just like, look, I'm here. I'm kind of cool. I'm kind of serious. I'm kind of cute. It's just like this weird mesh. But I think it's kind of a bland selection. The first two generations, I had a lot more praises for the overall starter selection. To me, Blaziken is the easy front runner for the finals, but I have used all three over the ages. Swampert's my least favorite, and then as far as the base forms, Mudkip's the cutie. Mudkip's the cutie. Alright, let me see. Let's do this. Boo, 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 boo. There we go, chat. Poll is up. Please express yourself. Who's your Gen 3 starter, chat? Who you picking? Could be for the base form or for the final form. Who you have nostalgic preference for, or you just think looks the coolest. Rough for Sceptile to be pure type and the other two to be dual, huh? I guess that's the Blastoise situation. Something I will definitely give these starters credit for is how they do feel like a step away from what the first two generation starters were for each respective type. Like they tried something new with these, which is cool. And I think overall they're a fine selection of starter. I just think kind of unmemorable, but a lot of people will passionately defend them because they grew up with them. There is a lot of nostalgia for Gen 3 at this point. Mega Sceptile is half dragon, if that counts. Yeah, adding types when they mega evolve, huh? Alright. Fair point. Pico, Grovyle, Sceptile, crushing the poll right now. With one vote. Where's the Mudkip appreciation? I thought you loved Mudkip, chat. Alright. So let's see, we go here. Good. Alright, we're going now we're going into the nitty-gritty. The creatures you will see as you meander through Hoenn. Poochyena. So, Poochyena is a tiny dog who's really cute. Look at that. That's a nice looking pup. The face, the expression, the colors, the fluff, little boots, very cute. Right? That's cute. A little pooch. So this is also the start of like them integrating dark types a bit more into the games. This thing is something that is very easy to find in the early roots of Gen 3. You know, dark types being introduced in the previous generation, Gen 2. There weren't a lot of them, and they weren't easy to find. So like Gen 3 kind of added dark type to a lot more things, making it a bit more accessible, and having one at the very beginning ended up being something that we see in a lot of generations. They have dark type Pokemon that are available early. But yeah, very cute little pup. Like, simple design, but it's nice. It's easy to compare this to Houndour, you know? They're both dark type dogs. This one is a bit blander, being a pure dark type, and not being as competitively viable as Houndour and its evolution. Shiny Poochyena is a little gold color. I think that looks good. Yeah, that's cute. Poochyena's evolution, Mightyena. So again, like, if you're comparing this thing to Houndoom is the clear winner. But Mightyena's not bad. Just a shaggy dog. I like the look in its eyes. I like how this hair kind of like lays on its back. There's just something kind of unremarkable about Mighty Aina, and also because you get it so early and it's not great. Like it ends up having that kind of reputation, that kind of feel of a Pokemon that feels like weak or unspecial, you know? Not a viable long-term member. Yeah, exactly. Like, see, that just comes to mind when you think of Poochyena and Mightyena, is being an early Pokemon and how ultimately not worth it is to really kind of put the work into raising them. But they look very nice as, like, dog Pokemon. It also does not help them that the Houndour and Houndoom line almost, like, invalidate them. But it's a different take, you know? They're fluffy. They're fluffy, they're a bit more, they're a lot more accessible. They can be cute. Just look at this card art. It wants these doggy treats that Sydney got it. Good artwork. You gotta have Pokemon like this, though. You know, not every Pokemon can be a standout crazy thing. Shiny. Yeah, alright. You got this golden aesthetic back. I don't know what's up with the blue, though. That kind of stands out. Looks a little awkward. But it could be worse, I suppose. It does kind of look like someone dropped it in a toilet. Right. Chat, do you know this Pokemon? It's called Zigzagoon. The tiny raccoon Pokemon. So Zigzagoon is a raccoon that is very jagged looking. It has like rough looking fur that gives it a very unique visual aesthetic. This is essentially like the rodent of Gen 3. Most gens have like an early on normal type Pokemon that's very common and not really anything special, but I think this is a pretty cute one. I like its little face mask. I like its jagged body. It runs in a zigzag pattern, which is cool. There it goes. Yeah, it's cute. It's a cute thing. I like the name. Zigzagoon's just fun to say. Again, like, you see that, like, flat personality? Like, how there's just not much going on in the face? You see that a lot in Gen 3. I'm gonna keep calling it out. Shiny Zigzagoon looks pretty good. Like, it's a minor change. It's just, like, orange, but it pops. Looks pretty nice. That's right. Galarian Zigzagoon. So, many years later, they made a Galarian version of Zigzagoon in Generation 8 that lives in Galar. Now, this one is part dark type. It's a dark normal type, which is not a good type combination. But as you can see, the color palette is now just black and white, which looks very striking. And the color of the eyes works well with the rest of the palette. Its tongue's hanging out. It's got a bit more of a doofy personality. It has more personality. Kind of a cute little thing, though. Just a weird little goofball, right? Is it an improvement over base Zigzagoon? I feel like more like they exist alongside each other pretty effortlessly. That's what I would say. The shiny honestly looks great. This is nice. Being a later gen shiny, you know, there's a lot more consideration put into the shinies and like how they look. This looks awesome. The red and the white and then the blue eyes and tongue, that just looks really distinct. We approve. We approve. Zigzagoon evolves into Linoon or Linoon, what have you. So the weird jaggedy raccoon has now become just like a mongoose, and like this looks like a real animal. This is just an animal, dude. And for that, I would say distinctly boring, right? Sure, it has like a little arrow on it. It's cute-ish. A badger? Sure, badger-ish. There we go. Yeah. Just like profoundly bland Pokemon design. I guess you need some basic things like this. Not every Pokemon can be special, right? But it's just like boring. Like it's less interesting than Zigzagoon. It's pre-evolution. It's like, oh, okay, it became a ferret. It became my pet ferret. Got it. Shiny, okay. You got the orange going on here. It doesn't look bad, doesn't really stand out. It's not particularly interesting, but it works. Then, of course, there is a Galarian version. So this thing, it looks full on like I'm a nasty villain in a cartoon movie, right? The black and white color palette looks good. It has a more substantial frame, a lot more personality in the face. Much more like a Pokemon now, as opposed to just a creature. An animal. With all that said, I wouldn't say that there's much especially appealing about this thing. It just looks like a nasty guy. Looks like it would be a fun villain, yeah. Yeah, I see that. I feel like I've seen this character before, you know, many times. And I think that's something that kind of makes it a little uninteresting. As a Pokemon, it's kind of forgettable, and that's because this thing actually evolves again now in this form, but we will not be talking about that evolution until next year. But yeah, Linoon, Galarian Linoon is a middle evolution, unlike the regular Linoon, which just ends there. So, you know, middle evolutions, they kind of just exist to be a stepping stone to greater things. Shiny, still rocking that nice color, huh? The red and the white and then the blue on the tips. Looks good. Looks good. Wurmple. Here is Small Worm. Now, you gotta have your little bugs, right? I would say Gen 3's bugs are some of the most boring in the series. Like, some of them are cool concepts, but they're really bad, in particular in Gen 3, in terms of their usability. Pikachu seems like the only notable middle evolution from what I've seen. Oh, there's definitely, like, Jigglypuff's a middle evolution. Others that you probably wouldn't be familiar with, like Braixen and Grovyle, who we talked about before, are very notable middle evolutions. Haunter, you know, there's some. Wurmple's cute. It's a tiny worm. It's got a distinct look. It's got that no personality that tells you it's from Gen 3. Flat expression. But it's still cute. We approve of Wurmple. Monferno. I would not say Monferno is a standout middle evolution. But sure. Now, Shiny Wurmple. Ooh, this is nice. Look at this. Purple? A nice purple, chat. Could the purple pop a bit more? Perhaps. But it's very, like, Poisonberry. Poisonberry stew. We like that. He's the coolest monkey you ever did see. Monferno? There's cooler monkeys in his own evolutionary family. Now, Wurmple is a unique Pokemon in that it evolves into two different things, and you don't know what it becomes until it evolves. The first thing is Silcoon. I generally like it when bugs have a cocoon phase, and a lot of them tend to. I just think it's like a fun concept to make a cocoon a Pokemon. Putting them in this state where they can't really move or do much while they wait to become their full form. The purple looks better, you like it. With that said, Silcoon is not a very exciting design. It's a ball with eyes. It's a more traditional looking cocoon than the Metapod and Kakuna of Gen 1. It's fine though. Like, it's serving its purpose. It's a cocoon. That's what it has to be. It's what it has to be. Shiny Silcoon. We have a golden coloration and some blue eyes. I wouldn't say the blue eyes complement the gold well, but the gold does look pretty good. And then the Silcoon evolves into a butterfly, known as Beautifly. You feel bad for the poor sap whose favorite Pokemon is Silcoon. Why you gotta go after them? Now, I think Beautifly is a pretty nice looking butterfly. So like Gen 1 gave us Butterfree, a very famous butterfly, and they made a second one, and it's distinctly different from Butterfree. Very different coloration, form, expression, like still flat seriousness that Gen 3 is all about. You love Beautifly. It's cute. I like how it has like a little body with little hands and feet. I mean, Butterfree has the same thing going on, but it's very cute here. Its little big face. It has very nice like patterning and colors on its wings. Is this Pokemon very good? No. But solid design for what it is, you know? Like for a nice butterfly Pokemon, it's great. It's great. Didn't someone on our Discord say that one of those cocoons was one of their top 6? Yes. So the gender difference here is, as you can see, it's a subtle difference. The male has bigger red markings than the female. Which is just like, why are you even bothering? Why are you even bothering? Alright. Shiny Beautifly. Let me bring it up. Here it is, chat. That's nice. That is nice. The purple. It's a powerful purple, and then combined with the other colors, it's just like visually pleasant. That's attractive. Very pretty. So now, the Wurmple that we saw before, like I said, it can evolve into two different directions. Gender difference. The other direction is Cascoon, where instead of becoming a cute little white cocoon, it is a nastier looking purplish cocoon. Which, I mean, I feel like it's easy to say that Cascoon looks cooler than Silcoon, right? It's purple, its eyes are more appealing. It's just a more compelling look. I like it. Shiny Cascoon, going for green here. I think that the eye color could be better to contrast with the green, but the green looks nice. And of course, the final evolution when you take the other path, instead of becoming a butterfly, Wurmple becomes a moth. Dustox. And chat, I've always liked Dustox. I like it. I like its unique wings. I like its little smile. Its little, like, feelers, antenna, whatever they are. This moth looks so dumb. I like that it's really different from Venomoth from Gen 1. We have quite a lot of moths where we're fully caught up in Pokemon now, and I like that each one has looked very different from each other. And it's a bug poison type as opposed to being a bug flying type, like the butterfly. So it's just a cool little gimmick kind of thing with Wurmple. You know, it can become either thing. You don't know what it's going to become until it evolves. But, I think in either case, they're both nice designs. Neither of them are great to actually use in combat and keep with you throughout the game, but I like both looks. I would say I prefer Dustox to Beautifly, but they're both good. You like the dots in his eyes? Yeah, I always appreciate an unconventional Pokemon face, you know, when they do something unique with the eyes and stuff. It's curious. Male-female difference here. So the male has larger feeler things. Whoop-de-doo. The shiny looks pretty good. If you want, like, autumn Dustox, this is your pick. Pink body, but, like, very autumny looking wings. Doesn't look too bad. You need to keep Beautifly until the end of the game. You love him too much. I think that's good. For, like, in-game stuff, I think you can mostly get away with what you want to use. Even though the fragility might betray them at times, or they'll just die to everything. But I think it's good to prioritize using the Pokemon you like, first and foremost. Lotad. So chat, there's this myth that there are fans of this Pokemon. Right? Lotad. People like this thing. And its evolutionary family. And I think it's because it goes for full-on derp, right? This is derp. Look at its face. Another one of these faces for Gen 3. Hi, Ramen21. Welcome. I'm about to bash Lotad. The thing is, I love the concept of a water lily Pokemon. It's not a water lily, bro. Lily pad. I love the concept of a lily pad Pokemon. And they kind of, like, are incorporating it with, like, the idea of a Kappa, in a sense. It's not a bad look, but, like, to me, this is an unlovable face. To me, this thing looks like it's gonna betray me. It looks like something that is pretending to be cute so it can take stuff. Does Beautifly have a gender difference? It's not. That's really inconsistent. It did. I'm showing you it real quick. Actually, we'll show it through this one. Here's the gender difference. You see it? See the red on the wings? That's the male. Female, less red. More red, less red. Okay. Brothership enemy. Yeah. Looks like a Mario enemy. Interesting. Could see it. You love the little emerald bell? Heck yeah, it looks really good. The bell colors are really nice. She did such a good job. My artist. Yeah, I don't dislike Lotad. It just looks like something that... I find it challenging to feel warm feelings for this creature. I'd probably betray you too if you called me unlovable. The Mirror B music, I won't play it. I won't do it. Like I said, I like this. I like the basic concept of, like, its form. I think that's fun. Shiny Lotad, what do we got? Ooh, that's nice. The dark red underbelly and then, like, a different kind of color for the top lily pad. Again, something that could be placed right in an autumn environment, I feel like. Maybe this should have a more autumny color, but to me, it's just these tones. It would fit right in. Looks good. Now, Lotad becomes more Kappa when it evolves. To Lombre. So now it's keeping the dirt factor, and now it's just, like, completely unappealing looking. Trico boys are losing now? Yeah, what a Mudkip. Every time I host these polls, no one picks the starter I want. That's fine. I'm glad you're representing yourself, chat. Lombre... Like, now there's no chance of... The cuteness factor is completely abandoned, if there was any. And now it's just like a creepy guy. Creepy guy. He's got like a vest pattern. Yeah. It looks like he's wearing a hat. This is not for me. This is not for me, chat. I don't like where this is going. I don't understand the appeal of this line. Okay. Shiny Lombre. I like this. Look at his eye change position in this artwork. Now he's staring at you. I like this, though. This is a nice color palette. This kind of like dark green with the orange and the light green. Looks really good together. Good job. Good job, Pokemon. All right, final evolution. Oh my god. What a disaster. So I don't hate Ludicolo like I used to. I used to hate this thing. I can kind of like just be like, okay, it's just a big stupid derpy thing. That's fine. But like, this is not my style. Now it's just a full-on hat. It has a full-on hat. It dances. I feel like, what is this? A pineapple with a duck face? Look at this, chat. No. Yeah, now you're tiny. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, there are people who will go to... If you like derpy Pokemon, you'll probably like this, right? I don't hate Ludicolo like I used to, like I said. But... I don't really understand the concept with this one. He's wearing like a poncho? Is that what's going on? Because he has this sombrero-like hat, and he's dancing. I don't know if they'd make this Pokemon today. It's the duck mouth, I think, that gets me the most here. We did Kecleon? We're at the very beginning. We did not do Kecleon. You like the Pokedex entry. What of this thing? How it likes to dance? It gets stronger by dancing? Not for me. But used to be a lot more offensive to me. This is the male version. The female version, look at that. The male stripes are thicker. Female, thin stripes. The other one. I don't know what the other one is. Shiny Ludicolo, not bad. Still got the like dark greenish blue coloration. This like orangish color on the base body doesn't really look great next to it. That could be better. Could be worse overall though. Next region is supposed to be based on Greece. I've been wanting them to make a region that's just all the Pokemon are based on mythical creatures and like fairy tale creatures. Like not animals. I want to see a bunch of like weird things. Cool. Blue, best color. So, kind of the opposite of Lotad is C-Dot, because you only get one of these depending on the version of the game that you play, Ruby or Sapphire. I think C-Dot is the clear winner between the two. Between Lotad, look at how cute C-Dot is. It's just a little acorn. Look at it. It still has that like no personality thing Gen 3's got going on, but it's cute. It's just a little acorn with a little face. What personality for having no real face? If anything's a Mario Luigi enemy, it's this one. You think so, yeah? I can kind of see what you're saying. Lotad better than C-Dot. Oh, chat. How could you? First enemy in RPG, sure. Yeah. Fighting acorns. Yeah, super cute. Very simple design, but it works. Shiny C-Dot is not very different, huh? It's like a lighter color. The acorn body is like more of the color of an acorn in real life. And then you have like a silver hard hat. Looks all right. I'm not disappointed. Express yourself to your truth. Nuzleaf. So this is a pretty big difference from the base form, huh? The acorn has evolved into a man. It has grown. It really doesn't look anything like C-Dot at this point. A plant's growing, and it's a tiny little warrior. It has nipples, which you don't see very much. You could just say they're dots, I suppose. It has dots. Nuzleaf's cool. Little warrior. It also became part dark type, and this is what I'm talking about with this generation working in more dark types to be more available, integrate it more into the game. They realized dark types were not overpowered, so they made a lot more of them accessible. Also worth calling out the Lotad line for being the only water grass line for a very, very long time, which is surprising since it's such a natural combination of elements. If C-Dot's the first enemy of the first area of an RPG, then a nuclear would be like the intermediate... A Nuzleaf would be like the intermediate enemy of the first area that's still weak. Sure. The nuclear. And if you don't know, chat, the name that we use for Nuzlocke comes from this Pokemon. Nuzleaf. That's where it came from. Now, the male-female difference here is female has a smaller leaf. See that? Look at that. Big leaf, tiny leaf. They do that a lot with the gender differences. Just make something bigger or smaller. It's boring. Shiny Nuzleaf. Oh, we gotta go to the female. So we got like a darker brown color, an orange, and a darker colored leaf. I feel like the orange doesn't really work with the rest of the color palette. It doesn't look awful, but it looks kind of goofy. Yeah. Yeah. Gender difference. And the final evolution is continuing to change very much from its original form of being an acorn. And it is now Shiftry, which is basically like a forest Tengu spirit. You can see his feet are very unique. I think that's really cool. How it's like sandals are built into its feet. Its hands are just straight up leaves that it uses to fan things. Very big bushy, whatever that is, hair. Your roommate's favorite Pokemon. Why is Nuzlocke named after Nuzleaf? Does Nuzleaf ruin Nuzlocke runs or something? I believe the first person who... Not first person, but like the person who like brought Nuzleaf's attention to the masses was somebody who had a Nuzleaf in that game, I believe. Something like that. Shiftry would be the first boss of an RPG. Sure. Yeah. Now, what I really like about Shiftry is... I like this Pokemon. I love it because it's so unique. Like, I will always praise a Pokemon that looks like a very original creature, and this is that. Between its arms, its shape, the hair, the expression, everything, it's just a very unique creature. I do wish it was better. I've used Shiftry before in the games, and I remember it being pretty bad. But I do like it. I like it a lot. Like, for a Gen 3 Pokemon, it's pretty cool. Again, like, there is kind of like a lack of friendliness in the face. Like, would this thing betray me? Maybe. But I think it's an easy to prefer this one over Ludicolo. So this is the male Shiftry. Now, female Shiftry has smaller fans, smaller leaf fans, which, I mean, come on now. Not compelling. Shiny Shiftry doesn't look too bad. It's like a cherryish color, you know? The yellowish hair, I don't know how I feel about that. But it looks good. It actually looks pretty good. This base color looks really nice for a grass type like this. Gender difference. Now we come to the bird. So the early bird of Gen 3 is Tailo, which is a very cute little bird. I like it. Look at that thing. So Gen 1 gave us Pidgey, a very, very simple little bird. Gen 2 gave us an owl, which is a pretty big change. Gen 3, we go back to another kind of simple bird, this time like that of a swallow. But it's clean. I like the powerful look in its eyes, the simple yet striking color palette, and of course, the tail feathers. Very cute. Tailo is a nice little bird. You gotta have Pokemon like this, you know? The simple ones. The ones that are just like animals, you know? Shiny Tailo is a very attractive green and orange. I think that actually looks really nice. That's a good shiny. And of course, it's Evolution Swellow, which the community is well acquainted with. From our Nuzlocke of Gen 3. Swellow is a simple evolution in that it's just a bigger version of Tailo. Expression is changed, looks a bit more, you know, experienced, intelligent. It's certainly larger. A nice wingspan. I just think it has a very attractive form. Like, this is a nice looking Pokemon. Yeah, it just looks cool. Like, a normal flying type, you know, it's not the most exciting in terms of what it can do. But design-wise, as far as, like, the more plain birds go, I think this is one of the best ones. The Swallow get Thunder Armor. Yeah, it's just a cool bird. Very agile looking. And the shiny follows suit with Tailo. The green and orange color looks really good. That's nice. See, chat? I'm not being so negative, right? More birds. This time we have a water bird. Little Wingull. Now, getting a seagull into the series, it's about time, really. Like, Gen 3. A seagull is a pretty important kind of water bird. Like, you need a bird that's going to inhabit the beach areas. And so they made this thing, which I really like. It's kind of doofy, but the simplicity works. Like, it looks very distinct. I think they made some smart choices with its design to make it stand out from the other birds. How it just glides, it rarely flaps. Just kind of glides on drafts. Its unique expression. It's silly. But I like it. Wingull is lovable. Bird that roosted. Yeah, Wingull's a cutie. Shiny Wingull. Just trades out the blue for a green. And you know what? I like it. It's simple for sure. Beak's a little faded. But I don't think this looks bad. Sometimes I like a simple change in a shiny. Some Pokemon don't strive for greatness and just get the job done, and I can appreciate that. Exactly. They can't all be stars. You need to have stuff like this. For every Charizard and Pikachu, there's a Mongoose Pokemon. Yep, exactly. Now, in a clever evolution, the Seagull becomes a Pelican, so you're getting two water birds out of this situation. And Pelipper is kind of similarly to Wingull, has a very distinct look to it, and serves the role of Pelican Pokemon very well. Now, I wouldn't say Pelipper is especially appealing to me personally, but it gets the job done. Unique form. Again, that kind of like blank expression that a lot of these Gen 3s have. Similar to Mighty Aina, though, which we talked about before, Pelipper has this like commonness to it that makes it feel unspecial. Like, you see them a lot. They're easy to find, and it makes them feel less interesting because of that. You hate Pelipper, every NPC trainer always uses Protect on the first turn. That's true, yeah. Pelippers, you'll fight a lot of them in the games they're in. You'll fight a lot. Shiny Pelipper. Just like Wingull. Shiny Pelipper adopts, like, the dull coloration in the green instead of the blue. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad. I will say Pelipper is one of those things that can be a disappointment. If you're into Wingull for its, like, kind of form and Seagullness, it's a drastic change to go from Wingull to Pelipper. It's a very different kind of shape and different kind of vibe. So, I get it if you're not vibing with it. Ralts. Kind of the Gen 3 Abra. Being a Psychic type, now being a Psychic Fairy type. Ralts is pretty cool. This is a pivotal line for the generation. A small little Psychic type, you can see his eyes are underneath that, like, hair thing. It kind of drags its feet. Its feet are, like, loose and lanky. It's just an interesting creature. Like I said, I like it when they make things that are very original, and this thing is very original. Like, what is this thing? It's very strange. When I first saw Gen 3, though, this is one of those Pokemon lines that I was confused at the direction Pokemon was going in with the way they were designing their creatures. And it took a lot of time for me to kind of warm up to it. But I do like Ralts now. This is a rare little thing to find. But it's cool. Shiny Ralts. Shiny Ralts. Blue and orange, a complete color change from the original coloration, and that's good. It works. It stands out. And orange and blue look good together. Because they contrast. So now Ralts is going in a direction. We can firmly say that. It is becoming a ballerina. It's like, well, okay, this can be like a make it or break it kind of changing point. It's like, oh, I didn't think Ralts was really going to be doing this stuff. But he does. He becomes a ballerina. Curly has a very serviceable middle evolution, though. Distinct look, distinct kind of, like, thing that it does. He always hated Wally for getting a 5% encounter rate in his first ever battle. When they design, do they design the first or final evolution first? I'm sure that it varies. But yeah, Curly is fine as a middle evolution. What really matters is where we end up. Shiny Curlia. Of course, keeping that blue and orange look looks very nice. Because it's different. 100% a new game today? What game was that? It's different. And of course, chat, there it is. Contain yourselves. Fretless Wrath of Rifson. Oh, okay, the one that you were looking forward to. Cool. Gardevoir, chat. Gardevoir. I think I would personally say Gardevoir is the standout Pokemon of Gen 3 out of all of them. If we're talking about the Pokemon from Gen 3 that has had the most impact on Pokemon, on fans, I think it is Gardevoir, honestly. Now, when I first... We'll get into it, but Gardevoir's form has kind of changed a bit over time. When I first saw this thing, I thought of it more like a very abstract creature. And then as time's gone on, the waifu factor has been very played up. Like, looking at it dead on, its face and the way that its hair lies, it's very waifu, you know? Granted, I appreciate Gardevoir for its uniqueness. I like it when they make a weird, unique creature. This Pokemon has inspired a lot of fan art of a certain variety. Being so humanoid and very feminine looking, even though that you can have male versions of this Pokemon. It is my belief that if they made Gardevoir today, it would be a female-only Pokemon, because they keep doing that, which I don't care for. They keep doing that with Pokemon today, whereas if they look very feminine, they make them completely female. I still think Gardevoir is very cool as like a strange, abstract psychic creature. But they have made it less appealing to me over time with how much it feels like they play up the waifu factor. You don't even see the appeal in this Pokemon. Try hugging this thing. That spike in the chest is going through you. I mean, it would probably bump up against you. You'd have to approach at quite the force for it to go right through you. But yeah, I think that Gardevoir is probably the most iconic Pokemon of Generation 3. Really. I think that if they were to add a Pokemon to Smash Brothers to represent Gen 3, I think Gardevoir makes the most sense. Because it's different from the Pokemon already in Smash, both in tone and in ability. And it's just, to me, exemplifies that generation. It's just such a big deal, you know? Shiny Gardevoir, just like the previous two, looks good. It's got the blue and the orange going on. One day it'll load. You alright, app? There it is. Looks great. Ugh. Mega Gardevoir. Alright, so you want to talk about megas that I think, oh my god, are downgrades. Oh my god. Okay. So we have officially, the Pokemon creators and designers have officially committed 100% to the waifu thing. She, in her Mega Evolution, they have gone completely in the way of just like, look, she's in a ball gown. And I hate it, man. I hate it. This stupid, like, open heart slab on her chest now. These little, like, doodlies around her hair. She's just like, what's under here? Just the little dangly legs. No, dude, no. This is lame. This is so lame. They have pandered full waifu. In a wedding dress, chat. This is a downgrade. And the thing is, I get it if you like this. If you are into this kind of look, I get it. I don't begrudge you it. But for me personally, it's exemplifying all the traits I do not like about base Gardevoir. And they're just like playing it up. If you had to pick a Gen 5, 3, 8, and 9 rep for Smash, who would it be? It's asking an awful lot. God. Gen 8 would be Zeraora. Gen 9 would be Armarouge. Gen 3, like I said, is Gardevoir. Gen 5 would be... Genesect. There you go. Yeah, I don't begrudge you if you like this. To me, it's just like, this is not what I like about Gardevoir. I like the weird, abstract creature of psychic energy vibe, not the like, let's give her even more mom hair and a big old ball gown dress. And we'll open up her spikes so you don't get stabbed. Instead, you can get nuzzled within. Genesec's an interesting choice. Heck yeah. Genesect would be cool AF to play as. A soccer mom haircut. Which is fine. It's fine if you're a soccer mom. All right, so the shiny, now this is like a calculated shiny. They're like, well, let's do the blue and orange, but let's give her a black dress. People think it's so cool. To me, these colors combined look a little ugly. Like, the black dress could work, I feel like, with the light blue and the orange as well. It's just a little... Yeah, I don't know. It looks a little ugly. Do you like the pixel or non-pixel designs more for Pokemon? Non-pixel. My favorite generation is Gen 7. So yeah. Gardevoir. We've got qualms. It took me a long time to understand what I was fully looking at with Gardevoir, though, with its like original sprite work and stuff. Again, one of those designs that when I first saw Gen 3, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about the direction Pokemon designs are going. Surskit. So here's another very inoffensive little bug. What I mean by that is nobody remembers this thing. Like, if you're talking to somebody about Pokemon, you're like, hey, tell me all the bug Pokemon you can think of. A lot of them are not going to remember Surskit and its evolution. These things are just, you could almost say, and this is rude, they're filler Pokemon. With that said, Surskit is adorable. This is a very cute little thing. I love the way it moves. I love the simplicity of its design. And for a long time, this was the only water bug type until Gen 7. Because when it evolves, it actually loses the water type. You would. You are not an average Pokemon fan. Gen 6 might be your favorite, yeah. There's some cool stuff there. Yeah, this is a nice looking little Pokemon, huh, chat? Little Surskit. I like it. Shiny Surskit, not a big difference. They've darkened it. It looks nice. Yeah. Now, Surskit becomes rather different when it evolves. This is one of those Pokemon where, like, if fans were designing fake evolutions for it, they would never guess what it actually became. Because it becomes so dramatically different with Masquerain. It abandons the water type and becomes another flying bug, which is a bit disappointing because at this point, there are so many bug flying types already. Between Butterfree, Beautifly, Scyther, and Ledian, you have a ton of bug flying types by now, and we traded in an interesting bug water type for another bug flying type that's not doing anything special or interesting, frankly. Like, Masquerain's got a cool design. I love the teardrop head, how it tries to fake you out with these fake wings that look like eyes. It's a cool concept. But it really just doesn't bring anything to the table. This is a Pokemon that needs something. Like a Mega Evolution, an actual evolution. Because as is, it's just kind of filler, really. And again, it has more of that. I know I keep saying it, but it needs to be brought up. Gen 3 Pokemon lack personality. And here is another one that just has a flat no face, no personality. It's fine for that. It's fine for that, but it leads to the whole generation feeling kind of cold and samey in terms of the attitudes that they're bringing to the table. So, with all that said, I like Masquerain. I like it for what it is. Shiny is changing it up quite a bit. We have this lovely green color, which looks pretty good. Can you see, chat, how the eyes are supposed to look like a face, and then this is supposed to look like a mouth? Get it? It's an interesting little thing. Yeah, not making waves, but likable. Shroomish. So this is a pretty popular Gen 3 Pokemon, I would say, and it has that derp factor, right? The face. The face does so much for this Pokemon, and of course its little weird form. It's a squishy little thing with feet, no hands, and a face that a lot of people would be like, same, you know? It's nice to have a different kind of mushroom. You know, Gen 1 gave us Paris and Parasect, which were bugs that had mushrooms integrated into their design. But as another mushroom Pokemon, this is just straight up the mushroom. It's pretty cute. It's a pretty likable little guy, I would say. Nice name, too. Shroomish is just fun to say. This guy's evolution is one of your friend's favorite Mon. Oh, believe me, I will get to that point. Shiny Shroomish, I dig the autumn look. They do this with a lot of grass types, it seems, and it honestly always works. That looks good. An autumn version of a grass type. Alright, Breloom. Now, grass fighting is very interesting. The mushroom has grown up to be more of like a dinosaur. A mushroom dinosaur. It is a very unique creature, and you know I like unique creatures. With that said, I do not get it. This Pokemon gets so much praise. And it's fine. It's fine. It's cool. It's cool even. Look at how unique it is. You know I like unique things. People will act like this is the coolest thing they've ever made in Pokemon. No, it's fine if you like it. I like that its arms, like, extend. Yeah, that's fun. I feel like when we're talking about, like, Gen 3 Pokemon that the fans go nuts for, Breloom is one of those. We'll get to the other one. And, I mean, like, I don't really get it, personally. Like, it's a fine design. It's fine. It's fine. It's very unique. Perhaps I'm not giving it enough credit, right? I like unique creatures, and this is a very interesting direction to go in. Shiny Breloom. Same thing. Autumnish colors. Looks fine. I feel like the shade could be maybe a more attractive color, but it looks fine. Breloom. I think a big part of it is like I don't get a lot of personality from it. It's just that blank expression, you know? I like Pokemon with a lot of personality generally. Or like if they're gonna go for a blank expression, I guess sometimes it just works and sometimes it doesn't, man. Doesn't have to be that deep. It is cool it is a part fighting type, though. Very unexpected thing to do. In the early generations, I feel like they aren't especially creative with a lot of types. Like, you don't see a lot of unique ones like that go in such a bizarre direction. Shiny looks barefoot. Sure. Slack off. You know, I like sloths in real life. Like, they're pretty cute and appealing animals. This is not an appealing sloth. I mean, it's not... I don't dislike Slack off, but this doesn't do anything for me. It's a pretty boring design. Just like a derpy, sleepy-looking sloth. Rather forgettable. Rather unspecial. I would like to see them do the sloth concept again. Shiny Slackoth, huh? It's pink. Pink looks good. Yeah. You know what? It might even make it look a little cuter. It's a nice looking pink. Now, Slackoth really changes in its evolution, abandoning the exhaustion element for a creature that is hyper in Vigoroth. As you can see, it is now standing up. It's become more of like a... It looks like a generic enemy from something, you know, that like you'd fight in masses in a movie or a game. It's all about energy now in its middle form. I would say this is not appealing either, though, in the face. It's still got that same kind of Slackoth face, which is just... It looks generic. Not especially lovable. Personal opinion. But as a middle evolution, as, you know, I don't think you should like, or you need to like every Pokemon. And that's what this is for me. Shiny Vigoroth, boring. There's no more pink going on. It just kind of got lighter. The red turned to an orange. Boring. Maybe when they do a region based on Australia. Is that where they live? I thought they lived in South America. I mean, I'm sure there might be some in Australia. The final evolution. Slacking. Now... Oh my. When you guys see me complain about Pokemon designs, they're most of the time Mega Evolutions or forms of Pokemon that already exist that I see as downgrades, right? But if we're talking about 100% authentic designs, original Pokemon designs, Slacking is one of my least favorite in all of Pokemon. I think it's very unappealing. I guess you need something like this, right? You need something like this. Just like a big apish Yeti thing. So we've gone from Vigoroth, the hyper creature, back to a lasing creature. Slacking is known for being exceptionally strong, but only attacks once every other turn, generally, to balance the Pokemon out. But really not my thing. Just like how I look. What are you talking about? Slacking is evil in Pokemon Coliseum, yeah. Slacking plus Slowking skill swap combo is notoriously unfair. For sure, absolutely, yeah. This whole evolutionary family I find very bland in general. I honestly rather forgettable. They're all normal types. I don't think they're... Like, they have gimmicks, but I don't find those gimmicks appealing. And design-wise, I'm not really digging them overall. Slackoth is the preferred pick, of course. But, I don't need to like every Pokemon. You need stuff like this. You need a Pokemon like this, right? That's fine. Shiny Slacking, really boring. It just kind of became gray. The nose turned orange. Yeah, bad. Bad Shiny. Bad Shiny. All right, so more or less forgettable bugs of Gen 3. We have Nincada, who is a tiny cicada. This thing has a pretty nondescript look to it, huh? Like, it's very simple. It's a very simple, almost forgettable little bug. Like, this looks like the kind of thing that would be a creature in the environment in a game that wouldn't really mean anything. But yeah, Nincada. I think it's cute. It was the only bug ground type for a long time. I guess not for a long time. The very next generation has Wormadam, but Wormadam was not making waves. Bug ground has not really been capitalized on. But it's a rarity. Nincada's cute, though. There's a special thing going on with this Pokemon and the fact that it is based on a cicada. Shiny Nincada is golden. Sure. Not very exciting or very different from the standard. Nincada evolves into Ninjask. So like a cicada, when it evolves, or at least in this case, it evolves, it is all about the flight. In its full form here. And I think it's a pretty nice looking form. Ninjask's thing is it's all about speed. It is one of the fastest Pokemon. And it's a good look. I like the wings, the colors, the designs on them. The strange just form of its body and its face. Doesn't look too bad. This, I guess, is the closest you could come to a ninja Pokemon before Greninja came out. Yeah, kind of cool. Kind of cool, but again, like, not an exciting Pokemon. It's not making waves in, like, competitive battling or anything. It's another bug type in the early generations that really doesn't bring much to the table in terms of its usability. Shiny, so they kind of put this golden effect on it. It doesn't look bad. Might even work pretty well on a bug type, like it's a golden Hercules or something like that. You know, golden bugs. They have kind of like an image to them that I think people appreciate. Now, this is the weird thing about this line, Shedinja. So the way this works is, and no Pokemon has worked like this since, when Nincada evolves into Ninjask, as though it is a cicada going into a shell and abandoning that shell to evolve into a Ninjask, a real cicada, the shell left behind becomes its own Pokemon, called Shedinja. So when Nincada evolves, you actually get an additional Pokemon automatically when it evolves, which is very strange. Shedinja is the cicada shell come to life, essentially. Being a very unique bug ghost type, which... Have they done that again? I don't feel like they have. I think this still might be the only bug ghost type. I can't think of one that they did besides this. But it's just a really interesting concept. Like, they went out with something really special and unique with this Pokemon that even shows in terms of the way the Pokemon is used. Shedinja, as you can see, doesn't have much expressiveness, doesn't really even move much. It's just like a floating corpse, essentially. Now, this dark spot on its back, it said if you stare into it, you will get sucked into it. Your spirit will be sucked away into the form of Shedinja. I like its design. It looks like what it's supposed to be. You know, like this is supposed to be a creepy, strange thing. And I think they nailed that with the actual design. In order to get this, you need a free slot in your team. You are correct. If you don't have a free slot, you don't get Shedinja. So the unique thing about Shedinja is it has an ability called Wonder Guard, where all damage that would be super effective against it is completely prevented. It can't be hurt by fire moves, flying moves, rock moves, stuff like that. It completely nullifies the damage, but it can be hit by things it's not super effective against. However, it's also a ghost type, so it can't be hit by normal moves or fighting moves. Right? Am I thinking about this right? Or is it can only be hit by super effective moves? I think I got it mixed up. Let me look it up just to be sure. It might be, I might have gotten it reversed. Wonder Guard. Okay, yeah. So I did get it reversed. Wonder Guard is, it's immune to all attacks that are not super effective. So you only have to watch out for the moves that are going to hit it super effectively. So you just have to think about fire, flying, rock, ghost, and dark moves. Everything else can't hurt it. What this means is there are situations where Shedinja just cannot even be hurt by the opponent's Pokemon unless they run out of moves and use Struggle. There are passive things that can hurt it, you know, if there's like Stealth Rocks on the field. I think status effects, do those work on it too? If it gets inflicted with a status effect, I imagine it would take damage as well. And the gimmick here is Shedinja being able to avoid so much damage only has 1 HP. This Pokemon will die if hit by anything, no matter what, because it only has 1 HP. So it's insane, just full-on gimmick. Done as early as Gen 3. And it's interesting for that. Would have come in handy for our Nuzlocke, you think so? Yeah? Yeah, like, the thing is, moves can always catch you off guard. It only takes one thing that you don't see coming to kill a Shedinja. But it can be an appealing gimmick. I remember using Shedinja to catch Deoxys, because Deoxys couldn't hurt it, and Shedinja has Heal Block, which could prevent the Deoxys from healing for so long. Shedinja uses Endeavor. Yeah. It's a cool Pokemon, though. Just the uniqueness of what it is, how it comes about, and how it works. I would like to see them make a Bug Ghost type that's more, or less gimmicky. Shiny Shedinja, blink and you miss it. It's a little bit lighter. That's a really bad shiny. Really bad. Fairly different. So, moving on to our next normal type trio. After the Slakoth line, we have the Whismur line. Whismur is another strangely unique little creature. I don't really know what you would call it. Kind of like a rabbit. Its face is very distinct, which I really appreciate. This thing is timid. It's timid and it makes a whole lot of noise if it's disturbed. So, I like it for its originality. I would say it's not a very exciting Pokemon. Ditto was a gimmick Pokemon and Smeargle as well in the other gens. I'm aware. I'm aware. My point is they didn't make a lot of gimmick Pokemon in the older gens, whereas now you see a lot of gimmick Pokemon. Saw someone sack most of their team just to beat Mega Metagross with Shedinja, only for the Shedinja to die to Stealth Rock. I see. Yeah. I think Whismur's kind of bland. It's a normal type with a very uninteresting moveset, and design-wise, while a very original creature, it's not very exciting. Okay, dang. You question my knowledge. No, you're fine. You're good. Shiny Whismur looks nice. I like these green. The green, instead of the yellow, looks pretty good. Minty. Whismur evolves into Loudred. Now, it's a much more expressive and not timid character at this point. Going in on the sound theme that this line kind of goes for. Speaker ears is pretty interesting. Big, creepy mouth. It's kind of like a weird gremlin creature. Again, something that looks like it would be like an enemy in a Spyro game or something. You feel like this is the gen where normal types become bad, really? Sure. I never cared for Loudred. Like, I wouldn't say I specifically dislike it, but, I don't find it very appealing. It's taking the Whismur line in an interesting progression. It's like, okay. I like original creatures, at least. Shiny's a huge downgrade from the Whismur. It's just pink now. Boring. Really boring. I'm tired of shinies that are just this. That are just, like, pink. Like, the pink can look good on a lot of them, but it'd be nice to see more variety. I understand that the older generations used a, an algorithm to decide the shiny colors, but it would be nice to see them go back and fix them. And the final evolution, Exploud. Now, in my appreciation for original creatures. Exploud, of course, gets credit. But similarly to Loudred, I don't really dig this. It's just so angry, man. It's an angry sound-themed Pokemon, which is a cool concept. I like these, like, tubes, these double tail tubes, and it's got tubes all over the place, which is interesting. It's just like a weird sound creature, but it doesn't do anything for me. Again, I appreciate it for being different. Look at how, like, look at its feet. Look at how blocky it looks. They gotta fix this model. Used Explode in a playthrough. This mon is crazy. Its moveset gets a lot of special moves like electric, ice, and maybe fire. Interesting. Yeah, some normal types will benefit from that if they give them a good moveset. I've never used an Explode, but I'd be willing to give it a shot. Shiny Explode, boring. Just pink. Pink and yellow, sure. Like, it doesn't look bad, but it's just not exciting. Not an exciting shiny. Makuhita. So our regular kind of basic fighting type, Makuhita, I like that they've gone for something different here as opposed to like a muscly creature. We have like a fighting type that's more so like a big guy, right? I like this thing on his head that makes it look like he's just like a tied up bag of stuff. Like a tied up bag of sand or something. It looks very doughy. And he's ready to punch. It's not a bad expression, but I wouldn't say that this is a very exciting design. And pure fighting doesn't serve it to make it a very exciting Pokemon either. Yeah. Just kind of like a little doughy fighting type. Cute-ish, maybe. This guy has a worse catch rate than Hariyama. It's funny. Shiny Makuhita is kind of boring. Like, it works. It doesn't look awful, but not exciting. The theme of this Pokemon. Just like a cinnamon Makuhita. Now it's evolution Hariyama. Again, these are the kind of designs that when I first saw Gen 3, I'm just like, what are they doing? What are they doing? We've gone for like... Again, keeping the big guy thing, which is cool, and like big hands. So I forget what this is called. I guess you could just say sumo wrestling, right? Something like that. That kind of fighting style. It's cool to make a fighting type like this, but the actual creature itself is so abstract and so bizarre that it makes me question the form of it in general. Like, look at its face. Does it have a mouth? I guess it doesn't. It has no mouth. Its eyes end right where its stomach begins. I think part of the thing is this Pokemon doesn't look heavy to me. Despite its size, this Pokemon looks like a blow-up balloon. Because it's so, like, bouncy looking. It looks soft. It looks soft. Like, I like that animation. I don't know how I feel about these ears. It's just, I don't know. Hariyama's not appealing. It's just silly. Do another animation, bro. There you go. It's silly and kind of boring. It feels unspecial, too. It's easy to find these. Shiny Hariyama looks pretty good. We got some purple going on. Nice. Could it be better? Yeah. This salmon color is not really working with the rest of the palette, but could be worse. Zuril. So Gen 3 was, despite Gen 2 going really hard on like baby Pokemon and evolutions to old Pokemon, Gen 3 largely abandons that. There are only 2 Pokemon in this generation that are related to old Pokemon, and they're both babies. The first one being this Azurill. It makes you wonder why they made it. You know? It's cute. It's a cute little thing. Look at it. It's basically a small Marill that's bouncing on its tail without hands. It's cute. It's a very unnecessary baby to add. It's so sad. You think so? Yeah, and some of the artwork it is, huh? I like it. It doesn't need to exist. A curious thing about this one, they decided to make it a normal type. As opposed to a water type like its evolutions, which it's curious why they do stuff like that, right? Like, why did you choose that? It doesn't really make a difference to anything. But it's a normal type originally, and then it becomes a water type when it evolves. And later on, they added the fairy type to all of these. Probably the most found shiny Pokemon in your records. What, you find shinies of this thing? Yeah. I'm fine with them making some baby Pokemon. I know a lot of people don't like them because they're just filler. But I think that they can still be cute. I think it can be nice to flesh out an evolutionary line. This one, I just question how much it's bringing to the Marill family. Shiny Azurill looks good. Green. Solid. You nailed it. Totally different. And looks nice. Nose Pass. Now, if you want to talk about Pokemon from Gen 3, that when I saw Gen 3, I was like, Pokemon's losing me, Nose Pass was one of them. When I first played the games and I saw this thing, I'm like, what am I even looking at? A big nose guy? I don't even know what I was looking at. And they tried some really different kind of styles and designs with Pokemon design in Gen 3. And Nose Pass, I really feel like, is one of them. A Moai statue, basically, made into a Pokemon. Now, I think that it has a nice size. It has, like, a nice shapes to it. I don't really find Nose Pass appealing personally, but I don't have a problem with it today like I did back in the day. But definitely, like, at the time, I was just like, man, this is what we're doing with Pokemon? Like, where's the charm, you know? They went pretty out there with some of them. Some work, some don't. You hate this Mon, yeah. Not counting the wormholes in Ultra Moon, as I found lots of the same shinies going for legendaries. Makes sense. Nose Pass. And just the name, Nose Pass? I'm like, are we really making Pokemon this silly? Shiny Nose Pass works, because, like, it's a stone, and changing the entire rock color to be more of, like, a golden color, I think, is good. Yeah, it's fine. Skitty. Pokemon number 300. Our 300th Pokemon we talked about, chat. Now, Skitty is really cute. It's a kitty. But unlike Meowth, which went for more of like the nya kind of cat, like, you know, sassier, a bit more like mischievous. Skitty is more so just cute cat, cute kitten. You know, this is like your little precious kitten that you take care of, that you love. And what they made is very cute, and it's mostly like the face. The face they made sells the whole thing. I love the tail, how it looks like a pincushion. I think that's really clever. I like the ears. It's a nice body shape for what it is, for just being like, I'm a cute little kitten. It's almost toy-like looking, but it really works. Yeah, Skitty's great. It's cute. Hi, cute kitty. You showed up right in time for Skitty. Skittles. So cute. Shiny Skitty, not great. It's like a slight color change. It's more so orange now. Bad. That's bad. That doesn't look good. Now, Skitty's evolution, I don't think Delcatty's bad, but I definitely think it loses, like, the adorable factor that Skitty is rocking. Like, Delcatty's cute, but Skitty's, like, really cute. As far as, like, a Prim evolution, you know, it's a bit fancier now. The pin cushions around its neck. It looks good. It's fine. Delcatty's rather notorious for how bad it is, I think, in battle. But it's a fine evolution for Skitty. It's a fine evolution. A fancy cat for the rich to pamper. Shiny Delcatty, better than the shiny Skitty. This like reddish orange color pops a lot more in place of the purple. Doesn't look too bad. I like it. Sableye. Yet another Gen 3 Pokemon that when I first saw it, I'm just like, this is what we're doing? This is what you're making? Why its eyes are crystals? Excuse me? Now, I do think a lot of these Gen 3 Pokemon, including Sableye, translate a lot better to 3D. Because this is an appealing little guy when you really see him. A tiny ghost imp. With gems for eyes and gems in his body. It's a cool little thing. Unique, at the time at least, ghost dark typing. That, at the time, when he came out, gave him no weaknesses. But it's a cool little thing. If you like a little mischievous, crafty creature that has like a creepy element to them, Sableye's for you, for sure. It's pretty appealing. It's a nice design. Despite the fact that I was confused and bewildered when I first saw it. No, Sableye works. Shiny Sableye. So this is a good shiny. A total difference. It's now golden. The gems have even changed colors. Looks good. Very good. Okay, you don't have any cards? Mega Sableye. Now, I will often bash many Megas as being downgrades from the original. I actually like Mega Sableye more than base Sableye. Because they're playing up the gem thing. It is now holding a big red rupee. A big, beautiful red rupee that has come out of his chest. His ears or whatever, he's gotten a little bigger. His ears have gotten a little bigger. He's more of like a gremlin now. More gems on the back. And he hides behind his big gem, ready to fight. This is one of the best Mega designs for me personally. As I don't like many of them, I do think this is an improvement. I think this is a nice direction to take Sableye in. He robbed Link. Link wishes he could have rupees this big. Yeah, I like it. It's just like a fun thing to do with a Mega Evolution, is play up an asset of that Pokemon instead of just adding things on. And the shiny looks wonderful, even if the rupee value is less. Like golden green. Okay, you know what? Actually, the color of the teeth is freaking me out. The green and gold look great. Bro, you gotta brush your teeth. That actually kind of ruins the whole thing. Those look gross, man. Now, Sableye kind of counterpart is Mawile, as you could only get one of the two, depending on the game that you had. Mawile is pretty popular, and this is another Gen 3 Pokemon I'll give credit for its originality in terms of the creature. Like, this is a tiny creature with little hands and little pants and a little face, and then sprouting out of its head is this crazy horn. This is, I believe, called a horn. That, looks like a mouth with jaws. Which is incredibly cool. And this is a Steel-type Pokemon. I guess in their attempt to want to add more Steel types, but very bizarre thing. Bizarre creature, bizarre form. They ended up adding the Fairy type on as well, which works for it. Fairy Steel. Mawile stands out. It stands out and it's pretty cool. Much like the giant coin in Color Splash is 1 coin. Giant green rupee is 1 rupee. You're right. That is how it would work, right? Yeah, Mawile's cool. Again, another thing from Gen 3 that I would say when I first saw it, I'm like, what are they doing? This is a Pokemon design that translates much better to 3D than sprite work, where I feel like it's kind of complicated to understand what exactly you're looking at with a single static sprite. Now, Shiny Mawile is reddish instead of black. It doesn't look bad, but not especially different. Mega Mawile. Mega Mawile generally gets a lot of credit. And as far as Megas go, I don't think this one's too bad. They've changed in the horns, the horn to now have 2 horns. It's bigger, looks a little bit more grown up. I don't think this looks bad, but I also don't think this is a very compelling direction to take it in its Mega Evolution. Yeah. Like, the 2-horn thing is cool, but I feel like just making it bigger and look a little bit more grown up is just not very interesting progression of the main form. But you know what? I think that it could grow on me, despite the fact that it's been out for over a decade. It's not bad. And then the Shiny Mega, I actually really like the gold coloration they put on the main body. That looks nice combined with the other colors that they altered. Not bad. Bad. Look how precious this thing looks. Aron. Aron is a very cute little thing. Just a little nub, right? A little steel dinosaurish like tick. With holes in it. It's cute. Honestly, I find this evolutionary family to be pretty forgettable. But, like, it's a cute little thing. I like its big blue eye. And the shiny is red eye, greenish body. Not super different, but doesn't look bad. Aron's evolution, Lairon. It's a lot bigger now. It's more of a dino. It's more of like a Nidorino kind of creature form. And it looks good, you know? Like, it's bulky. It looks tough. I think the armor plating looks nice, almost skeletal looking. This thing looks like it would be hard to hurt, which works considering its type is Steel Rock. Yeah. Not exciting, but a nice progression for what we're seeing in this line. Shiny, so keeping up the red eye and the green body. Looks fine. Not amazing. And the final evolution, Aggron. Now, Aggron it's really just does follow like the Nidoran line, what the Nidoran line did, of just getting bigger and bigger. Now it's like Nidoking, standing up, big body, very kaiju type. The armor has become like a helmet. The spikes coming through the holes looks very cool. It looks like a strong, beefy thing. Like, if you're into these kind of Pokemon or kind of creatures in general, you'll definitely really take to Aggron. I think it looks fine. Aggron's never really done much for me, but I don't think it's a bad design. It just seems kind of plain. Like, when you look at its body and stuff, it kind of feels like... Don't you feel like something could be going on with any of this? It's just kind of empty. The tail looks just kind of simple. I feel like more of its design could be fine-tuned. But for what it is, Aggron works. It works. Shiny Aggron, same thing. That kind of greenish-blue color, red eye. It's fine. I wouldn't really say it's an improvement over the base. Mega Aggron. So we're back to talking about megas that are just an absolute disaster. Holy crap, look at that thing. Look at this thing looking at you. Look at its face dead on. Look at its giant diaper. Oh my god. It's falling apart before my eyes. These things. And it's got these. Looks cool? Alright. Oh my god. It doesn't look like it can move. It just wraps its tail up. Giant walking pile of armor. It doesn't look like it can walk. I think honestly this is one of the worst megas. Just the design change. Like regular Aggron looks so much cooler than this. This is just, let's make it bigger and put more things on it. It's like the worst kind of mega design, like, ideology that I don't subscribe to. An alternate title for these streams is Jord bullying fictional animals for 5 hours. Are you looking at this thing? Look at this. Holy shit, dude. This thing can't move. Look at this. This thing's taking up 5 seats at the movie theater. And then living there, because it can't get up. Mega Camera looks more stupid. We'll get there. I think this looks stupider. This Mega also interestingly drops the rock type and just becomes pure steel, which is curious. Are you no longer rock? What happened, bro? What happened to your body? Did you lose all your rock type? You don't look that different to me. Yeah, just ugh. Camera-Up's an idiot? So mean. Shiny Mega, yeah, alright, whatever. You got your turquoise, chat. Turquoise and pink eye. No. This doesn't look very good. That doesn't look very good. Ooh. Oh. The beauty. Chat, I love Meditite. I love it. Look at it. It's so cute. Its little eyes and its little mouth. And it's like, it's a little guy. He does his yoga, he meditates, and he's ready to fight. What a sweetie. I actually did not like Meditite when I first saw it, but it grew on me so much over time that I really like it now. You hate it? I love that it looks like a clove of garlic. It's so fun, man. This is a fighting psychic type, which is an interesting combination, too. It's just funny. It's a funny little guy. You like this guy, and it's not just because I found one during my ex-Nuzlocke, yeah. So the male-female difference here is actually pretty significant. You can see the male's little buns are high up, where the female buns are lower. See that? Significant. Here, I'll bring up the female in 3D as well. Yeah, see, low buns. The low buns might be a little cozier. Found a shiny of it during the Nuzlocke. Very cool. Speaking of shinies, you finished the Lego set you put on Discord. You finished it too quickly. I'm looking. Ooh, so you made a castle. Yeah. No, that's cool. I like the angry face. I like that. I like the masks you got set up. Little water on the bottom. Very cool. You've been working on it for the past 3 days. You don't know if you would call that too quickly. Sure. A shiny Metatite. I like it. They changed the blue out completely for this color, which, I mean, this color could be better, but I like that it's a complete difference from what it was in terms of that base color. So it works. Could it look nicer? Yes. But it works well enough. Gender difference? Medicham. The reason it took so long is because you got it pre-owned, so it didn't come with any of the numbered bags, so you had to slowly go through piles of Legos. Got it. Got it. Makes sense. You think the red looks better on the little guy? Yeah? Sweet. Now, Metatite evolves into Metacham, which I think could be an easy change that could turn off a lot of people. It now has big, baggy leg pants that are very Borby. Its face has changed to lose the cuteness and become more of like a strange-looking creature. Still about the yoga, still about kicking hard and being a fighter. But I would say that this loses me. My appreciation for Metatite kind of drops off here. Not that I dislike Metacham, I'm not really into it. Yeah. It's interesting. Like, I like having this kind of variety in the fighting type. It's very different compared to a lot of the other fighting types at this point. Gen 3 Mon's so lame that most of chat is MIA. With that, we are starting hella early. Maybe that. Did we start hella early? I was going to start even earlier than 4. I'm like, I'm starting too late. Massive thighs, yeah. Yeah. Metacham. Female Metacham, you can see it's a very subtle difference. The male Metacham has a bigger bun on top. Female's got a smaller bun. Shiny Metacham trades in all of the pink for blue. Actually, I think it looks pretty nice. It gives it like a chilly vibe that works for it. Pretty good. Now, Metacham is one of the special Pokemon. Oh, no cards for you. In Gen 3 that got a Mega Evolution. Ice Queen, I can see what you're saying. I think this is a really nice thing to do with Metacham. Like, if you're gonna play up this aspect, this looks pretty good. These flowing straps, the blue jewels, and the greater headpiece and stuff really works for Metacham's base design. I love that these things punch. They become fists and do all sorts of things. Like, this is actually an appealing Mega. Always assumed Metacham is Ice type, probably because the only Ice type trainers use it in Diamond. Got it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Ice type, honestly, I think would work for the Pokemon. But yeah, fighting psychic, and you can see that really expressed in the Mega. One of the better Mega evolutions, frankly. Nobody talks about this one. This is a very forgettable Mega. But it's cool. Shiny Mega also looks nice. That like blue and orange color looks good. Now it's time for Little Dog. Gen 3 really only had like 6 ice types, if I'm not mistaken. Speaking of types that Gen 3 did not have many of, it only has 4 electric types, being the next 4 that we're going to look at. The first being this tiny dog, Electrike. Now, I appreciate them making an electric type that's primary color is not yellow. Because so many of them have that. It's nice to see like a different take. It's nice to see like more of a mammal. Like a different kind of mammal. A dog of every type would be preferred in the game, ultimately, right? So, yeah. Electrike. I like it. I like the sharpness of its body, how it looks like something that would be fast, how it looks like it embodies, like, how electricity moves through things. And it's cute. Electrike's cute. Cute. Shiny Electrike changes the green out for like this smoky blue color that I think looks pretty good. That looks nice on an electric type. Electrike evolves into Manectric. This is kind of a doofy looking Pokemon. I don't dislike Manectric, but he looks kind of silly. It looks kind of silly with all this spired fur or whatever's going on here. Nice color palette though. Blue and yellow always looks good together. I kind of like how it moves between jagged blue fur and then the yellow fur, but the way it's kind of laid out is kind of strange. Look at its like tail. It's just like a tail coming out that's just attached to legs. Yeah, it's supposed to be like about like getting struck by lightning, right? With this spire thing. But just kind of silly. It's just silly, but I don't dislike it. But Gen 3 definitely needed like 10 normal types. You're being generous with that estimate. I feel like. You debated having Shiny Mega Manectric on my list, but swapped it for another mod instead. Yeah. Manectric. Shiny Manectric, that does look good. The black instead of the blue, like against this yellowish golden color, looks pretty nice. That's good. All right. On to more mega disasters. So I do think that I do generally like it when a mega decides to hone in on an aspect of a Pokemon's design and accentuate it. In this case, this just looks dumb as hell. They just made it a lightning bolt dog. But like it looks ridiculous. Upgrade? No. I would not call this an upgrade. Regular Manectric I do think looks better. This is just... wind is going to come over and knock this thing over. He has a mohawk? He doesn't look like he can move his head. Imagine being this creature. Imagine walking around as this creature. You'd have to move so slowly. One wrong move around this thing and your eye gets poked out. Yeah, this thing's gonna crush you. If it falls, it's not getting up. To me, it's just like, they made a silly thing. Some people like it, which, you know, like, so I guess they did a good thing that some people like it, right? But not for me. This is one of the mega disasters. But there are much worse megas. Bye, cute kitty. There are much worse megas than that. The shiny, you trade in the blue for the blackish color. That looks good against this, just kind of like the regular one. You know, it's a nice like contrast. But it's still Mega Man Electric. Alright, the other two electric types of Gen 3. The Pikachu likes, which I have reviewed. We start with Plusle. Now, these are very Pikachu. You know, the Pikachu likes are often very Pikachu. Plusle and Minun, when they came out, you know, considering they hadn't really done Pikachu likes, they made Pichu, but that was related to Pikachu. This was making new Pokemon that looked a lot like Pikachu, with Plusle and Minun. And they kept doing that every generation afterwards. They've branched out a little bit more in the later generations with making them a bit more different. But I can see why people don't care for these in seeing them as just like more of something we already had. Uninspired in a sense. With that said, I think execution is everything, and Plusle and Minun are adorable. I like the concept of a plus and minus themed electric type rodent like this. I think that's just a fun idea. I love the little plus symbol that's on its tail, and its little colors and its little cheeks. It's just a really adorable little cheering Pokemon. They did Meryl, who when everyone first saw it called it Pikablue. That is true. But I would say Meryl is not as on the nose as the Pikachu clones of later generations. Meryl is just very similar to Pikachu. Whereas, like, these are clear homages to Pikachu. Like, it's clear that they wanted to make a Pikachu-like when they made Plusle and Minun. But I like them. I think they're adorable. Shiny Plusle is nothing special. It's, a darker red. So it doesn't stand out very well. But it doesn't look bad. So, it could be better. And then we have Minun, the negative. Now, I think Minun's blue color plays off of the yellow better than Plusle, so it pops more. Like, it's very cute. It also has its little negative tail. Adorable. So nice they did it twice in the same gen. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Generation 3 introduced double battles. And Plusle and Minun's whole thing was to accentuate the double battles in that they worked together. They were supposed to be Pokemon that cheered on their partners, cheered on each other. And so they were kind of like the posters for that. But I like them. I think they're cute. And that's really enough for me. Shiny Minun goes for a lot more than the shiny Plusle did, changing it to a greenish color, which looks good. It's nice. That's it for the electric types. Bugs. More underwhelming Gen 3 bugs. Here is Volbeat. So if we're talking about base forms, if we're talking about like original Pokemon designs, I do think Volbeat is a pretty unappealing look. It's supposed to be a firefly. But there's something about its face, like it looks like a Cuphead villain. Like it looks like not very endearing, I would say. Granted, I could see how you could find elements of it cute. Like, you know, it looks like something you could hug. It's got the antenna look pretty cool. There's something about its basic expression that doesn't look particularly appealing. I don't dislike Volbeat today like I used to, though. Like, despite being one of the more unappealing designs, original designs of a Pokemon, Volbeat is fine. I accept it for what it is now. Pure bug type, like, just bland at this point. The bug type was shafted for a long time in Pokemon. In terms of, like, they just kept making samey things, like bug flying types, bug poison types, pure bug types, and most of them were really bad and not bringing anything to the competitive table. It took them a while to really kind of get that together. There were only a few standout exceptions to that rule. Shiny Volbeat's got some nice colors going on. Blue and gold. Looks pretty good. Yeah, not bad. Now, Volbeat does have kind of a counterpart of sorts, the female-only version, Illumise, which follows the same kind of design document in terms of its form. They're basically like fireflies that are also little superheroes. This one, Illumise, has a more appealing face. You know, it looks happier. It looks a little bit more inviting as opposed to the grump that Volbeat presents. With that said, this is still just kind of an awkward design, an awkward Pokemon. You don't see a lot of people praise or go to bat for these, but they're out there. We'll even see Illumise on a chart later. Yeah, here it is. Back in time. Welcome. You've arrived just in time for your third favorite. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Some people, like, every Pokemon's got faves. You almost forgot to tune into this stream. Oh, I'm glad you got here. There's still a lot we haven't covered, so. They tried making some Pokemon be double battle oriented because new gimmick, but in retrospect, they fall on the wayside. Both bugs aren't good by themselves, and aren't that great in double battles either. Yeah, I've never really used Volbeat and Illumise, but they don't seem like very compelling Pokemon, like in terms of just pure bug types, don't evolve, don't seem to be doing anything crazy in terms of what they can do. I mean, I'm sure you can rig something up with almost any Pokemon, but I don't dislike Volbeat and Illumise, whereas I feel like I did back in the day. Like when they were fresh, I feel like I was not a fan. You like how it's pronounced like that despite not having that in its name? Yeah. I don't have much to add about previous Pokemon I missed, but I wanted to say my thoughts on the starters. Go for it, yeah. Would love to hear it. Shiny Illumise. Okay, so it's like a golden coloration in place of the purple. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad. Sceptile's design tries way too hard to look cool and just ends up looking off in so many ways. Interesting. I did talk about how being cool was what it was going for. Blaziken is cool, but took a while to grow on me. And Swampert is peak design. Oh, you don't want to hear what I said about Swampert. Blaziken is very cool, yeah. For the starters poll, I'm surprised no love for the Torchic line. I know, right? Can you believe this? It's just like last time. Nobody was picking Cyndaquil. Roselia. Roselia is a very elegant design. That is elegant. For like a little rose Pokemon to have a different colored rose in each hand, the little form, the thorns, that's just nice. That's nice. It has a little sass element. It's also very funny when you think of how small Roselia is. It's smaller than you'd think. But it's cute. Like, it works. They ended up fleshing out this Pokemon later with a pre-evolution and evolution, which really worked for it. But as a little one-off in Gen 3, just a cute little grass imp. I'm on board. Hello, Callie from October. Easily your favorite Gen 3 and is extremely memorable to me. What a cute little guy. Spinda? Yeah, we'll get to Spinda. Love its hit in animation in Coliseum. The sass? Yeah, that's good stuff. Ghost with Rose. Roselia has always been a sneaky good design. I like the way you put that. It's nice. It's a nice one. You hate Badoo with every fiber of your being? We'll have to hear the Badoo rant next month. This is a male Roselia. Female Roselia's got a longer, like, tuft of grass in front of its body. Fascinating. Shiny Roselia, very cool that they changed the colors of the roses to purple and black. That is incredibly nice. That's what we like to see. I feel like the base body could be a little bit more interesting. They just kind of like faded it, but It's still good. Still good. Gender difference. Gulpen. So here we have like the Gen 3. The first generation has 3 different lines that are pure poison types that evolve once. Ekans, Coughing, and Grimer. Gen 4 gives us another one of those. Pure poison type that evolves once. And this is most similar to Grimer. We have like another kind of blob thing. Why did they choose black? It doesn't mesh at all. To me, they just picked cool rose colors. You know, there are people out there who will love the black and purple combo. The first Gulpin card is now one of the best cards just ever to me. Yeah. You hate Gulpin and Smash, yeah. You remember the giant Gulpin from the anime? I don't remember, no, I wasn't watching Gen 3. I don't think Gulpin's design is very compelling. It's a ball. It looks like an enemy from Mario Sunshine. Like, it's a fine little poison type. The thing I like the most about this Pokemon is that it's supposed to be like a stomach. It opens its mouth very wide, unexpectedly wide, and can swallow anything that fits inside and digest it, which I think is a really cool thing for this Pokemon. But overall, I would say Gulpin and its evolutionary family is pretty bland. Gulpin is cute. Not much else, but cute Pokemon are always good in my group. Yeah, yeah. I can see a cuteness. Ranking all Smash Bros. Pokeball Pokemon across all games. That sounds pretty easy to do. Gulpin Stew, yeah. It reminds you of a swooping stew from Mario Sunshine. You have no clue why. Similar, like, face and form and vibe, I would say. Yeah, like, it's a fine Pokemon. Like, you need stuff like this that, I know it's not polite, but I will say that's kind of like filler. But another kind of typical Gen 3, not much personality design. But you need some. You got to fill it out. You know, he works. He works for what he is. Male-female difference. Hold on. Not your time. Male-female difference. The male's got a longer golden leaf thing than the female. Like, don't even bother. Don't even bother doing that. Shiny Gulpin. Nice. Complete color change. Blue body, orangish leaf thing. Looks good. Gender difference. Here's Swalot, the evolution. You get a good shot on that middle card at just how big Swalot can open its mouth. So the tiny pile of goo has become a bigger pile of goo. A bigger stomach, essentially. Whole new color palette. Lovely mustache, which actually does a lot for it. I love the diamonds. Like, it's just like stuff on it, but it makes it stand out, you know? It makes it visually more interesting. Not a super interesting Pokemon for me personally, but, like, you know, you got to fill out the numbers. It's fine to have another poison type like this. And it's differentiated from Grimer and Muck enough. Like, they're not just piles of sludge. They're stomach things. Love how you added... It isn't polite to call it filler, even though in that one Animal Crossing New Horizons video, I can count multiple times on my hand that you called a villager filler. Well, yeah, both can be true. Yeah, I like the mustache. I think it adds a lot to its design. Pikmin creature, sure. One of your favorite Gen 3 Pokemon, wow. You like its animations? Yeah, the animations give it personality. Yeah. Male version has longer mustache than the female, which, I mean, I want the full stash on my Swalot. The full noodles. Shiny looks good. A nice blue coloration and orange stash, that's nice. Ooh. Ooh, chat. I love this thing. I think Carvana is such a nice design. Look at that, bro. Holy shit. Elegant. Elegant. For a piranha Pokemon, look at the colors. The blue, the red, the yellow, the star, the intense look in its eyes, the jaggedness of its mouth and its teeth, and the fin behind it. Ooh. Ooh. That's a piranha. Like how he looks like he will eat people. This thing is very dangerous. It behaves like a piranha. Look, it fucked up some guy's boat. I really dig it, man. That's so nice looking. Carvana, dude. Yes. Carvana is really cool, but it looks like those rabid dogs people name Sugar Plum. It will eat my face off. You do really like it, though? I like to see the appreciation. Peak fish Pokemon? Heck yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, I didn't feel this way about Carvana when I first saw it. Like, over time, this thing just really grew on me. I think it's a really nice design. Yum. Shiny Carvana, bro. So, I like it when a shiny goes for something totally different. While I think the regular coloration looks better, like this green looks a little off compared to everything else, I like it when a shiny goes for something very different. And that is what this is doing. The green could be a better color. Pokemon you didn't really think about much until you really started to look at it. Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah. It's a good way to put it. Water dark. More dark types. See, they're infusing more dark types in Gen 3. All right, so now I'm sad. Sharpedo, I think it's an interesting design for a shark Pokemon. But to me, it's like they kind of threw out Carvana. I would like Carvana to evolve into some kind of big piranha thing. Someday, perhaps they'll give Carvana a new evolution. But, I don't dislike Sharpedo. I just think, like, I do think it's not as compelling as Carvana's design. And also, as a shark Pokemon, believe it or not, despite having over 1,000 Pokemon, we barely have any sharks. And for this being our first real shark being this nubby thing that just stops right here, I get it. It's supposed to be like a torpedo. That's why it's called Sharpedo. But I'd like a big shark, man. If you've all seen the cut Pokemon from Gen 2, there's a very cool shark Pokemon that has an anchor. Like an anchor tail that I would love to see. And I have no idea why they've not made it why they have not made a hammerhead shark yet. How on earth have they not made a hammerhead shark yet? Dark is your least favorite type. Wow. Sharpedo has a lot more speed, honestly. Oh no. I see the words Mega Sharpedo is also cool. There had to be a shark Pokemon in Hoenn. Yeah, no, we needed one at this point. I think Sharpedo works. I like the design well enough. It has a nice color palette. It has a generally nice form. I just want more sharks that embody a full shark more. And I do wish that Carvana kept more of its Carvana-ness. What is a shark but a big piranha? Fair. Yeah. Very violent thing, chat. Sharpedo. This thing will tear you apart. Shiny Sharpedo. I guess like a magenta color? Yeah, it looks fine. Looks fine. Remember seeing the Betamon? You like it, but there are so many cut Gen 2 designs that are peak and need to be in some other creature catcher. They don't feel like Pokemon, but I love them so much. I like the Fire Seal. Nad brought that one up before. And, there's like this little woolly guy who's got like this like wool pelt over him with little eyes. And the electric Tiger Kitty. Love that Tiger Kitty. If that thing was real, that would be a fave for sure. Mixing with the light yellow. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And now we have this disaster. So if we're going to talk about like some of the worst megas, it's these ones. It's ones where they take a design and they just throw shit on it. Like, to me, it's clear they didn't have a design for this. It's clear they didn't know what to do. And they just threw stuff on it. It's just like jagged. What's wrong with this model? Why is it missing elements? Are you seeing this, chat? Where's its things? You can see it in the card. It's supposed to have spikes here. When Jord is done with all the Pokemon, he rates all humans. Person 72 exists, but is kind of filler. Filler humans. Beta Fanpy, so cute. Looks like he has yellow band-aids all over him. That nose can poke my eye right out, yeah. So, okay, for some reason, this 3D model in Pokemon Home is missing parts of the design, chat. It's supposed to have jagged things coming out of it right here. It doesn't have them. To me, like I said, I feel like this is just a poor design. Like, this reads like somebody was told to make a Mega Sharpedo and they didn't know what to do. And they just added stuff to it. It's messy, and it's not an improvement. It just looks cool. If you think it looks cool, that's fine. I get it. Based on the swordfish. I don't see a lot of swordfish coming through. Yeah, another kind of shard, got it. Yeah, I feel like... I know Sharpedo's base design is very simple, so it's like, what do you do? But I feel like they could have done a lot more than this. To me, it's just messy. It's just like... Oh, there it is! I see! So those things only come out when it attacks. Look, chat. See? Alright, the model's not broken. The model's not broken. They come out when it does that thing. But yeah, I don't know. Does this benefit you, bro? Do you like having this, like, strap here? That looks uncomfortable. Shiner. Okay, yeah. Shiny color looks good. Mega Sharpedo is unironically great. Love Mega Sharpedo. Okay, chat. You can have them all. I got a Mega Sharpedoite and another Mega Stone that I want. You can have the Mega Sharpedoite. That's not what it's called. All right. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like, again, when you see a Mega, it creates a point of comparison. A lot of the time, I think they're downgrades, like we talked about with Manectric and Aggron earlier. And Blaziken, don't forget about that one. Wailmer. So I think Wailmer is very exemplary of Gen 3. In terms of just like, look at how boring this thing looks. They had to make a whale, right? So we got a big old ball whale with like the simplest face you could ever imagine. But man, does this thing not excite me. You should talk about Aggron since it's your second favorite. Yeah, I mean, like, we'll be looking at your chart later. Peak design, same with Mega. I don't see it. I could say that. Remember that Wailord was gigantic in Coliseum XD? Yeah, that was cool. I like it when they put them to scale. You can call him boring, but you don't think he minds? Sure. You need Pokemon like this. You need things to just kind of fill out the numbers. Not everything can be exciting. This is just a ball whale. Shiny, because we can't get enough of making shinies this color. Pinkish color. Pinkish purplish. Shiny Whalmer, sure. Boring, but sure. Finally, someone talks about how boring Gen 3 is. Oh yeah, I started this whole thing off talking about how Gen 3 is my least favorite generation. And I'm going to talk a lot about how the design philosophy is very samey. Hold on, let me boot that back up. I think the design philosophy is very samey in Gen 3. A lot of the Pokemon lack personality and have, like, washed out color palettes. There it is. All right, Wailord. Now, Wailord is fairly famous for a long time being the largest Pokemon. A whale, in a sense. Seen here. So similarly to Whalmer, this is a very simple design. If you want the most basic blue whale Pokemon ever, here it is. I find Wailord very bland. But it's fine to have a whale, right? I think whales are cool. This is as simple as the start could be. Everyone loves Gen 3, and I don't really get it half the time. Gen 3 is so boring to me. I can count on one hand how many Pokemon on it I like, and the others I feel other ambivalence toward. Yeah, I think a lot of people like Gen 3 because they grew up with it. I know that can sound dismissive, and I know it's not that basic, but I do think you see a lot of appreciation for Gen 3 today because of where it places in the nostalgia of the age of people who are in their 20s and 30s today. You know? A lot of people grew up with Hoenn, exactly. I grew up with Hoenn, and I was like, what the hell is this? They made the Pokemon not look like Pokemon. They look like... barely any of them have personality, which is one of my biggest complaints. This gen's Mons is clearly the what have we haven't done yet for a Pokemon. A whale? Okay, let's do it. Which we need. I'm fine with that. We gotta fill out the numbers. We gotta fill out these things that we need. You have to have some bland Pokemon. It's okay. Shiny Wailord. A very dull shade of pinkish purple, just like the Whalmer. Like, I'm not excited by this. I guess people who like pastels will eat that up. The thing is, everyone has nostalgia for anything. Like, we all have our own things that we're nostalgic for. You just see certain things come up a lot more these days because of where people are, where the masses are. You do think they are iconic, though. I don't think they have a lot of personality, like Jord says, but Gen 3 is iconic for a lot of things, and I respect it for that. I'll call out the ones that I think are iconic, like Gardevoir. Imagine these were the Mons on Gen 10. Boring. I'd be going all in on the few that I liked. Excuse me. Halfway through the decks at this point. This is Pokemon number 321 out of 386. Thank you, chat. You're so nice. Here's a nice little image for you guys, just to show you like a size in the anime of Wailord. Give you an idea of how big Wailord is. You're so kind, chat. Thank you. Bless thou, blessest thou. I like it. An image from Colosseum? No, we don't. We have Nummel. Your favorite Pokemon, chat. Nummel is interesting. This is supposed to be like a camel kind of creature. Fire Ground. I like how original it is. You know, it's just kind of like a dopey thing. A little volcano back in its hump as a camel. Like, that's a clever idea. I think it's kind of cute. It's kind of endearing, you know? Looks in pain. Nummel is boring but adorable at the same time. He looks so tired. He's tired of doing these jumps over and over. There we go. He did another one. I like it. I like it, but it's not exciting. I like how different it is. Male-female difference. The male's hump is smaller. Female has a bigger hump. Doesn't need to be much more than what we've got. Yeah, exactly. Shiny Numble I kind of dig. Look at this. Just like this old stuffed animal color and then like a bluish top. It's pretty good. Sorry, that's the noise this thing makes. Camerupt. So it's become like a bigger thing. It has 2 volcanoes now on its back. It has 3 circles for, you know, visual identification, which I actually think add a lot to it. It's a bit more serious looking. I like it. I like it. Camerupt feels very different from other Pokemon. I don't love it, but I like it. Shiny Numble's the same reason you like the Gen 8 Fossil Shinies? Yeah, they go for that same look. I just know Numble as the only non-Bidoof line Pokemon to have Simple as an ability, and I know Bidoof is the 2nd greatest Pokemon of ever. Camerupt DX card's a little doofy looking, yeah. He's doofy. I approve of Camerupt. The male is that one. The female's got bigger volcanoes. Did you see the volcanoes on that one? Shiny Camerupt, now that is good. I don't know how they stumbled into this shiny in Gen 3, but that's a nice looking shiny. They just made it black with yellow circles? Hell yeah. It's like, people like Shiny Umbreon, do that. Do that for Camerupt. And then the big humps. Mega Camerupt. Okay. So look, I kind of like the idea of it becoming a big volcano. I think that's good. Like, play up that asset. It becomes really fluffy. It's got all these rocks, I guess. But look at its face, dude. Why does it have an M on its face? I hate that. Don't say Team Magma. I'll be mad. I don't want to see any Team Magma stuff integrated on my Pokemon designs. I don't like the M. It looks kind of doofy. This head thing looks kind of stupid. But I like the goopy fondue. There are much worse megas than this. Like Aggron. Wearing a skirt, and that is just silly enough for you to like, yeah. You have an M for Mini, when it should be set to W for Wumbo. Oh my god, chat. M for Maxi. No, 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 no. It's silly, but not too much to the point where I am head over heels for it, yeah. Yeah. There are worse megas, but I think regular Camerupt is better. Shiny, bro. Look at that, though. They know. They're like, black looks cool. Let's make it black. It looks sweet. Like, for the shiny color. That's good stuff. Torkoal. Torkoal, who I've reviewed in one of my Pokemon reviews back in the day. Shiny Mega Camerupt mixed with the Magma looks sick, yeah. Torkoal is just a cute little tortoise who has a coal theme going on. Put the coal in the holes, and it gives it the energy it needs to exist. I feel like if he sneezed, he would erupt and would burn alive. Are you talking about Camerupt or this one? He's cute, but not much else. The other one, got it, yeah. Ash had a Torkoal. Who's Ash? I don't know who that is. Yeah, so I like it when this Pokemon has all of the smoke coming out of his nostrils. Apparently he won't do that here, but you can see it in the card art. I feel like that adds a lot to its image, but this is just like a chill turtle. I think it's a nice design. I think the shell looks good. The smoke, the smoke looks awful, but it's a nice concept for a fire type turtle, you know? They did a good job. Yeah, like it's a smaller Pokemon than it appears. But like, you know, I like the little bands. It's cute. They did it. You like Torkoal because it feels like a statue you'd see in a shrine or something. It is a cute and cool, and that is what I want in a Turtlemon. Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. Here's Shiny. It's not awful. It could be a lot better. But it's fine. It's kind of like a golden color with this, like, reddish shell. Alright. Ooh. And now we're looking at the cuties. Well, cutie. Spoink. So I like this. It is a cute pig with the cutest face you've ever seen that lives on a spring tail, like how piggies have curly tails, which I think is really clever design. It's a psychic type, which I think is a fun direction to go with a pig. And then it just has this big old pearl on its head. That's really nice. Looks worse on the home model than it does in the image you got there. It's funny how it can be different, huh? So, Chad, if you don't know, Spoink beats its heart by bouncing up and down. So it can't stop bouncing. But it's a cutie. Do you know if it loses its pearl dies? Don't believe everything you read. Spoink in game cute after reading the dex entry. What? It's fine. Spoink's fine. It's alive. It's just, it's like we breathe, chat. This is breathing. There's a recurring Spoink in the anime? I didn't know. Spoink is a little guy. He feels like a Sanrio character for some reason, like Wailmer, which I forgot to mention. And since I do actually love Sanrio stuff, it appeals to me a lot more. Interesting reasoning. Shiny Spoink. You know what? This is nice. A black pearl and like a bit more of like a almost goldish vanilla color for the body. Looks really good. That's nice. Now, Spoink loses a lot of its essence when it evolves. Like, it's a good Pokemon evolution in how it keeps a lot of the same design philosophy. You have the pearls, you have the curly tail, it's still a pig, but, I can easily see people liking Spoink and then tapping out at Grumpig. I don't mind Grumpig. I like the black pearls. I like its little, sure of itself, kind of smarmy-looking face. It's fine. It's a fine Pokemon. I feel like I heard somewhere that if the pig stops jumping on his spring, he dies. Yeah, I just said that. You are correct. Now, remember seeing a scene in the new seasons of the Pokemon anime where a shopkeeper was making a Spoink's pearl shinier. And the fact it made it while its pearl was cleaned is what opened me up to it. The face it made while its pearl was cleaned. That's really cute. That sounds cute. You both like it and also hate it. Yeah, I definitely feel like Spoink has potential for an alternate evolution, huh? That goes in a really different direction. But yeah, Psychic type pig is an interesting concept, and I think like the traits it has makes it stand out for a Psychic type. Shiny. Grumpig. Just kind of changes out the base purple color for like a yellow. It's okay. It's okay. Mostly like it for its expression. Yeah. Mac and cheese color. I gotta make some mac and cheese when we're done this. Spinda chat. Here it is. Grumpig's next evolution, exclusive to Gen 10, and that's it. Mega Grumpig. Someday. Perhaps. Psychic is a type that works for an animal. As smart as a pig, though. I like that reasoning. Here's Spinda chat. Soak it in. Soak it in. Spinda is a normal type with no evolutions. It is a panda kind of creature. And the whole shtick with this Pokemon is the spots are randomized. Lives in a state of constant pain. So here's the thing. The idea with Spinda is the spots are randomized, so it is incredibly, 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 incredibly rare that you will ever have two Spinda with the same spot placement. Which is a cool little thing. Now, the thing about Spinda, as you can see, is it looks very confused. It looks very disoriented. And it often has moves that help disorient other Pokemon, while itself is doing pretty alright. But it does stumble around. Spinda's super freaking cute, man. Spinda is the best drunk panda, and maybe the only one. Jord ranking fictional animals for 6 hours and then makes mac and cheese is a Gravity Falls moment. Isn't it sweet? I like this thing, chat. Spinda's a cutie. Spinda not viable either, it's true. Shiny Spinda. Shiny Spinda is green instead of the other colors, which, I'll be honest, doesn't look great. This shade of green makes me think of, like, sewage boogers. At least it's significantly different from the original, though. Unironically really good in your eyes, okay. The thing looks really sick. Here, I'll bring up the big image. So here is an example that I just wanted to lay out. These are the Spinda patterns you can get in Pokemon Go of just like how spots can be placed on Spinda, just to give you an idea, chat. Just to give you an idea of like where the spots get placed. They're only on its like head and ears. It doesn't go on its body. Spinda got banned from Pokemon Home for some reason. I got Spinda in my Pokemon Home. Never liked Spinda at all. It's fair. However you feel. If you want to be the very best, catch every spot variant of Spinda. Takes years off your life if you wanna. I feel like you could do that for your whole life and you still wouldn't get them all. Trapinch. Now, at first glance, Trapinch is interesting. It's like, oh, look at this thing. Some kind of weird ground bug, and then it's like, oh, it's not a bug. Oh, okay, it's just a ground type. Very strange looking creature. Super round, starry eyes, big ol' maws. Blap. Endearing, silly, and cute. Everything you love in a Pokemon. Good reasons. You couldn't transfer them in because of the spot patterns. I feel like that was the case with Pokemon Go specifically. Hate it because Arena Trap? Yeah, Arena Trap can be annoying. Yeah, this is a cute little ground thing. Just a weirdo. This one definitely took time for me to kind of like grow on. When I first saw this thing, you know, similar to Nosepass and some other Gen 3 Pokemon, I was kind of like, really? They're doing this? This is the Pokemon design they're making now? Dick Dug Enemy. Yeah. Shiny Trapinch. Significant difference in color palette, which we always appreciate. Sure. Darker green underside, and yeah. It's fine. It doesn't light me up, but it works. Now see, here's where it's like, oh, okay, so I don't know what they're doing now. I don't know what they're doing with Trapinch. They just went from Trapinch, that little ant thing, and now it's a straight up dragonfly-ish like creature. It's a big change to Vibrava, and also gains the dragon type here, and it's just very confusing. Vibrava itself, I think, is like a fine little thing. It's very middle evolution, you know? In that it doesn't feel especially special. I do really love the design of its wings, though. Like, it's strong, strong imagery in that design. You hate shiny Trapinch's green body's underbelly because of how it contrasts with the rest of its body. Sure, I can see that. I think I agree. It's based on an antlion, and adult antlions look a lot like this. Fun fact, Trapinch is based on an antlion larva, so the change makes sense in a way. I'm on board. I'm on board. Yeah, Vibrava's fine. Perfectly solid middle evolution Pokemon design. Shiny Vibrava. It's pretty good. Right? I don't know. This kind of like brownish coloration as though it's like camouflaging with a desert environment works. It works. Okay. All right, time to talk about Flygon, and I'm going to do the same thing that I said when I talked about Breloom. I don't get it. I don't get the unbelievable love for these Pokemon. It's cool. It's fine. Flygon's fine. Flygon's fine. I don't get it, though. People act like Flygon's one of the best Pokemon they've ever designed, along with Breloom, and I don't get it. Like, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, see, chat's popping off. You said this about Breloom, too? That is insane to me. No shade, of course. Yeah, no, I get it. People like different things. I just, every time people talk about Gen 3, they're like, Breloom, Flygon. And I'm like, I don't get it. Absol's right there. Cradily is right there. And like, it's a cool concept. I feel like it's the face. I think it's the face that doesn't sell me on Flygon. That's not that expression. Like, yeah, like, I feel like I should like it more than I do, because, like, it's kind of a cool concept. It's just, like, look at it scream. Like, it's got, like, these borbs on its eyes, and I mean, the tail looks cool, the palette's fine, the wings look fine. I don't know, man. I can't be there with you guys. I don't know what exactly it is, but Flygon does not tickle me the way it tickles the rest. Breloom and Flygon are peak designs to me, honestly. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Flygon is cool, but only during pizza night. Then I look at them the next day and I feel meh. Whoa. You like Cradily? Of course. Cradely's amazing. We'll get to Cradily. The thing that got me into it when I was younger is the goggles on its eyes. I don't know why. I mean, I think that's a cool design choice. I feel like it makes its face less appealing. He looks like look at his face. He looks disinterested in existing. I think a lot of, okay, here's the thing. I would not be harsh on Flygon if it wasn't for, it's that like pushback thing, right? It's the fact that everybody brings Flygon and Breloom up so fucking much as, like, amazing, that eventually it puts you in this position where you're just like, okay, I don't get it. Okay, I don't see it. But it doesn't mean that they're bad designs on their own. The Flygon design, looking at it, it's a good design. And Breloom is a good design too. I just don't get the ridiculous praise, frankly. Breloom is one of those Pokemon I really like because of its gimmick. It stretches out its arms, and I like that little dude, sure. Part of why I like Donphan is because it rolling is so stupid cool to me. That's how you feel about Umbreon? So, okay, we all have that. We all have a Pokemon that we're just like, the praise that you see for it constantly kind of makes you like, okay, all right, why don't you just calm down on that Pokemon for a moment? Every Pokemon ever better than Armaldo. No, I'm not confused. It makes sense to me. I'm just not there with you. I'm not there with you, which is why it's just like, what? Anybody else? Does anyone else kind of like not feel this way? It's fine. I expected the Flygon appreciation. I knew it was coming. For this ground dragon type nerd. Shiny Flygon. That's a nice shiny color palette. Right? Blue and orange, kind of like a greenish body. Could it be more elegant? Yeah. I don't think it looks too bad, though. Tired of existing. You despise Cradily, wow. Okay, we'll get there, chat. We'll get there. Ooh. Look at this cutie. Chat, I better see some praise. Reminds you of Shiny Houndoom, but a whole lot worse. Wow. Clashes. Alright. I see the clash. It could be done better. Chat, Cacnea is pretty cute. This is nice. Like, for making a cactus Pokemon, this is an original-looking little creature. Distinct face, expressiveness, which you don't see a lot in this gen. Just a nice, like, placement of spikes and just form in general. Like, they did a good job. They did a good job. Cacnea was really iconic to you because of the Diamond and Pearl anime. It's pretty cute. What a goober. Good way to put it. Yeah, I like it. Cacnea is a nice little cactus. Honestly, we need more cacti. We need more cacti Pokemon. Shiny one, I like it when they do this kind of thing, you know? It's like a grass type that looks like it would exist in like a dustier environment or something. Just going for a different color palette in this direction for plant life is always fun. Looks like a Mario and Luigi enemy. Interesting. Mario and Luigi wishes. Cacnea reminds you of a Gen 2 Mon. Yeah? Yeah, I like it. I like it. Endearing little thing. Cacturn. Another dark type in the generation. A dark grass type Cacturn. And a really nice progression for Cacnea. It's grown bigger. It's more of a scarecrow form now. With a cool look in its eyes. And I like its little hat thing. Its design is profoundly simple when you really look at it. It's so basic. But it works. It works really well. Just a cool dude. Cool, but a lot less appealing. Interesting. If you removed Cacnea's pupils, it would look like a serial killer. Wow, yeah. I could see it. This Mon's original concept art is crazy looking. I remember seeing it, yeah. I actually think there's a lot of potential for Cacturn. This is one of those Pokemon where it's a shame that they're as unusable as they are. Like, Cacturn could, I think, get a straight-up evolution. Not a mega, a straight-up evolution. I think Cacturn could be a middle stage. And I think there's a lot of potential to branch out with the concept. Reminds you of a Scarecrow. It is the Scarecrow Pokemon. Yeah, it's cool. It reminds me of myself. That is the male Cacturne you see imaged here, pictured here. The female Cacturne has a big old diamond on its body. You can see. 2 diamonds, big diamond. Shiny Cacturne. Oops. No. You stupid thing. No. On the phone now, chat. I'm going back. Okay. Shiny Cacturne, same thing as Cacnea. Looks good. They went with that same kind of like autumny coloration. Looks nice. What do you mean it reminds you of yourself? Just energetically. If you're honest with yourself, you can feel your energy in Pokemon. You know, chat? You just have to know yourself well enough, and you'll be like, you know what? I really resonate with this creature. Like, if Pokemon were real, I'd probably have this thing as a friend. We'd go to the movies. We'd go to the movies, and I'd get him, I don't know, what would he want to eat? Needles? Maybe some flower blossoms? Your energy is a creepy scarecrow cactus? I don't read creepy. Would I feel my energy with Cofagrigus? Do you think you're Cofagrigus? Do you think, like, you mesh with that energy? Like, if you're honest with yourself, what do you think you would mesh with as a Pokemon? It's just interesting to think about. Okay. Yep. Gender difference for the shiny. Swablu. Little cotton bird. No. Got it. So, chat. This is a cute little bird, blue bird, with cloud wings. And I love that. Now, I feel like they're doing these eyes for a lot of these Gen 3 Pokemon, these like blank expression eyes. But, you know, this Pokemon still works. It's just a cute little bird with a cool concept about integrating clouds into its flight. I like it. Vibe more with Yveltal. So you want to destroy everything, is what you're saying. Swablu feels like a Pokemon added at last minute. Just looks weird, and I'm not a fan. Wow. If its eyes were bigger, I might like it more. I do feel like it could have more personality, but it wants to be like kind of a little bird, and a lot of birds have this kind of face in reality, you know? I think that's what they're going for. But I like the cloud theme. And the blue pops really nicely with the white. It's just like a little sky bird. Shiny Swablu. We changed the blue for a yellow. Yeah, all right, looks good. Looks fine. I feel like the shade of yellow could pop more, but it's fine. More so mean color-wise. You like how it looks. So it's something you like how it looks, but is it something that you would mesh with energetically, vibrationally? So someone peed on it. Watch it shiny as Azumarill. Swablu evolves into Altaria. And it goes full-on committing to the cloud theme. The bird is more integrated with the cloud here. You can see, chat. The face is a bit cuter, sprung up, and it has more things kind of dangling off of it. I think it looks really nice. I like Altaria. I find it appealing. Even though, like, you know, the personality isn't, like, dripping off of it. It's just, like, a cute, lovable thing. Lovable design. And creature. This is a flying dragon type. For those looking out for dragon types, this is a dragon type. Which is cool. It's random, but it's cool. In terms of personality, it would be Articuno. Interesting. Altaria is a lot more expressive and is way cuter. If I wanted a Pokemon as a pet, it'd probably be this one. There are probably others that fit a bit similar, but you know, yeah. Yeah. Altaria. Cutie Cloudbird. I can't believe Mudkip is winning this poll so bad. No one picked Torchic. You're all a bunch of Gen 3 fans. Okay. Yellow, golden color, you know? The shade could be a bit better, but it looks fine. I don't know. It's a sweet bird. Chat, it's just sweet. This thing does have a mega form, which is just maximum stupidity. But, like, not a not a stupidity that you dislike. Are you looking at this thing, chat? Do you like fluffs? Reviews Gen 3. You're all a bunch of Gen 3 fans? Look at that, chat. Chat, look at that. A little place for you to envelop yourself in cloud. Yeah, so this is a silly mega for sure, but I don't dislike it because it's cute. It's cute and it plays up one of the components of the Pokemon pretty well, the cloud thing. I like the new long tail. Its stupid little face, its stupid little hat. Like, it's derpy, but it's adorable. The shiner. Just like regular Altaria, you know, the yellow body. Fine. How much longer until the clouds just engulf its entire being? When it gets mega Altaria. It's one of the megas that really do it for you? Yeah? Cool. I like seeing the appreciation. Zangoose. The cat ferret Pokemon. Zangoose I did not care for when I first saw it, but it's actually grown on me a lot over time. Again, when we're talking like Pokemon that just kind of resonate with you vibrationally, I feel like Zangoose works for my personality. I like its palette. I like this jagged thing on it. This thing looks like a dangerous creature. Like, just like a feral, wild warrior, you know? I think that's kind of cool. It's growing on me. I like it. Zangoose looks like you playing Deltarune. Okay, yeah. Shiny Zangoose is looking good, huh? Look at that blue in place of the red. That's nice. That's a nice change. Zangoose's only memorable thing is its rivalry with Seviper, which is a far cooler Pokemon to you. Wow. It's cool, but just not memorable. There are far cooler Mon. Yeah, Zangoose is not very memorable. I agree. So as you're saying, Zangoose has a rivalry with Seviper. Kind of, alluding to the real-life rivalry, if you would call it, between mongooses and snakes. This is Seviper, so you only get one or the other, depending on which game you have. Seviper looks really nice. I love the expression. I love the palette. I love how long it is. The tail looks great. Sharp. Just really cool looking. The big fangs. It's a nice snake. You love Seviper, yeah? Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool Pokemon. Between the two, I might actually prefer Zangoose, personally. But I like both. I think they're both great. This is a nice looking snake, and I like how different it is from Ekans and Arbok. Zangoose is supposed to be a mongoose. I did not get that at all. I mean, it's a cat ferret, but like it's alluding to that kind of animal, you know. You just like reptiles, and this is a cool ass reptile. You remember first liking it for a Diamond and Pearl anime, just like Hackney. Yeah, cool. Minnesota was the name of your Zangoose and Violet. Very cool. I feel obligated to mention the anime when they said Seviper evolves from Arbok. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah. I've heard about that. I've seen clips. Shiny Seviper. Ooh, I like this. This like green and like pinkish color in the blue. That's nice. It's like a laser tag survivor. Lunatone. Chat, they made a Pokemon based on the moon. This is gorgeous. Are you looking at this form? If you want to talk about like Pokemon that have just like the design, the person had a vision. They had a vision. This is one of those Pokemon, man. Look at that eye. That form. That weird beak thing. Chat, it's so sweet. Lunatone. The moon. Reminds you of the Death Star from Star Wars. Oh boy. Yeah, I always dug it. There's something so pleasing about its symmetrical form to me. And the look in its eye. Like it. Shiny Lunatone. I like this. The eye is blue and the body's lighter. That looks good. You love this thing? Nice. Encapsulates part of my ambivalence towards Gen 3, which multiple mons not showing emotion half the time, sure. This isn't interesting. Yeah, see, the thing is, I think it works in this case. Like, I think it works for what this Pokemon is. It's not a creature. It's not a Breloom with no emotion. It's, it's an alien kind of thing, you know? So to me, like, the lack of emotion really works for it. Lunatone, I like that. So, of course, chat, with the moon comes the sun. Solrock. The other rock psychic type. And another beautiful design. This one doesn't hit for me the same way that the Lunatone one does, but it's still really nice form. I love the distinct eyes. The, what would you call these? The Cheetos coming out of its body. Those look great. Be back in a bit, but Lunatone is cool. And Solrock. Heck yeah, Papa's Rookie. Solrock is much more appealing, but still not it. Okay, all right. Yeah, I dig these. I just think it's a fun concept to make these sun and moon Pokemon. Little meteorites that came to Earth. And Shiny Solrock goes for like a red coloration on the body, which works. You know, that works. Red coloration, like a little bit paler color on these spires. I like it. For a sun. Barboach. This is a pretty forgettable Pokemon. Just like kind of like a wriggly little fish that's really hard to get your hands on because they're so slippery. Solrock always looks like it has something in its eyes. Barboach is unironically really cute, and I have no clue why. Yeah, it is a cute little thing. Very simple, another Gen 3 Pokemon, just like not much expressiveness going on. But, you know, they put little designs here to kind of make it look a little special or something like that. And, like, you know, you need Pokemon like this to fill things out, to live in the world. I like it, but it's pretty unspecial, I guess. You're unspecial, bro. Shiny Barboach. It's got yellow colorations as opposed to the blue. Looks alright. Honestly, it's a very small Pokemon. So, like, anything going on its design does not stand out much. Now, Barboach evolves into a catfish. Big ol' catfish called Whiscash. Who really encapsulates catfish, I gotta say, in its design. The look in its eyes, the giant whiskers, the form of its body. It's just like the catfish. I mean, they've made another catfish now, which is pretty different, but Whiscash gets the job done. Water ground type. It's kind of cute. kind of cute. I kind of like it. What does unspecial mean? So normal or average? It just means nothing distinct. Nothing, like, stands out, you know? It means, like, not even normal. It means, like, normal, but decidedly uninterestingly normal. What does he have, a W on his forehead? He works for Team Wagma. He turned it to Wumbo. Yeah. Whiscash, chat. Buy one now. Shiny Whiscash. We have a minor change here, kind of like a shading change with like a reddish thing going on. I don't think it looks too bad. You know, like it's not significantly different, but it doesn't look bad. You like the Smon a lot, but you have no clue why. Corfish. So kind of following up the Krabby line from Gen 1, we have another creature like this, but this is more of a crawdad. Blank expression and kind of a bland design. This looks like an enemy from Glover. You know, like this looks like an enemy that would just be in some random platformer because there's really nothing special about this. It's markedly simple design. And particularly surprising that it came out after Krabby, because there is a fair amount of overlap with Krabby. Corfish exists, is what I would say. But this thing has been growing on you, sure. I forgot Glover existed, heck yeah. I'll remind you, chat. Shiny Corfish. Kind of a different coloration. It doesn't look bad. It's not significantly different from the basic, so it's not exciting, but it's alright. Now, Corfish evolves into Crawdaunt, and Crawdaunt is a strange one. It's a strange one, chat. So Corfish got bigger. The pincers are bigger, which look cool. I like that it has two down here. I like the general form of the Pokemon, the look in its eyes. It's the blue mouth thing that throws you off. Now, the blue thing is not actually its mouth. Its mouth is this part, this beak, which I'll show you when I make it animate. But the blue mouth still like gives it like a visual that can make it look kind of stupid. The star on its head looks nice. You can see there's the mouth. It's an awkward design. It's a very awkward design. But I don't hate it. It's also part dark type. This thing's all over the place. I'm honestly kind of surprised Corfish and Crawdaunt made it through to the final game. They seem sloppy. Just conceptually. But I don't dislike them. I guess that's how it is. Why did you say that the blue part looks like its mouth? You might have just ruined the Pokemon for me. I mean, is that not the intention? Look at the card on the left. Tell me that they're not trying to sell you that that's its mouth. Or the one in the middle. You can't unsee it now. That's like legit though. Yeah, I can't unsee it either. It's just kind of a sloppy design, but I don't dislike it. Shiny, it's a little different. Purple mouth now. Purple fake mouth. It's alright. Gonna say it is strange, kind of cute. Why would you say this? Crawdaunt's a very forgettable Pokemon. I just want to put that out there. This is something that definitely feels like filler. It feels like it's not special to many people, despite the fact that it will show up on someone's chart later. It's just kind of like one of those Gen 3 Pokemon that exist, and not a lot of people would remember exist, unless they're shown it. Oh my god, my heart. My heart be still. Look at this gorgeous thing. Chad, I love this. Look at this thing. Look at it teeter and totter. Look at its face, its serenity, its form, its elegance. Does it bring you peace? I love Baltoy. He's just a cute little guy who rolls around on his little spinner. A clay doll. It is a clay doll. It's just like, so it's just cool. It's cool to see like what looks like an object scoot around and look alive. That's all you can really say about it. It is a very elegant design. It has been growing on me a lot, but compelling is what it is not. I dig it big time. Baltoy's shiny. That looks pretty good, right? They traded the red out for like a greenish color. Nice. Oh, baby. So when I first saw Gen 3, you know, I'm talking about like, you know, Gardevoir and Nose Pass and stuff and how they... I didn't get it. You know, I'm just like, what are they doing? I hated this thing when I saw it. I hated it. I'm like, holy shit, what did they make? Absolutely love Claydol now. One of my favorite Gen 3 Pokemon. It's beautiful. Look at its form. Look at its little body, its little hands, and its many eyes. Elegance. Oh my god, and look at it move. Look at it move. Gorgeous. It's gorgeous, chat. Psychic ground type. A crazy clay doll thing that is alive with powers and symbols and many eyes. Mesmerizing is a good word to use for it. Probopass is more interesting design-wise. Chat, you're trying to make me mad. Claydol is interesting. The most unique Pokemon in this gen. I get it if you don't like it, chat. I get it. But I love it. I love it. Not a fan personally, I get it. One of my faves from Gen 3. It's just so weird. And I just love its movement. The no expression works for a Pokemon like this. Shiners. Shiny Claydol, you going for golden eyes in place of the red. Looks good. It would be nice if it was a more major change, but it doesn't look bad. No, I'm just kidding around, SMA. I'm not actually mad. Interesting, but don't dislike it. Always the Gen 3 Pokemon I know the most. Huh. Oh my god. We're hitting bangers right now. Oh my god. Wait, look at it. Chat, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The Sea Lily Pokemon. A fossil Pokemon based on a plant. And it looks like a Heartless from Kingdom Hearts. Those peering eyes out of this goblet on a base that can barely move with these things flopping out of it. Beauticious. Beauteous. Beautifulous. Leap is oddly cute to me. Such a mysterious fellow. It's Seedle from Mario and Luigi Brothers Show. How could you? This is much better than Seedle. So what is interesting, when we talked about the Gen 1 fossils, I'm like, it's so weird that the fossils they made in Gen 1 are like not dinosaurs. They made like sea creatures, right? They made weird things. And then Gen 3, they do the fossils again, where they took a break in Gen 2. They made fossils again. And they again don't make dinosaurs. I think that's really funny. They're just like, no, let's do this. We'll make a plant. Like, what? Why? But it's great. I love this thing. A goblet of slappers. Shiny looking good. Green body with like orangish slappers. Looks pretty nice. Whenever you see this Pokemon, you hear the song Jungle Boogie Woogie by Randy Sharp. Huh. Yeah, it's silly in a great way. Oh, the evolution, chat. Cradily. Look, are you looking at this thing? Look at that. It's amazing. More freaks, please. Look at its face. Look at its floppers. Its big, heavy base that it can barely move around on. It just stretches its face. This thing lives underwater, by the way, but despite being a grass rock type. I love it. It's such a creep. It's so freaky and cool. Cradily, the most what type is this Pokemon ever? Feel the same way about this as you did Girafarig in Gen 2. Interesting. Yeah. Selective slime. Life explosion. Chat has the best moves. Cradily is really good, and depending on how people animate it, it can show off a lot of personality. It can be really adorable if Pokemon tried. Yeah. Could be. Silly Grass Goblin. Love it. Absolutely love it. Didn't make some boring dinosaur. Alright, the other fossil Pokemon. Oh wait, Cradily Shiny. There it is, chat. Looks pretty good, huh? Look at that pinkness. I think that's very tropical. Nice looking tropical shiny. The other fossil Pokemon is also not a dinosaur. It is a shrimp called Anorith, which has just no contest against Lileep and Cradily. But I mean, this thing is cute. Look at it. Big ol' eyes. I like these feelers. I like the fake eyes here on the front. And how, if you notice, chat, it's actually standing on its forelegs. Which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You even spelled that right? The Anomalocaris? Sounds right. Better than Cradily out of 10. Yeah, it's cute. This is a cute little thing. Its mouth is under here. I like it. Does it excite me? Not really. Shiny looks good, you know? They just went for like a little copper color. Not bad. Evolution. I used to dislike Armaldo a lot more than I do today. I'm still not really much of a fan of this thing, but it's fine. It's fine. I used to think these were its eyes in the Sprite days, and then I realized, oh, it's actually goofy AF. I like these things coming out of its chest. It has, like, hands. Armor-ish kind of thing going on in the back. I don't know, it's just kind of lame-ish. Doesn't really bother me. I guess I don't have much of a take on Armaldo today. Armaldo's your guy, yeah. Armaldo killed off Starnad. Looks goofy yet vicious, huh? To me, it's like the face. To me, I think the face is what doesn't sell me the most. It looks so blank. He's the devil reincarnated who has slain the Starnad of yesteryear. Sure. I do like the creativity of this Pokemon, though. Again, they didn't just make a dinosaur. They made something very original. And for the time, it was one of the more usable bug types, but as a bug type fan, as Bug's been my favorite type for a very long time, one of my least favorite fully evolved bug types is Armaldo. Shiny, same thing as Cradily. They gave it that tropical pinkish. Doesn't look quite as good on this Pokemon as it did on Cradily, but could be worse. Could be worse. Phoebus. Phoebus is the Gen 3 Magikarp. in that it is a pathetic fish that evolves into something cool. Phoebus in particular looks a bit more chill than Magikarp and can survive in, like, any conditions. You like this thing, yeah? We talked about Meditite yet? We did. I gave it praise. It's a simple design, but, you know, it has, like, distinct features. You know, this thing coming out of its head, the pinkish mouth, the staring eye. It makes an impression. The worst Pokemon to find in the old games. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't know, chat, every time you would go onto the route you can find Phoebus, the spaces that you could find it on would be randomized, which would make it so that you would have to fish every space one by one to find it. But it's not like that anymore. So you can get your Phoebuses. Shiny Phoebus. A purple coloration. Which doesn't look too bad. Not bad. Its head, Meditite's head looks like a broken oil diffuser. Poor cutie. Yeah, Phoebus is funny. Now, just like Magikarp, Phoebus evolves, but unlike Magikarp, instead of becoming like the ferocious Gyarados, it becomes a beauty-focused Pokemon, Milotic. Now, Milotic is probably one of the biggest icons of Gen 3, and I think rightfully so. This is beautiful. This is a wonderful design. The color palette, the form, the look in its eyes, the accents, the tail. Oof. Oof. This is why you like Phoebus. Milotic is freaking majestic. Way better than Gyarados. Between Milotic and Gyarados, Gyarados is a really good design too. I might prefer Milotic, but Gyarados, like, it's a tough call. You had to draw a cactus because peak humor, yeah. Well, you got to share it on Discord at some point. Beautiful. Like, just really, really cool. A pure water type, unlike Gyarados' water flying, but that's fine. We don't need to fly. It's just nice. You know, like, a lot of people really like mermaids, and until pre-Marina, this was your mermaid in Pokemon. Just that look in its eyes, man. It's beautiful. Really nice. Gender difference here is the male has much longer hair. No, the male has much shorter hair. The female's got much longer hair. I'll bring up the big one. Here it is. Yeah, look at that. Some long hair. If you want to call it hair. Looks more like a sea monster like Lapras. This was the closest you had to a mermaid in Pokemon before Pre-Marina, is my point. So, like, mermaid fans would go for it. Shiny Milotic. I actually think looks pretty good. It's a significant change. You have a yellow tail, yellow and orange, and then this bluish hair. Doesn't look too bad. It's a different take. Tropical. Tropical. Cast form. 12% phone battery. Cast form, chat. So Cast form, similar to Porygon from Generation 1, is a Pokemon that was made by people. This is an artificial Pokemon. Balls. You can see them as balls. You can see them as other things. Cast form is the weather Pokemon, made by a weather institute to help with the weather. I think Cast form is really cute. It's insanely simple. It's supposed to be like a little cloud being, which is why the balls. But, Cast form's really cute. So tired of people saying it looks like its lower half is a butt or worse, yeah. But yeah, no, that little face, you won me over, cast form. Shiny cast form is not good. It's like pink with yellow eyes. That just doesn't really do anything for it. We're good on that. And then the cast form form. So this is cast form's thing, Chad, if you don't know. Cast form will change its form depending on the weather. They have it for sunny weather, rainy weather, and hail. They actually did not make one for sandstorm weather, which is kind of lame. But it changes type when this happens. So the first one is sunny form, where cast form becomes a fire type and changes its appearance to look more like a sun. It is still really cute. Like the third Pokemon card, it looks cute. Are you talking about on the cast form screen or this cast form screen? Caught off guard seeing Charon, yeah. It's fun to see him. Flurry from the Thousand Year Door. Cast form looks like something a 5-year-old came up with, and they put it in the game. Yay! It's honestly one of the coolest gimmicks, even if you're not a fan of the design. I like the appreciation for that. For the normal cast form screen, I gotta see now. Sure. Yeah. Super cute. Shiny. Shiny sunny cast form? I don't have that in here, but it is a dark red, which works for a sun, just like with Solrock. Rainy form. Still cute. It is now a little water drop cloud. So sweet. And a water type. Raindrop cast form easily the best. My favorite of the designs is probably going to be the next one that we look at. The shiny is a weird greenish color with a lighter blue for the water. Doesn't look terrible, but doesn't look great. The snowy form, which is super adorable. Just enveloped in a little cloud. I would have liked it if they made one for Sandstorm. I would have liked it if they made one for every weather effect, like fog. You love hail form, cast form? It is the cutest of them. And since I'm a Mange TV fan, it is only a rite of passage to have an appreciation for it. Mange TV? Huh. Okay, yeah. No, this is great. This is my favorite cast form. It's super cute. Snowy cast form looks kind of dumb, but at least it's not base cast form. And the shiny, minor change here, blue body, yellow eyes. Doesn't look too bad. A lot of people do not care for cast form. It's not a very usable Pokemon from what I can think and remember. So another Pokemon with no evolutions. Here's Kecleon, who was, I think, the first Gen 3 Pokemon shown? Right? Kecleon is a chameleon who can turn invisible, but this stripe cannot. If Kecleon ever goes invisible, this stripe is still red and just floating in the air. And I really like that little design choice. I think that makes this Pokemon fun. In the anime, yes. Got it. Because I remember seeing artwork of Kecleon before Gen 3 was really a thing. I remember seeing artwork a long time ago of Kecleon. I imagine they showed it very early. The Johto anime. Got it. Two of them on a plane. I see. So Kecleon itself, I don't mind this Pokemon. I would say its face does not do it any favors in terms of, like, endearing me to it. Like, he looks like he's a jerk. He looks like he's gonna complain if I'm near him. He's gonna bitch and moan about every little thing and never be happy. That said, this is a nice chameleon design. He's grown on me over time. I don't mind him so much, even though he looks like he'd be annoying, like Squidward. Even though Squidward's my favorite character in SpongeBob. But you don't want to be a victim to Squidward. Kecleon looks like a cute little shopkeeper. Wait a second, didn't it do just that in Mystery Dungeon? Whatever. It is still a goober. He also reminds me of Bubble Bass with that face of his. Why are you describing me? Yeah, no, Kecleon has grown on me over time. I don't mind this guy. I even appreciate some things about him. But he does kind of look... He doesn't make it easy with his face, is what, is what I'm saying. Shiny Kecleon. Okay, so you got a blue stripe now and a lighter coloration. It's okay. I would like more of the other colors to be changed, but the blue stripe is a good idea. He's weirdly overpowered in Mystery Dungeon, huh? To the ghosts. Shuppet. Our first ghost is Shuppet. Now, what I like about the older gens, and I brought this up with Misdreavus and the Ghastly line, is the ghost types were always very abstract concepts, whereas modern days, they still make some abstract ghosts, but a lot of them are based on specific things, like making a haunted object or an animal that's part ghost type, something like that. But I like when they just had their own original ideas, and that's what this is. Look at this thing. I love its eyes. They're so unique. The colors, the way they look, this is what I'm talking about. Pokemon often does really well, is they make their Pokemon very distinct looking and individual with features like that. I like the spike. It's so simple, but it's so strong, what we're looking at with Shuppet, you know? Have you done the list yet? No. We won't be to the list for probably like another hour. The head, yeah. Shuppet is a cutie. What are we doing on battery? 10%. Okay. Shuppet is based on a Japanese weather doll called a Teruterubozu, I think, but it's really cute. Oozes like Trickster want to slap in the face. Yeah. I feel like Castform's kind of getting in on that a bit too. That form. Gen 1 only had the 3, the Ghastly Haunter Gengar line for ghost types. Gen 2 gave us just Misdreavus. Gen 3 feels okay to express the ghost type again. We saw it before with Sableye and Shedinja. Now we have the Shuppet line. They're okay with making ghosts again. Cute little ghosts. Shiny Shuppet. I like it. You know, it's like really not very different, but that shade just looks attractive with the rest of this form. That's simple. Looks nice. Banette. Now, what a cool thing for Shuppet to become. What is essentially a possessed doll. The zipper mouth really freaking makes it. The eyes, the way it stands. It's a really cool thing. Here it is, chat. Here's little Banette. With his little zipper mouth. So sweet and so cute. So yeah. Banette's nice. These are the kind of like weird ghost types I want to see them make more of. Yeah. It's good stuff. Banette is cool, but opening its mouth looks a little doofy and partially kills the design for me. Still cool, but is a bit of an odd guy. Yeah. You like the Mon. Its stats kind of bad, though, yeah. It's true for a lot of Pokemon, but yeah. Don't get rid of it or it'll come after you. I've had this for so long. I don't even remember where I got it. I've had it so long. Shiny Banette, you know, not exciting. It's just blue. And it's not very different from the original. Like, it doesn't look bad, but they could do much better. Mega Banette, who has no cards. Mega Banette is a very nice Mega design. You know I'm always bashing on them. This person had a vision, and they executed it. I love this, like, claws coming out of the zipper hand things. The zipper on the bottom and stuff, and even just the face, the head, the new size of it and such. It's a nice form. Mega Banette is so damn cool, yeah. Mega Banette, is one of those Pokemon that you could almost say could be an evolution. Like, they would maybe need to change the face a bit to make it not look so much like Banette, but this is very close to just being an evolution of Banette in terms of how much it's been altered. But it still really works as a Mega. It just goes places that a lot of Megas don't, which is a lot of Megas just tack shit on. This feels like an evolution of the design for a Mega. Way cooler than you remember, yeah. Yeah, this looks great. Looks great. Shiny Mega Banette. It's got that blue coloration, but unlike the base form, it combined with all this pink and gold makes it stand out and pop a lot more. Doesn't look too bad. It's a nice Mega. See, chat, we can like some Megas. Now, the other ghost type, if you're not getting the Shuppet line, you're getting the Duskull line. Duskull is another very elegant and attractive ghost type. A spirit with a skull and one single red glowing eye that you can see that follows you. That's really good stuff. Especially you consider that this design was created in the GBA era, you know, like when they weren't really thinking so much about 3D form of the Pokemon. But it's just really cool. The way it holds its hands, it really makes it seem like a wandering spirit. And I think that's really nice. Beautiful form. Shiny Duskull is red. Reddish. Which looks okay, but I'd say this shade is not exciting. It could be much more striking. Duskull evolves into Dusclops. A lot of shinies are kind of mid, yeah. Especially from these gens. Dusclops is a pretty big change from Duskull. It kind of abandons the skull thing entirely. I mean, you still have these, like, teethish kind of shapes here. But the eye is much less interesting. Now it's just a flat texture on a big, almost a mummy-like body. I love where the hands are placed. How he doesn't actually have arms. He just kind of, like, grabs right at the start of his torso. And then these things are just wispy things falling back. For me, you kind of lost the appeal of Duskull. I don't dislike Dusclops, but I have lost interest in this evolutionary family at this point. And I think Duskull has a lot of potential to go in different directions. Dusclops is probably in your top 10 for Gen 3. Wow. Yeah. I still like very original, you know, like no other Pokemon look like this. Even close to it, really. It's its own thing, and I appreciate it for that. You have loved Dusclops so much, you haven't used it much in Showdown and competitive, but with Eviolite, it was fun there. Cool. Yeah. Dusclops. Shiny Dusclops is red. Reddish. It's alright. Nothing special. Tropius. Between Shuppet and Duskull, I think the Shuppet line is the clear winner. But the Duskull line's not bad. So here's Tropius, a dinosaur, a grass-type dinosaur kind of thing, with leaf wings that allow it to fly, as you can see in this image. This is a grass flying type. With bananas growing out of its neck. This is a pretty likable Pokemon. Bizarrely underwhelming in terms of its actual, like, combat ability. This Pokemon doesn't really bring much to the table, and I think that contributes to why it's fairly forgotten. HM Slave the Pokemon. Not sure how you feel about the banana beard, yeah. You can eat those bananas. I think they're supposed to be super nutritious. Yeah, they're delicious and super nutritious. The fruit grows twice a year, it says. Dusclops reminds you of Chincho from Mario Odyssey. Chincho? Tropius is really cool, but its lack of a tail looks very jarring. Give it a tail, Nintendo? I guess I see what you mean. It's just potato body. But yeah, I think this is a very easy Pokemon to like in terms of its design. Like, it's basically like a Brachiosaurus, which is always a popular dinosaur. And it's just a cool concept, the fact that it can fly on these paper-thin wings. That makes sense. It weighs 220 pounds. Okay. Yeah, likable, but like this thing, Tropius really needs something to kind of like boost him, I would say, in the future. Like something to really kind of lift it up and make it like more exciting, more standing out more in the actual like game space. Shiny Tropius is lame. Lame. It's one of those filter shinies where it's just like I was out in the sun. I fell in a pool of lemonade. Boring. Chimecho. You want to talk about cuties. Look at this cutie, chat. Chimecho's interesting. They made a wind chime Pokemon. It's a pure psychic type. It's very cute. Very simple, but nice little like way that its designs are laid out on its body, you know? It's nice. Chimecho is so good. You love this little dude so much, yeah. Yeah. It's adorable. The cute bell, yeah. Very cute. Last Pokemon to be added into the game ever. Really? Interesting. I like the name Chimecho. It's an attractive color palette. It's just a very easy to appreciate Pokemon, I would say. Shiny Chimecho is green and orange, which doesn't look terrible, but probably could have something a bit more popping. Yeah. Another solid pick. Chimecho is one of my favorite Pokemon for a time. I still like it a lot, but nowhere close to one of my faves. Was cute in the anime, had a cute voice. Nice. Yeah, Chimecho, I think Chimecho has a lot of potential in the future for a full-on evolution or something. There's so much they can do with this Pokemon. It's literally the last Pokemon in the game's files. I believe you. I believe you. Oh my god. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. Chat, you gotta be kidding me with this design. Holy shit. Holy shit. Ow, the edge. This artwork, bro. This form. Oh my lord. It's beautiful. He's beautiful, chat. The colors, the fur. The simple accents of sharpness and even a bit of warmth in the face. And the yin-yang kind of thing going on. The asymmetry. Absol is cool in the series that it predicts natural disasters, and its design is a far more appealing version of Umbreon in some ways, but it is a tad forgettable. Whoa. Just like the last two times, chat, in the Gen 1 with Hitmonchan, and in Gen 2 with Scizor, we have reached my favorite Pokemon of the generation, Absol of Gen 3, and holy crap, I'm getting the vapors. It's fine, but you feel nothing towards it. Pokemon's so peak, it got into the Jirachi movie as a poster Pokemon. I know, right? I know. Just beautiful. I actually did, when I played X and Y, once, I did the whole Elite Four with just an Absol. And it was so fun. I didn't even bring other Pokemon. It was sick. I can't. This guy unlocks a camp and mystery dungeon for free upon having him join your team. Cool. Yeah, chat. Phone's at 6%, chat. We might have to take a little break shortly. Not a long break, you know, like just a little break. Give the phone a charge. But yeah, I'm in awe. It's beautiful. Shiny Absol, I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's also not great. Like, it is a take. It doesn't look bad, but they could do better, for sure. Oh my god, look at the way the fur curves around its body. Around its head. This horn. The interestingness of the horn coming out of the side of its head. Creating a blade. Okay, alright. Oh my lord. Alright, so Mega Evolution, the thing that I'm constantly ragging on and saying, like, no, bro, this ain't it. Now, I gushed a lot when we talked about Mega Beedrill, but the #1 Mega design is Mega Absol. Absol for Smash? That could work. Absol could be a great Gen 3 rep. Chat, it has fucking wings now. Fluffy wings. Fluffy wings and, like, longer fur. And look at the tail. And the fluffs and the spikes. The elegance. The elegance. Incredibly hard to use it. It's fragile as shit. Course. Get out my toy. Get out my toy. Look, chat. Beautiful. The form. Edgy Mega number 86. I'm sorry, but it does look cool, but this is going to territory that doesn't appeal to me. Wow. That's fine, chat. Whatever you like. You don't have to engage. Me going to a peak convention. Just amazing, chat. Amazing. Just so cool. And the thing is, when Absol first came out, I didn't understand it. I looked at it, I'm like, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. What is this face? This thing grew on me a lot over time. The Shiner. Its proportions look amazing, though. Like, it exemplifies that this thing is sleek and powerful. Heck yeah. So same Mega coloration. It looks alright. As you know, next gen has a Mega that is going straight on my list. Mega Abomasnow. Heck yeah. We can move on. We'll move on. That's a battery, 4%. We can do the next... What's the next one? We can do Why Not. So, like I was talking about with Azurill when we talked about it, this gen only had 2 Pokemon related to ones from previous gens, and they were both babies. The second one is Why Not, which is a baby version of Wobbuffet. This is very cute. I love the expression. They just look so happy. I like that their tail is now just a single eye. And they got little feet. It's just a cute, happy little thing. You can do Why Not because why not? Yeah. It does read that way. Why Not is one of the cutest baby Pokemon, if not the cutest. Wow. Very cute. I dig it, chat. Shiny Why Not, just like Shiny Wobbuffet, is just a pure, bold pink. Which works, yeah. It's significantly different from the blue. There's no reason to exist, but does anyway. Sure. Alright, chat. Give me a moment. take a very quick break. Very quick. And then, like, we can chat while the thing's charging. Give me a second. Here I am, chat. Just gonna give my phone, you know, not too long. It'll charge very quickly. To charge it up a bit, the battery goes low, or goes down slowly when it's connected to the computer. Let's see. What else saying? It's a baby to a gimmick Pokemon, yeah. Why not looks like one of those dogs that people put in purses? Okay, yeah. That's fun, chat. This is good. Sorry, chat, about the phone thing. My phone could have been more charged before we started. It happens. It's an incident. But this is going by at a really good click, I think. Compared to the other gens, I feel like we're flying through Gen 3. Why Not itself was number 360. So we only have 26 Pokemon left, and then we'll look at everything else. This poll, bro. Did anyone pick Torchic? Nobody? 7 votes. Mudkip. Just conquering. You posted the cactus in the server? The aforementioned cactus from stream. You gave it a hat. Very cute. Very cute, chat. I'm having a good time. Love doing these Pokemon reviews, chat. And, okay, like, can we agree? Like, I've been pretty positive on Gen 3, right? I'm not dumping on everything. I can give credit where it's due. Yeah, I saw your comments about Sonic Racing Crossroads. I'm glad you're having a great time. Axolotl Mudskipper takes over while chanting its war cry. I heard you like Mudkips, yeah. It's cute and derpy. Mudkip? You hated on Ludicolo. I just say, look, I used to really not like Ludicolo. These days, I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. You're weird. You're not really my thing, you weirdo, but people appreciate it. I don't know why it has a duck mouth. I don't know why it's like a pineapple. But yeah. Oh, good for the appreciators. It's important that you don't like every Pokemon. no, if you like every Pokemon, that's fine. But it's totally fine if you don't like them all. That shows that there's variety of appeal. They're not just like, let's make everything cute, beautiful, and cool. You know? They make variety. Naturally, some of them aren't going to work for you. Ludicolo has a duck mouth because it is a Kappa. Kappas have a duck beak thing. I bring that up when I talk about it. It's still a mess. You like or am neutral on most Pokemon, honestly. I would say I like most Pokemon personally. Most of my negativity comes when we're talking about Mega Evolutions. Original Pokemon designs, I generally don't complain too much. Slacking got a brunt of it, but Ludicolo is also a peak design. It is so silly and amazing. Mirror B and his 5 Ludicolos. 6 Ludicolo. He has 5. It depends on which Mirror B fight you're talking about, though. What are you going to do after you review every Pokemon? You going to review every Mario enemy? What the hell do you say about Mario enemies? What am I going to show you? All right, chat. This is called Palooka. He's from Brothership, which sucks. 25 more days until the full game is out and pretty much be on it all day. That's awesome. No, that's great. There's a lot coming out soon, chat. We're going to play Hollow Knight Silk Song soon. I know a lot of you don't know Hollow Knight, but if you like seeing me rage, there's a good chance you'll get some of that with that game. Next month in October, I mean, I guess 2 months technically. In October, Pokemon Legends ZA comes out. We're going to be seeing Megas. New Megas, chat. The game has bunch. And the new Katamari Damacy game, which I don't think a lot of you people are familiar with Katamari Damacy, but I'm so excited to play that. That's going to be awesome. You would write a 5-page paper about Goomba. I don't feel like I like a lot of Mario enemies. Every Goomba in every Mario game? I don't like most Goombas. I don't like most Goombas, chat. After we're done going through all the Pokemon, I want to do like at least 1 or 2 more Pokemon streams because we have more to go over once we've gone through all the Pokemon. And we have to go through some other categories that I have in mind. And of course, as well, keep in mind, chat, the Megas coming out in ZA are not you can't pick them for the reviews that we're doing until we're done. After we're done Gen 9, we will have a review stream where we talk about all the Megas in ZA. That will essentially be the next month after Gen 9. It will be Legend ZA Megas, where we'll just be talking about that. I will hash it out. It'll be different in terms of how we're doing it, but they will not be considered in the reviews we're doing currently. Like, when we do Gen 6, you can't consider Mega Hawlucha. You can just consider Hawlucha. I hope that's not confusing. The new stuff is going to be separate into its own thing later, okay? Calling us you people. Sorry, chat. You chat. The 2 Katamari games are on sale on Switch. Both games for like $20. So fun, dude. The Katamari games are so fun. Do Paper Mario partners? I've talked about them all. I've talked about them all in my review. What am I supposed to say about characters from games? I mean, I guess you can. There's all sorts of things we could talk about and review. There's like, how many partners are there? 30? Less than 30? That wouldn't be a long stream. The Pokemon, though, like, we delve into a chunk. I'm open to ideas, though. I'm not against doing Mario enemies. But, like, I'm gonna be like, this one's boring. This enemy's boring. Review Bowser's brother. Ranking every Lego set. Sonic characters, at least the ones you know, just spitballing ideas here. I appreciate the spitballing, honestly. I like it. Mario enemies and Kirby enemies are peak character designs. Oh my god. Kirby enemies are, here's a triangle with eyes. Ranking every particle of air. Sounds hard to keep track of it all. There's a lot that we can do. But Pokemon reviews won't end. Whenever a new generation comes out, that we're gonna do another one about the new generation. Gen 10, it will be maybe next year, right? Are we Gen 10 next year, chat? There's something so appealing about that. The triangle enemies, yeah. Would you be interested in playing Crossworlds? No. Not authentically, no. But if somebody picked it, then I'd play it. But not authentically. Not that, like I'm sure it could be fun to try. There's a lot. There's a lot, chat. Like, what am I supposed, like, Mario enemies? Hammer Bro sucks. Cheap, boring. Blooper's pretty cool. I like Blooper. You riveted? What, I gotta get images of these characters? Okay. There's a lot that you can do. Smash characters. Genshin Impact characters. What do they call it? Smash or pass? No, I'm not gonna delve to those levels. Ranking all Mario characters. Can't wait for Jord's thoughts on Lubba. Lubba's great. Lubba should be in Mario Kart. Lubba's a good character design. Ranking all variations of Link. Why? So I can give Twilight Princess Link the Flygon treatment? I don't get it. No, I get it. I get it. I get why people like Twilight Princess Link. I love how much we strayed from Pokemon. Genshin Impact for stream with negative views. Chat, really? The new region's coming out in a week. Hi, Biohazard Man. Let me introduce you to Shiny Why Not. And then on the card, you see non-Shiny Why Not with Peppy Pick. Let me see how my phone battery's doing. That charged fast, chat. It's at 28% now. That'll probably be enough for the rest. Your chat don't know jack about Genshin Impact? You don't have to know it. I'll just show you my character and be like, look, chat, look at my characters. You want to see all my characters? that's what I sound like, right? Am I the only one who hates how Pokemon gives almost every blue Pokemon a pink shiny? That is common. I think the older games, they had an algorithm that probably resulted in that happening a lot. You know? I think that's what happened, chat. Let's go on over here. Go to the next one. Okay. It's coming back up, chat. We're ready to continue. There it is. Okay. Next up. Snowrunt. Snowrunt is really dang cute. It's really cute. Look at this thing. Shiny Swampert would look so much better with red instead of pink. I could see it. I think 28% will be enough, yeah. Chat, look at it. It shivers. Less evil triangle slightly. Yes. Chat, so what I like about Snowrunt is it's another one of those Pokemon that are just an original thing. you know? It's not a specific animal or something. It's just its own weird creature. Look at it shiver. Look at its big mouth and its cute face. And it's got this little hat. Iconic. Pinhead Larry. Yeah, chat. Snorunt's a cutie. He won't do cute things. He's just doing that. But he cute. Scale evolves into one of your favorite Pokemon. I'm sorry, but that Pokemon doesn't exist at this time. So cute. Shiny Snorunt, chat. Not bad. A nice little blue hat, some orange eyes. That stands out. That's a cute little thing. Look at the first card. Yeah, the cards are great. The cards are really dang cute. What Gen 3 Pokemon is the most forgettable to me? I have an answer for this. I do. Most forgettable Gen 3 Pokemon. Barboach. Barboach. All of them. Now, Snorunt changes significantly when it evolves, and I can see a lot of people throwing it in the trash at this point. Now, that is not to say I dislike Glalie. I actually think Glalie is an interesting thing. It's the fact that you're losing Snorunt for Glalie. You know? I don't really see anything of Snorunt in this Pokemon. It's a face. An ice face with teeth. It's honestly pretty creepy. If this was a real Pokemon, it would scare the hell out of you. I thought it was Gen 5. So forgettable. He couldn't remember which one is the most forgettable. What I did was, because I often will list all the Pokemon, I thought, when I'm listing Gen 3, which one do I always put last? And it's the Barboach line. Barboach line's one of them that I often list last. Believe it or not, the Carvana line, despite my praise for Carvana, is one that I have a hard time remembering as well. Glalie is the snowball that the neighbor's kids put a rock in. Oh, God. Mario 64 enemy, sure. Looks like he'd be constantly making an annoying grunting sound, yeah. I don't mind it. Look at that art in the middle one, huh? That looks nice. I don't mind it, but, like, it's nothing like Snorunt. And it can be off-putting when you have a Pokemon that evolves into basically something that has a completely different kind of appeal. Whiscash can sense earthquakes is very cool. Glalie looks just kind of off. Frostlass is one of the best Pokemon. Meanwhile, Glalie is just not it. I'm not sure what Frostlass is. Shiny Glalie, not a lot going on here. The ice is a slightly different color, and he has orange eyes. I mean, I guess, what do you want? Which Mewtwo Evo is... Mega Evo is better? Mega Mewtwo, why? If you'd like to hear all of my thoughts on Gen 1, I do have a video in the live section where I review every Gen 1 Pokemon and talk in thorough detail about them all. Yeah, I like Glalie enough, though. I think it has, like, an intensity to it that's kind of cool. Yeah. Ice type. Oh, yeah, this thing. Mega Glalie. So, Glalie got a Mega, which is kind of strange. Now, this is a weird Mega. It's like a... It's still a face. It has, like, a beard. Get a little closer. Okay. Not that close. Got it. It has, like, a beard now. Its mouth is open. It's got a spike. I don't think this is appealing. This is a downgrade. This is another mega downgrade. The Pokemon team must have struggled thinking of Snorunt evolution. Both Snorunt and Glalie feel like two different Pokemon forced to be related to each other. The thing is, I often like it when they go in a completely different direction with evolution. I think it's boring when it's too similar. Like, fans will do that all the time when they make fake Pokemon. They'll always make the evolution just a bigger version of the other one. So I like that the real Pokemon don't always do that. I can see these being loosely related, but it does completely lose the Snorunt appeal, you know? Clearly when the TheBoredJord likes Mario and Luigi 7. Weird Megas and look at Medicham. I was praising it. I think Mega Medicham's cool. Remember seeing a clip from a terminal montage video where Mega Glalie is coughing up snow, and that's all it does. Huh. Yeah, I don't think this is a very nice Mega design, but I also think, like, for Glalie, it works well enough in that, like, what else do you want them to do? You know? Like, I'm not mad about it, is my point, because Glalie is not something that I think is a precious design in the first place. Shiny doesn't look great. Ugly. So that Medicham got a Mega in the first place? Yeah, that's sweet. I love when they give random attention to random things. Beard isn't even silly in a good way. And silly is all it needed in order to be a Pokemon. In order for you to like a Pokemon. Got it. Yeah. Alright, chat. You want cuties? You want cuties? We got cuties. Here he is. Sfeel. So, Gen 1 gave us Seal, you know, a very simple Seal Pokemon that I like and is very cute. I like that this other Seal, Sfeel, from Gen 3, goes for a different design philosophy. You know, like, it has its own thing. It's not just another Seal. It has this roundness to it that makes it distinct and stand apart from Seal. Look at it. It's so simple. I love that it rolls around. But it's so cute. It's really cute. Walrein needs a Mega. Could certainly use one, yeah. That would fit pretty well. Yeah, I really like it, chat. It feels adorable. I mean, it's like obvious. Shiny Sfeel, it's got the magenta color. Doesn't look bad. It's fine. You gonna do it? Do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Gonna make me open it again? Oh, you don't want to move now, do you? Why did it become a PNG? Chat, this was a GIF originally, showing the Sfeel moving, rolling. Just imagine it instead. It just rolls like a ball. I don't know why it's not working anymore. Damn it. That's fine. It's fine. You know, it's fine. It'll be a surprise when you see it in the game. Celio. Okay. This feels so overpowered it converted to a video to a JPEG. Here's Celio. Now, I think that this is a fine design, but I think this is also fairly bland. It's lost the roundness factor. Like, obviously it's still round, but this is just a cartoon Pokemon version of a seal. You know, it lost the uniqueness. Like, it's cute. It's not a bad Pokemon design, but I feel like there's nothing remarkable about it, you know? The mustache is the closest thing. At least that's unique. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Celio. It's fine. It's a very middle evolution. You know? The Shiner, just like the basic, goes for like that magenta-ish color. Looks good. It's fine. Hey James, how many more to go? This is number 364, so 22 more. 22 more Pokemon. The final, Walrein. I think Walrein is a pretty unappealing Pokemon, chat. I don't think anything about this look is cool. It's a walrus, sure. You want a walrus, we got a walrus, but it looks like it has like Ben Franklin hair. Its color palette is very bland. Like look at like there's just nothing going on its body. Like the design is very simple. It serves what it needs to be, I suppose, as a walrus, but I just don't really think this thing is appealing. And you know, with how cute Spheal is, I feel like as it progresses, it just kind of like becomes not really worth it to me. Because I don't really like where it ends up. Looks like a seal and a clown had a baby. Yeah. Yeah, I just think Walrein's a boring Pokemon. It's a walrus, you know? Walrein, like the rest of its line, seems like a genuine friend. I love it as an evolution of Celio. Cute. I like seeing the appreciation. Yeah. It just doesn't do anything for me. I don't really, like, hate the Pokemon or anything. It's just very bland, and I find its face unappealing. Same shiny, it becomes magenta. Looks fine. Sure. I like that they made a 3 evolution ice type, but yeah. Not for me. Now, Clamperl is nice. Just a little clam Pokemon. Like, you know, we had Cloyster and Shelder in the first gen. But this goes for a much different vibe. A peaceful, serene-looking little clam. And I like how it just kind of sits as a pearl inside its shell. And I love the shape of the shell. Like, the way it, like, tapers out like that, I think looks really good. It's a nice little clam Pokemon. Reminds you of a newborn child. It's very cute. You can see it. It's cute, yeah. It's cute. Shiny Clamperl, very nice purple shell. That looks good. The pearl's a different color, doesn't look bad. At least it's different. This is different. Now, Clamperl is unique in that it evolves into 2 different directions. It's a complicated Pokemon to evolve because you need specific items and to trade it, which makes this a very difficult Pokemon to use in the games, and even worse, the Pokemon it becomes aren't even very good. So it's like you're going out of your way to evolve this Pokemon for something that's ultimately not worth it. Speaking of special evolutions, I should mention Phoebus and Milotic, that we talked about before. The interesting thing about Phoebus is that it evolves into Milotic with beauty, because it's a fairly ugly fish Pokemon. In the original games, it was a beauty evolution. You would feed it things that would make it beautiful to evolve it into Milotic. Nowadays, it's just an item. But that is an important part of that worth mentioning. It's asleep. That means it's easy to cook. They mentioned something like the pearls that Spoinks have are Clamperl pearls. That's mentioned somewhere. This shiny looks awful. Its shell clashes so much with everything else. Wow. So, as far as the 2 different ways Clamperl can evolve, the first is Huntail, which is a very big change. Like, we went from a clam, and it evolved into a deep-sea eel. Which is a cool concept. Like, this thing, I mean, The thing is, this thing looks goofy and powerless, I would say. Like, this does not look like a strong thing, and it looks very goofy, which makes this feel like filler. You know, especially with the amount of water Pokemon that we have. Feed Phoebus with beautiful food. Oh, Phoebus, I have 8 slices of pizza for you to eat. Pizza sounds so good. Yeah, like, I appreciate Huntail for its uniqueness. I'd like them to make more deep-sea fish Pokemon, because there really aren't a lot. But, Huntail itself... It just kind of feels, like... passionless, in a sense. You know? Like, it feels like the people who made this were just like, here's another Pokemon for the game. Looks gung-ho and excited, yeah. Yeah, I see that. And the thing is, it's not even very good. So it's just like all that work for something that's not really worth it. Shiny Huntail looks good. The green color with the yellow. Nice. Nice combo. Now, the other way that the clam evolves is another deep sea kind of fish, Gorbis. Gorbis is a pink fish. Ghost, you might like this. It's a pink fish that sticks this thing. It sticks its, like, nose-mouth thing into prey and sucks the bodily fluids out of them. And then the leftover Pokemon sinks to the floor to become food for other Pokemon. It's just pretty dark. Gorbis is a pretty dark creature. But just like Huntail, it's another Pokemon that's just really not very good. And so it's like you're going out of your way for something that feels almost unfinished in terms of its intentions. Why would Ghost like that? He wants Pokemon to kill things. He wants all the Pokemon to kill everybody. Looks like it's wearing a bra. Yeah, it's got shells placed there. Very feminine looking creature. I like Gorbis for its uniqueness. Like, I'd love them to make more weird underwater fish like this. But I do wish that it brought more to the table. Like, pure water type, poor stats, a pain in the ass to evolve it. It's like, why would anybody go out of their way to use this? You know, unless they really like it. And the same can be said for Huntail. And a clam evolves into 2 completely unrelated creatures. To me, there's something sloppy there where it's like, something must not have been coming together in the design of these things for them to be in the game the way that they are. But I don't know. I don't know. As for Gorbis itself, I don't mind this. I like its unique expression. I like the simplicity of its design. You might notice, actually, that Huntail's tail is shaped like a fish. Almost makes you think of Gorbis. That it uses as a lure to catch Pokemon. Shiny Gorbis is yellow, which I like that it's a significant change. The yellow and purple honestly looks pretty good. Not bad. But yeah, I feel like conceptually, the Clamperl, Huntail, Gorbis, everything needs work. It feels like Huntail and Gorbis should get evolutions at some point. Or something like that. Relicanth. So another fish. This gen has a lot of water Pokemon, being such a water-oriented region. Relicanth is based on a coelacanth, which is a very old fish in the real world. Now, this is a water rock type fish that's meant to be very ancient. It's slow. It's very durable. I don't remember what this red dot is supposed to mean. I want to say that this is like a map of like an area on the world, and the red dot shows where they live. That's my guess, but I'm not certain. Someone picked Torchic? Heck yeah. Coelacanths are cool fishes, but this is a boring Pokemon in my eyes. I generally agree. I think Relicanth is a pretty boring Pokemon. Like, it's fine to have a fish like this, but nothing is exciting about it, you know? He's easily in your top 10. See, there's some appreciators. There's some appreciators out there, but yeah. I'm snoozing. I'm snoozing at Relicanth. The male and female difference The male has a much bigger jaw. It goes deeper. And the female's is smaller. Shiny Relicanth. It's blue. Blue and cream. It looks alright. Yeah, it's okay. Rockhead head smash is deadly, especially on this guy, for sure. Yeah. Gender difference. Love Disc. Love Disc is kind of an infamous Pokemon, honestly, because of how bad it is. It's basically like the Gen 3 Farfetch'd in terms of being almost completely unusable. And when you look at its design, it's one of those things where you're just like, why? Why is this in the game? This Pokemon only exists for a Braille puzzle. The Relicanth, yeah. Love Disc is about love. It's a heart-shaped Pokemon that you give to a loved one. I think that's a cute little thing. I think it's nice to have like a little fish like this that just kind of swims around and adds more color to ocean life. So I don't mind it personally. But it really doesn't do anything. It's just kind of almost like a novelty concept. Yeah. Love Disc. I get why people don't like it's so simple. Look at the design. Very easy thing to draw, huh? This Mon is used for its held item more than the Mon itself, yeah. The heart scales. Love Disc's shiny form is very different, a yellow heart, which looks good. Yeah, looks great. I like that it's significantly different. Bagon. We've come to the first pseudo-legendary of the generation, Bagon. Instead of a ring, you propose with a fish. Yeah, exactly. Bagon is a tiny little dragon that is a lot more of what you would think of when you think of a dragon. Gen 1's dragon type was Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite, who I would say are pretty unconventional dragons until Dragonite, but Dragonite even then is more of like a fairy tale dragon. Gen 2's only dragon is Kingdra, which is a seahorse. And so Gen 3 is where they finally are just like, okay, let's make a more typical idea of a dragon. And that's where Bagon comes in. That's where this line comes in. Love Disc is a little boring, but cute at the same time. As a Pokemon, though, I hate this. This does not feel like a Pokemon. In any other series with simpler character designs, this would be better. Interesting. I think Bagon's pretty cute. The whole thing with this Pokemon is it likes bashing its head into things, and it likes jumping off of high places because it dreams to fly. As far as like a little dragon that goes for a more standard look, this looks like a Spyro enemy or something, you know? Which is fine. But I wouldn't say Bagon really stands out much to me as its design, considering its design. Like, if Love Disc was in Ooblets, you'd love it, but as a Pokemon, it is simply in the worst... It is simple in the worst way possible. Got it. Shiny Bagon is green. Which, that looks good. Yeah, that's great. A different color scheme. You did it. Now, Bagon has a significant evolution change. What I like about this is it's kind of going with a bug concept where it's like it became a cocoon. Similar to almost Pupitar from the previous generation. That's something I appreciated about that line as well. Bagon evolves into Shelgon, which just adopts this incredible armor all over its body. Still has no tail. But that little face peering out from inside as it stores its power for its final evolution. Still wondering if it will ever be able to fly. It's cool. Like, I think this is a pretty cute little thing. It looks like something you want to kick or something you want to, like, squeeze for stress. Shelgon is unironically really cute. Yeah, it's cool. An interesting concept for a middle stage that I can get behind. Shiny Shelgon has like a green tinge to it. I do not think this looks good. That's ugly. And then, of course, its final evolution, where all of a sudden it has a giant tail, even though it didn't have a tail in the pre-evolutions. Salamence. And again, like I said, this is Pokemon really going for dragon, right? The first two gens, they had the dragon type, but they didn't go for dragon. And now they finally did it with Salamence. A very, I guess, not entirely standard concept of a dragon, but it follows a lot of the basic, you know, concepts. Here's the thing. Salamence is like, I don't really get it personally. Like, I think the design is fine. Might be one of my least favorite of all of the pseudo-legendaries in terms of their designs. Like, it's just fine to me. I like the color palette, but to me, it's just conceptually kind of boring, frankly. I think a lot of the other pseudos are a lot more interesting. I hate the wings. The wings could not have less detail on them and could not look more flimsy and pathetic. They're not even fucking flapping here, which I know you could say about a lot of Pokemon, but those are holding him up, and then just like very basic body. My favorite thing about him, I guess, would be this face, this Vaporeon face design. But otherwise, just like really standard, you know? I find it very unexciting. And not lovable looking in the face, you know? I like a Pokemon to have like a warmth to them, and this thing doesn't look warm. That's just me, though. Ham sandwich. Chat, you trying to make me hungry? Such a cool dragon. Its proportions are amazing, and I love it. Wow, Salamence my king. Yeah, see, people like this thing. It's fine. Shiny Salamence is green and orange. That color palette looks good. It's significantly different from the base one. The shading could probably be a better shade, because it looks a little, like, cartoony? Play schooly? Semi-legendary? We call these, pseudo-legendaries, generally. But semi-legendary works. Like, Devil Man. Salamence, yeah. No, it's fine. I guess I don't really find much about this design to be very interesting, you know? It's doing what it needs to be. It's adding a normal dragon to Pokemon, right? Oh, boy. Okay. Mega Salamence, chat. Okay, continuing the lecture on bad Mega design. On downgrades, we have one of the stupidest designs they have ever made in Pokemon. Holy crap, this looks like shit. Oh my god, dude. Mega looks like garbage. Thank you, chat. So, its wings are now just this big croissant roll. It's just a big fucking glider. It puts its hands inside its like armor, which is kind of a cute detail. But like, what a bad look, dude. They took Salamence and they're just like, let's make it look really gimmicky and stupid. I don't know. The way they like altered its face doesn't make it look cooler. It looks more like a newt now. Like, I guess there's not even a whole lot going on with this design, but it just looks bad. The face looks bad. The face is one of the biggest problems. This is a downgrade, but it isn't awful per se. It just looks like a croissant. This is not the Salamence I like. Yeah, the regular Salamence is much more tasteful than this design. This just seems like a mess. Like a missile using a kite to fly. Sure. Maybe a little too harsh, but come on now. That's just a downgrade. Shiny Mega. Green and orange. Oh my god, dude. The shading on this one. This is like Toy Story colors. Mega Pokemon are known to hurt itself to evolve even further, and this is the design you chose to transform Salamence? Yeah. He's like, yeah! Alright. Now, curiously, this generation gave us 2 pseudo-legendary Pokemon. which I think is a really cool concept. I'd love it if they changed up tradition more like that, because I think it's boring that they always follow strict tradition. People are voting Torchic in the poll. Yay. 11%. Thank you, chat. No, I'm happy. Now, it's really cool that they gave this gen a second pseudo legendary, and this is just completely off the wall in terms of the direction that it goes. Like, this is Beldum. A very alien-looking thing, right? An alien synthetic-looking creature. An eyeball on what looks to be a metal finger, or something like that. Very strange. But, like, in a cool way. It's very different from other Pokemon, but making a second pseudo-legendary and it being so different, a steel-type pseudo-legendary, a steel psychic type, just a cool idea. And what they designed here, it looks weird in a compelling way. Another uninspired steel to throw onto the pile, chat. Do the evolutions that come before the final evolution count as pseudo-legendaries? I mean, I would count them as pseudo-legendary lines, personally. Guessing my starter was Torchic. You got it right. Are pseudo-legendaries deliberate design choices in terms of their stats, or were they accidents? They seem deliberate. They make one every generation except for Gen 3 where they made 2. But there are some other Pokemon whose stats come up to be pretty high, like pseudo-legendary level. It's boring, but its evolutions taking multiple Beldum and having them grow into bigger mech is cool. Steel is my least favorite type, and this line is a prime example as to why. I actually totally understand not digging the steel type. I think that the type could use a lot more appealing members. Always reminded you of an arm with an eye for a hand. Sure. So shiny Beldum, what a shiny. Just silver with golden things. That's great. Yeah, no, you did it. You did great. Now, Beldum, as it evolves, becomes Metang. You can see it's like Beldum are merging, in a sense, with its form. Like, its arms are like the back ends of the Beldum. It has 2 eyes now, and it's becoming more of like a robotic creature. This is something that is really different for Pokemon at this time, and another good example of when I first got into Gen 3, and I saw the Beldum line, I'm like, I don't know about Pokemon anymore, man. Because these were so different and off from what the design philosophies were in the first 2 gens that it took a lot for me to kind of get used to these. But I really like this line now. I think Metang is cool. Finally, a peak shiny that isn't a black shiny, because Pokemon loves making those, I swear, yeah. So Metang, yeah. This is a nice progression. Like, it's becoming a bigger creature, a bigger robot. It has, like, kind of a blank look in its eyes, but it really fits for the kind of creature that this is. Shiny Metang, of course, keeping the silver and gold coloration. Looks great. Like, that's great. That's a take. And, of course, Metagross. Metagross is a very, very impressive design, especially for Gen 3, where they were still doing sprites, and they made something so intricate. So intricate and so inspired. We now have 2 Metangs that have combined, although it only has 2 eyes, into having 4 legs, a massive center frame, and a big old X-band over its face. Metang's voice and personality in the Alola anime made me like it more interesting. I haven't seen it. So, Metagross is a huge, heavy, powerhouse, steel psychic type supercomputer. You can see it has a mouth underneath. A particularly cool thing is it can kind of retract its hands, its legs, and hover around like a UFO. It is a very different kind of Pokemon design for Gen 3, like I'm saying. It took me time for me to kind of get this one. But now that I get it, I think this is a really, really great design. This does absolutely nothing for you. We're pseudo-legendary, IMO. Alright, I respect it. Metagross is so cool. Holy hell, I like it more than Salamence, but part of why is the X thing on its face looks like a mustache. Oh, and it looks really cool, of course. Yeah. I hear you on how cool it looks. And, you know, it's nice that this gen has 2 pseudos. As one who is not a huge fan of Salamence, it's nice to have Metagross as well be here. I would love to see them make more, like, double pseudos going forward, and more, like, different concepts. I don't like it that they always make dragons now. I really hate that, actually. I think that's conceptually uninspired and boring, and I'd love to see them go crazy more with the pseudos that they choose to make. This design's crazy good, yeah. No, it's really, really intricate. And Metagross is a huge icon of Gen 3, a very, very popular Pokemon, and I think it's easy to see why. As someone who doesn't like Gen 3 when the designs are good, the designs are good. Yeah, I can understand you. Shiny Metagross is, like, it looks fantastic. It looks fantastic. Look at that. It's silver with, like, a golden X and golden little spikes. Like, it looks wonderful. That's great. You don't mind the dragon pseudos mostly because you love the dragon type, but yeah, they should have more diversity. Exactly. Like, I'm fine. I'm fine with making dragons, but I don't like that they're, as far as the pseudo legendary stats, they just keep making the dragons. Now Metagross, of course, being a popular Pokemon, gets a Mega because favoritism. Mega Metagross is ugly. I think this is ugly, man. You lost me on this. Yeah. It's just like a... I get it. It's like a... It's like something made for smashing, right? But you lost all of the elegance of the base Metagross. You redesigned it in a way where it just looks messy, and it lost the appeal. Like, its face looks dumb. That looks dumb, dude. Yeah, you lost me. Yeah, a lot of Gen 3 Pokemon just exist. I feel like that's true for most gens, but yeah. Another Mega that's a downgrade, but nowhere near as offensive as a lot of other Megas are. At least for me personally. You think the mouth looks better? Ugh. I think it looks worse. Don't say that when this thing ended your Nuzlocke. Who knows what might happen. Now, the shiny, you know, it follows suit with the good shiny design. I do like the blue. I like that they made this blue. That stands out. It pops against the silver and gold. But it still is what it is, you know? Just a disaster. And we've come to legendaries, chat. Starting with the Reggies. And Reggies, you know, following suit with the Metagross line. Again, when I got into Gen 3, I'm just like, why are they making these Pokemon look so not like Pokemon? Why are they looking so artificial and like no personality? And the Reggies I didn't like at all when I first saw them. I'm fine with them now. It took a lot of time for them to kind of grow on me. But these are very not Pokemon for the time they came out in. The Reggies are somewhat underwhelming. Yeah, so these things are kind of a pain to track down in the games. I think Regirock looks pretty nice. I like how tall his shoulders go. I like that their eyes are like different variations of Braille. I think that's pretty cool. These things are meant to look alien, and knowing that, I can appreciate them for what they are and how they're designed a lot more. Like, it's supposed to look bizarre and alien. And it helps that Gen 4 brought the design philosophy back in more in line with Gens 1 and 2, that I can appreciate Gen 3's weirdness more now, despite still not being a fan of this gen overall. Least favorite of the Reggies, it's pretty boring. Regirock is cool, Regice is real good, and Registeel is boring. Yeah, Pure Rock type. I like his confidence. I just like how he stands. Look at him. He's just ready to go. He looks powerful, you know? It's a simple design, but they captured the alien quality these things are meant to have quite well. Shiny, okay, you went for like full-on like brownish colors for rocks and earth and stuff like that. Looks, I honestly think that doesn't look bad. You know, it's not super different, but it looks good for the kind of creature this is, like an earth golem. Reggie Ice. Reggie Ice. What is this? You're just reviewing rocks at this point in the stream. So here, we're going to review some ice cubes. Now, I like Reggie Ice's design for how geometrical it is. It's just like, you know, it doesn't really look like any other Pokemon. We've all heard just their cries in the anime, but when those cries are with the human voices in the anime, it is honestly really funny to me. Like, kind of similarly to Regirock, I like this. I like it. It's a weird alien creature made of ice. I like that they all have different eyes. Reminds you of a Super Paper Mario enemy, and that is never a bad thing. Oh no, chat. Shiny Reggie Ice is... You have to watch this one. I did this, I put this in trivia once, where I put a shiny Reggie Ice. In case anybody said shiny, they would have gotten a bonus point, but it just looked the fucking same. It's slightly lighter. That needs a complete redo. Once playing your GB in the living room, when your mother heard this guy's cry, she thought it sounded like a burp. The third Reggie, Reggie Steel. Reggie Steel being the Iron Golem. I like the form they gave this. I like that it's very smooth, you know, different from the other ones. This one looks a bit more technically advanced. Unique eyes, yet again. Nice color scheme with, like, the red kind of not only here, but also reflecting on the palms. And just, like, the little design choices. It almost looks futuristic in a sense. But nice palette, nice general form. I think that all the Reggies are solid. At least the ones we're talking about now. The best Gen 3 Reggie and the second best Reggie overall. Let's see. Yeah, Reggie Steel. The Reggies. Shiny Reggie Steel. Very minty, huh? It's okay. Yeah, it's alright. Alright, chat, we're ending the poll. How did it go? 11%. Thank you, chat, for your voting. There you go, chat. Please express yourself in the poll. This is all over the place. All right, you know what? It's nice to see love for them all. My favorite I would have to give to Regirock. But I like all three. All right. Moving on to more legendaries, we have Latias. Pretty big face of legend, a face of Gen 3. I feel like Latias was everywhere. They had the movie about them and everything. These are very, like, again, they have that, like, unnatural Gen 3 design that I didn't love at the time. Like, look at the shape of this thing. It looks like a synthetic creature. You know what I mean? There's nothing natural looking about it, which I don't care for. Now, granted, I like its sweet face, I don't mind it as much now that I've gotten used to it. It's supposed to be a sleek, jet-like Pokemon with all sorts of, like, mysteries and illusions. But I still think just design-wise, this is not elegant. You know? Like, this is awkward form. And that's why I don't really love the Latios and Latios Pokemon. You don't like any of those Reggies? Looks like a jet, yeah. Latios and Latios are both fun guys. I don't think they warrant being a legendary since they have no lore other than being rare, but it also seems like a genuine friend. Sure, yeah. No, Latios is very sweet. There will be no poll for Latios and Latios, so you guys can tell me in the chat which one you like, if you so desire. Nice color palette, though, you know? Like, it's fine. It's just, like I said, Gen 3's weird step towards, like, less natural-looking creatures is felt with Pokemon like this. Shiny Latios looks good. Just a nice yellow change instead of the red. It's a good swap. You prefer how it looks over Latios, since Latios is trying too hard to look badass. What's the point of trying to look cool when you look like a paper airplane? Latios and Latios were a big part of the final arc of the Ash Ketchum anime. Interesting. You saw the movie with these two, you loved it as a kid. You'll have to see it again, see if it holds up. Yeah, I ranked it pretty low when we talked about all the movies. Remember seeing a surreal Pokemon edit of the Reggies where they all are in bad shape. Registeel became Regiroos, where it's rusty, and its arms are barely holding up. Rock is crumbling, and ice is melting, with its head almost gone. Jeez, it sounds pretty dark. Mega Latios. Okay. Man, Gen 3 has a lot of bad Megas, huh? These are absolutely awful. This is awful, man. This looks so bad. I can't believe this. It's like it took away everything that was appealing about Latios' design and just made a fucking disaster. Like, its shape, its color palette even, the look in its face. Ugh. Just disgusting. Ugh. Mega Latios and Latios are so cool. You hate how they look the same, but you honestly look... Oh my god, okay. Oh my. Alright, to me, this is just like, why did they make it? Why did they even make it? I think Gen 4 would have had better Megas if the Gen 3 games got remakes on the black and white games. And Gen 4 was the X and Y remakes. If the Gen 3 games got remakes of the black and white games... I'm not sure what you're saying. Sorry, it's confusing. Only critique is that their faces look dead. That's a pretty big critique. You like it otherwise? Okay, I mean, hey, I've never heard anyone who likes these, so cool. You do you. I'm glad someone can appreciate them. Gen 4 does have better Megas. I personally would probably agree. But Gen 4 doesn't have many. It has like 5. Less is more. Honestly, Gen 4s aren't that great in terms of their design, but yeah, woof at this. I can't. Shiny, and now it's green. It's green. At least it's significantly different. We like a shiny that's significantly different. All right, the compatriot Latios. Latios is Latios's like buddy. It's basically the same design as Latios, except the colors are reversed and its expression is different. This is a more serious, kind of cool-looking version of the same Pokemon, which I almost think works better for the design. Like, I feel like this personality works better for this kind of, like, jet-like aesthetic as opposed to, like, the friendly design of Latios. The blue and the white do look good, but it's about par with Latios for the appeal. Latios is better than Latios, wow. Just look at Mega Garchomp. You know I'm not going to be nice to Mega Garchomp. Yeah, Latios is, it's another one of them. This is nice, though. I love this, like, teal color for the shiny. That looks very attractive. That's good. Oh my god. Now, I know, to those of you who haven't seen these, like James, I know it may seem like I'm showing you the same Pokemon again. This is a different Pokemon called Mega Latios, who looks the same as Mega Latios. And it's like, come on, bro. Why did you do this? Why did you do it? Why did you make them look the same? Except their eyes. Except their eyes. They made the same thing for Mega Latios as Mega Latios. I wouldn't, the thing is, I wouldn't call it lazy. It's clearly intentional, you know? Like, they wanted this to be the thing. It's some kind of, like, they combined thing, right? See how they're purple? It's like Latios and Latios combined. Red and blue makes purple. And now they're together. That's like the idea, you know? I get it. But I still don't like the design. You legit thought I went back to the other one, because the only thing different is the eye color. Shiny Mega Latios is also green. Jord, you didn't choose the best TCG card of both Latios and Latios. Here they are. Partners being cute together. I'm sorry. What? How recent are the cards? How recent are these cute cards? I made these card showcases some time ago. Being cute. I'm not going to show them on the same card. I show individuals over cards that are about multiple Pokemon. Okay. You keep misreading Latios as Latinas. Okay, here we go, chat. Here's a palate cleanser. During the Sun and Moon era. Yeah. Yeah, see, like I said, I choose cards that just only feature the main Pokemon if possible. So, we have one of the mascots of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. This is the mascot of Sapphire. Essentially, the ruler of the seas. The bringer of the ocean. Kyogre. The representation of sea in the Pokemon universe is this giant whale thing called Kyogre. And this is a hell of a cool design, man. Regigigas was so unbelievably cryptic to unlock, yeah. This is nice. I look at the look in its face. The wisdom and power. You feel both of it. The color palette, the red and the blue and the white, looks really nice. I love the tail. The powerful hands, fins, whatever you want to call them. Just really cool. It's a nice Pokemon. You love it. Yeah, Kyogre's really cool. That's a nice... That's a Pokemon you put on the box, you know? That's a Pokemon you put on the box. Shiny Kyogre. We have a pink color again for a blue Pokemon. This looks okay. Like, it's nice that it's significantly different. It is tiring how many shinies are pink like this. They should have made Luvdisc the ruler of the sea. Yeah, this is good. Kyogre's really good. I respect it. It's easy to respect this Pokemon. And then, instead of getting a Mega form, Kyogre got Primal Reversion. A Primal form that shows Kyogre and how it would look in its original state. And this is gorgeous. Let me change the background color. Alright. You don't know which one you like more between Groudon and Kyogre, that's how good they are. That is an achievement, but I personally think most legendaries rip. Like, most legendaries try to be badass when they are actually just ass. Whoa. You like the Primal? Yeah, it's nice, right? They just made it glowy and cool. And it looks great. Like, that looks really good. Yeah. It's just emanating even more majesty and power now, you know? More futuristic than Primal, sure. It's nice. And then they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing with the shiny. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. They made it black. Even though the original wasn't black at all. This is more favoritism stuff, right? They choose when to make a shiny look cool, and other times they don't care. Just a fucking black, shiny Kyogre. With some purple on the tips? Beautiful. Excellent. It's excellent. So, of course, the opposite of Kyogre is Groudon, the ruler of land. A creature of ground. Yet another black shiny. It isn't even a good one. Favoritism goes burr. Whoa. Groudon is very big. This is the Pokemon you get when you pick Ruby. Just a massive, like, you could almost call it a dinosaur. But I love the way they chose to do its, like, scaly skin armor, or whatever is going on here. The almost digital look to it, I think, is a nice style. The red pops, the look in its face is strong. I like the, little divots here going on. Like, intimidating. You feel the power coming off this thing. And, I mean, look at that tail, dude. It's a bulldozer. He likes anything that looks like a kaiju. Yeah, if you like kaiju, Groudon is your thing. Guy's really cool, yeah. You might see him pop up in Smash sometimes. Gen 3 box legends were the best until, like, X and Y. I'm happy that you're giving the X and Y box legends credit, because those are really nice. Yeah, Groudon's cool. Like, I do prefer Kyogre between the two, but this is still a very nice design. Its appearance in Brawl, where it just walks around and that's it, is funny. Yeah, it's just a giant hitbox. Shiny Groudon, they made it yellow. I don't think it looks bad. I think it could be a better color, but at least it's distinct. And then, of course, we have a Primal Groudon, just like we have a Primal Kyogre. Now, the thing with this, it makes me think that they wish Groudon was a fire type in the first place, because they gave the fire type to it in this form. And they did kind of a similar thing they did with Kyogre, where they, you know, it's glowing now. I would say that I think the Primal Kyogre looks a lot better, but I don't think this looks bad. It's a little busy. I feel like it muddies the face up a bit, whereas you get a better sense of the face on the base Groudon. More of a sense of its, like, you know, its personality that comes through its eyes. Whereas the Primal version loses a bit of that. But I still think this is pretty solid, you know, for, like, what a Primal version of Groudon could look like, you know? It looks like it's just magma is flowing throughout it. I just feel the regular Groudon is cleaner. Whereas the Primal Kyogre, I don't feel loses anything from the regular Kyogre. DK Bonanza Muck Green is so funny. I uploaded the worst way of pronouncing both Groudon and Kyogre in Pokemon history, thanks to the anime. What? What is all this? Oh, I see. The Latios and Latios card. Very cute. Salamence. Kyogre? Grudan? Ooh. This is buff Torchic. Get it out of here. Yeah, so like I think the Primal Kyogre did a much better job at what it's doing, but I don't think this is bad. Blue Eye Samurai Season 2. That's right, you were telling me about that. Happy for you. Okay, yeah, see again, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. It's another black shiny. The chunky magma in it makes it look like it's got like pizza sauce all over it, right? Like the black is cool, but the pizza sauce all over the black muddies the execution. It's not great. The more I look at the primal version of Groudon, the messier it looks to me, honestly. The regular Groudon is so clean. Put it on your list of things to watch. It's unbelievably peak. My worry is it's going to be too serious. But I'll keep it in mind for sure. Favoritism is going at it again. All right, we're keeping the hits going with very, very popular Pokemon with Rayquaza. Now, if you've played Smash Brawl, you certainly know this Pokemon, since it's a boss in that game. Rayquaza is, you know, we had the ruler of the seas and the ruler of the land. We have the ruler of the sky now with Rayquaza, who lives in the ozone of Earth, protecting the Earth from things that don't belong. This is beautiful. It's beautiful. The green, the face, the look in its eyes, the quad spikes coming out from its head, and just the serpentine form in general, how this thing flies around, is really dang cool. It's really dang cool. Did you beat Star-Crossed Worlds? I did beat it. It wasn't very long. We need to beat up Rayquaza in Brawl because it said pizza is the worst. It is very cool, but it's a little overrated. I don't have much else to say. Huh. Yeah, very popular Pokemon, but I think this is a really cool idea for a dragon at this point. Like, you have to remember, in Gen 3, at least, like, there were barely any dragons, and they were really trying to do more with dragons in Gen 3, with the amount that they made, and trying to make more dragon-like creatures. I like how its face looks intense, but also kind of silly. And it's just serpentine movement. It's just really cool to me. So, I get it if you think it's too much. This thing was beaten by Fox and Diddy Kong. Rayquaza and Emerald had to tell the party neighbors, Groudon and Kyogre, that if you don't shut that party down, I'm calling the cops. Whoa. That's what I would do. But yeah, like, I really like the color palette of this Pokemon. The green and the yellow and the designs throughout it, it just looks really nice. This was my second Pokemon ever to level 100 after Blaziken in Gen 3. Well, in general, but that happened in Gen 3. Make Jord hungry. I'm hungry. You don't gotta make me. I'll be having food after this. And then here's the just absolutely insane Pander. Look at this. Holy crap. They made it black. They made it black, and it looks sweet. The salmon touches are a little, probably could be a better color to play off everything else, but it still looks really good. And of course, it's shiny. It is another one of the shiny that is good, not great, but with how many people sing ballads of it just makes me have disdain for it. It is an Umbreon situation, basically. I understand. Pizza or pork chops? Give me that pizza, chat. I also think its yellow accents could be more bright yellow too. Yeah, for sure. It would be nice if they popped more. I'm with you on that. And of course, why not give an incredibly strong Pokemon a Mega that breaks the whole game? Mega Rayquaza. I think this is one of the best looking Mega designs. This might even be an improvement over Rayquaza. Might. I'm not 100% sure on that. Because regular Rayquaza has the simplicity factor that's really nice, but I think this looks sweet. Look at the face. Look at what they did to the shape here. How they created that, and just the flowing golden strands. The way they designed its body, like whoever designed this had a passion for it, bro. And it shows. You feel it. Look at the way it darts. The most OP Mega of all time. It didn't even need a stone to hold onto like the other Megas. Yeah. Completely busted. It feels like too much. And I totally understand that. I can totally understand that. In this case, it feels very balanced to me. It feels very balanced because of the size of the creature. This Mega is really cool. This isn't overrated. This is properly rated. They went overkill in the best way possible. Mega Rayquaza goes so hard, even the Mega haters love it. Not a fan of Mega Ray. It just doesn't do much for me. I understand it. I just think, like, if you want, like, a flowing, digital, intense-looking dragon, this is a cool design, man. Someone got mad in Brawl that Diddy Kong beat it, so designed this Mega to say, what now, Diddy? Yeah. Yeah. You don't really like it that much, but it's a cool one for sure. I respect it, chat. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. Look at, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Look, Chad. The black. With like the salmon looks like glowier, the yellow looks glowier, like this pops. Good God. Good God. For all the fans of the color black. I know, did they just make every popular Pokemon shiny black now? Dang. That's some good stuff. That's some good stuff. All right, Registeel won the poll pretty handily, surprisingly. Need to watch Ninja 2, even though I got 2 major plot points spoiled. I'm so sorry for that. I watched it pure. Have you seen Ninja 1? Heard it's the highest grossing animated movie, so I was interested. Chat, I would recommend both Ninja movies. 1 and 2. They are Chinese animated movies, and they are the highest grossing animated movies ever, and they are both good. Come on now. Trying to ask a question. Favorite? The fuck are these called? Favorite of these. There's chat. New polls up. I am back. Is it almost time? It is almost time, Popples Rookie. You're in time to vote for your favorite of these legendaries. Could I skip it or watch it second? Oh, you haven't seen Ninja 1? No, you have to see Ninja 1. They're incredibly intertwined. It's like a continuing story. I would say it's essential. Weather Trio. That's right. That's what Weather Trio. I mean, it's funny to call them Weather Trio, but yeah, I guess that is what people say, huh? Ninja movies or Bowser's Inside Story 8th playthrough. The choice is difficult, bro. You know what's on your list. I'd love to hear what you think of them if you check them out, Ramen. I think you dig it. I was watching Ninja 2, and I'm like, these people love One Piece. The people who made this love One Piece. Kyogre because you like water types the most. K-pop Demon Hunters, can everyone on the planet has practically seen it. Yeah, you gotta see that too, chat. Get on it, chat. The Weather Trio is the Gen 5 genies. Interesting, yeah. I generally don't have names for them. I know a lot of them are just whatever the fans decide. How's the poll looking? Kyogre 50, Rayquaza 2nd, Groudon losing. Okay. That one actually feels right to me. That one feels right. Not many left, chat. We're on to the cutie. Jirachi. So here is our mythical Pokemon of Gen 3. We actually have 2 mythical Pokemon in Gen 3, despite the last 2 generations having 2. Gen 1 gave us Mew, Gen 2 gave us Celebi, and this generation gives us this cutie called Jirachi, which, despite its appearance, chat, is a Steel-type Pokemon. A Steel Psychic-type Pokemon that is all about wishing. This Pokemon's thing is, when the eye on its stomach opens up, you can get your wish granted or something like that. This is a very cute design, and I think it fits right alongside Mew and Celebi as a little sprite-like creature, while not looking like it's treading on their toes. I think this feels very unique compared to the other ones. Water's your favorite type in terms of quantity of how many Pokemon you like of that type. Interesting. Love Jirachi. You told your girlfriend this is a Steel type and she straight up didn't even know that. Yeah. What's your favorite Pokemon? Wow. Worst movie ever? Yeah, I think I rated that the worst movie, Pokemon movie, when we did the rating. How is it Steel? Yeah, how is it Steel, chat? Just because whatever. It isn't even in your top 100 nowadays. That's so funny. Sounds like Chimecho for me. Pretty cool reward for going to a game convention. It is nice that they've made mythical Pokemon more accessible today and being able to just download them directly to the game. I have some extra Jirachis. We might do like Pokemon giveaways for event Pokemon someday. If you all want authentic event Pokemon, that'd be fun to do. There's no reason for it to be a Steel type. Not that it's a bad thing. Again, Steels are kind of bad. Well, to me, it's like it's fleshing out the Steel type. I like that all Steel types aren't the same thing. Like, this is a pretty different take, although it being a Steel type is confusing. One of the best mythicals. You love it so much. I think it's a very appealing look. The blue and the yellow look nice. It has a cute face. I love the eye lore and just these little tags hanging off of it. It's just a nice design. It's a nice design. Shiny Jirachi, not super different. We kind of traded out the teal coloration for an orange-red, which looks okay. I think the teal looks better, though. At least it's different. Rayquaza is the best of the 3. Papa's Ricky, I should have known. I should have known that you'd go to bat for Rayquaza. I didn't say who I would vote for. I would probably vote Rayquaza of these 3, honestly. I think I'm with you on that. The red under its eyes makes it look like it's crying blood. So you'll love it then. All right, chat. The final Pokemon of Gen 3 is after this. This is Jirachi with its eye open. The eye on its stomach that grants wishes that rarely ever opens. There it is, chat. Okay, the final Pokemon of Gen 3 now is Deoxys. The second mythical Pokemon of the generation. when I first saw Deoxys, I did not care for it at all, really. But it's grown on me tremendously over the years. And I dig it now. I think it's cool. I like its color palette. I like its weird DNA theme and how its body exists. It's a strange one. Aliens, yeah. All the forms are cool. Yeah, Deoxys has forms, chat. I like the intensity in its face. I like its color palette. I like its arms. I love its big legs. It has a core, and it looks ready to go. These little ears are kind of doofy, but don't worry. This isn't the only Deoxys we have. Deoxys is very interesting. I love how they made a whole mythical based on DNA, yeah. Came from an asteroid, chat. This Pokemon, look, did you see how it turned its hand to a hand? That's really cool. It's really cool. Now, Deoxys does have forms. Here is attack form Deoxys. So this is Deoxys when it goes into a form that is all about its physical attack. Well, physical and special. Just being completely offensive as possible. This is even cooler than the Deoxys we just looked at. Look at the intensity, the new shape of its head, and the way that it carries itself. It's so battle-ready, bro. If Deoxys ever comes out in Smash, this is the one that comes out, in case you wanted to know. Just fucking ready to go, bro. Attack form might honestly be my favorite form. I don't know, the Deoxys forms aren't too memorable, and I haven't thought about them in a while. Now's your chance. Then, of course, you have to have a defense form, a form that's all about defending. And chat, this is my favorite Deoxys form. I love how weird it looks. It's just thick. Just big old thick arms that it's gonna slap you with. And it takes the hits. Looks weird in a good way. Bro is goofy. Yeah, this is my kind of goofy, chat. Wally, if you've ever seen it. Yeah. I dig it. I just like the way it looks. Yep, there's that art. And then the third one, or the last one. The last form is the speed form, and this is easily my least favorite. To me, it loses all of the appeal of the other ones. The shape of the head looks stupid, and now it's just all like this like base layer stuff. It lost all the goob that it puts all over its body and only has one arm on each side. I get it. It's definitely encapsulating speed, but I just think it's not appealing, personally. You love him? Wow. Yes, you do have good taste, Jord. Thank you, chat. Takes large strides to walk. You can't imagine this thing's skipping 2 steps. So here's the thing. When you walk around with Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, which I've done with Deoxys, Deoxys is really cool. It, like, floats. It, like, floats and goes into these, like, shapes and forms when it's relaxing. It's really cool. Defense for the best form. That's where I'm at. This isn't terrible. It just kind of, like, lost everything I found appealing about the other Deoxyses. And then, of course, the shinies. They're just yellow and green. It's okay. I feel like they could be better. I like the purple core. I mean, it's different enough. The yellow and the green look good together, and then with the purple in the center. It's fine. Yeah, like, it plays, like, the defense Deoxys, like, it plays with its limbs. When it was, like, being idle, it would, like, combine its limbs together and make this weird shape in the sky. It was really cool. One of the few yellow shinies that hits hard. You like it, chat? You'd go to bat for this shiny. Okay. All right. You know what? I really do like how the purple plays off the yellow and green. I can see it. I think it's one that can grow on me for sure. But yeah, as a Pokemon that I was never really into when I first saw it, it grew on me a lot over time. And another thing that just kind of exemplifies Gen 3 and how I felt like Gen 3 felt very different from the Pokemon design that was established in the first two generations. The bent towards more synthetic looks was something to adjust to, but I'm a lot more okay with it now that Pokemon didn't just keep going in this kind of direction, and that there is a great variety of how a Pokemon can look now, and this generation does contribute to that. All right, chat. We've done it. I can put my phone to rest. Let's just close that. Let's just close this. And now we go to this image. The winner is Kyogre at 50%, Rayquaza in second, and Groudon in third. Good job, chat. So, as we usually do, chat, I present to you now the version exclusives of Ruby and Sapphire. So the question is, which version has the exclusives of your desire? Mawile and Nuzleaf, specifically since I'm neutral on the other two, are the biggest losses, but Sapphire just has better exclusives. Sapphire was the first game I played in this generation. This is a tough call. Lunatone and Solrock, I like both. Kyogre's better than Groudon. Shiftry, I like better than Ludicolo. Sableye, I like more than Mawile. Zangoose, I like more than Seviper. So it's pretty even for me, but I think I might give the nod. I think I would give the nod to Sapphire because of Kyogre. Despite Shiftry and so many other ones that I like on the Ruby side. So Viper, Sableye, and Ludicolo? Come on, dude. This is peak. Two favorite Mons are version exclusives, and they're in different versions, but Ludicolo gives me the will to live, so we go in Sapphire. No, Zangoose makes you sad. Yeah, Sapphire is currently winning the poll at 100%. Holy crap. With 4 votes, and then I'm also picking it. All right, we know the one. We know the one. Yeah, strong lineup. Not a whole lot of version exclusives in this game, though. The card thing, that can be closed. Wait. Sapphire has Archie. Oh, wait. I like him in Sapphire. And he has a bland design in the OG games. Gotcha. I know I hate on steals a lot, but Mawile is cool. Yeah, Mawile is a nice, different kind of steel type. All right, chat. So now we will go to my superlatives. The 6 worst designs that we looked at today. My six least favorite designs that we looked at today. We wound up with, just like Gen 1, another generation that it's all forms. Oops, all megas. Yellow is cool. Hi. Glad you can make the end of the stream. Heck yeah, we're going to look at the community picks shortly. Yeah, so like I said as we went through the review, if some of the original Pokemon from Gen 3 made it on here, you would probably see Slacking. You might see Ludicolo. There's another one that I was like, I'm not really into it. But there are so many megas in this generation that I'm just like, stop. Please stop. So I explained my thoughts on these Pokemon as we went through them. I think Mega Latios and Latios are incredibly boring. These are not in an order, by the way. These are in numerical order. Mega Latios and Mega Latios are incredibly boring to me. Salamence is a downgrade. Aggron is a huge downgrade. Blaziken is a huge downgrade. And Gardevoir plays up the aspect of Gardevoir that I don't like, which is the waifu aspect, which is why that's here. To explain it. Like, I don't begrudge you if you like any of these, chat. Especially Mega Gardevoir. I can see a lot of people going in for that kind of style. For me, I like Gardevoir more as like a weird, abstract psychic being. Whereas they've gone more in this direction of making Gardevoir like this soft, sacrificing myself waifu character. Which I don't love. Which is why Mega Gardevoir is here, because I do think that's a downgrade. I don't think her, like, mom hair and her big ballroom dress is an appealing change, you know? It's interesting because I dislike about half of these regular forms. Interesting. They have to sell those body pillows somehow. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, just if you're interested in more of my deep thoughts on these individually, I did give them when we went through them. Don't really like the idea of people simping for Pokemon since, while they are smart, they are effectively animals. That's a very confusing thing. When we talk about IQs for Pokemon and stuff, that gets muddy. But I hear you. In all these cases, I think these are downgrades, mega downgrades, which is often what happens when I show you guys my least favorite. Is whenever forms appear, it's because they are worse than the original. Like I said, if you wanted original picks, Slacking would probably be first on here. All right, my 12 cutest Pokemon. Here they are, chat. Believe it or not, there are a lot of cute Pokemon in this generation. These are also in numerical order. I guess they're so hit or miss. I know, we've had a lot of those this time. We got some big hits. We got some big hits. But yeah. Appreciate the nod for Skitty. Oh yeah, Skitty's an easy inclusion. The last one I was debating was between Jirachi and Surskit, and I ended up picking Surskit. But Jirachi was on the chart originally. Spheal made the list, heck yeah. Pokemon seems all over the place with what qualifies as a Pokemon. Some of them are basically just animals, and the other ones are literal gods, yeah. Just add Wynot, Spinda, and Illumise in there, and I'd agree with more of these. Oh, and Jirachi too. Yeah, all considerations. I can't find Spoink cute due to the lore, it just creeps you out. Sure. Spinda's very cute. Wynot's very cute. Jirachi's very cute. I'm with you on that stuff. Yeah, I know 3 of these are cast forms, but they're cute, man. They're cute. All right. Now we're going to my 12 favorite non-fully evolved Pokemon that we looked at today. You're missing the Teardrop cast form. Yeah, it's not as cute. Which, I mean, maybe that's unfair. It's still very cute. 12 favorite non-fully evolved Pokemon. So I like these designs. When we talked about these Pokemon, I gave them pretty good credit for just appreciating their form, their concepts. Poochyena was the last addition to this one, but Poochyena, you know, really cute little pooch. Agree with some of these. Meditite is just, I don't want to talk about it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I really like Meditite. And now we go to my top 12 fully evolved Pokemon designs that we looked at of Gen 3. Here they are. Duskull is spoopy. Heck yeah. Can agree with a lot of these, but dislike Lileep and Seedot. Yeah, here's the top 12. Now, this ended up undergoing a lot of changes. Originally, I had a few other different Pokemon on this chart for top 12, but they ended up getting swapped off. That would include Shiftry, who was on here, but I ended up swapping out. I had to follow my heart and go with Cacturn. Blaziken got swapped off of this. Mega Rayquaza got swapped off of this because there's not enough tenderness in his eyes. And there was one more. Can't remember it, though. Mega Absol looks like a My Little Pony. The only two I agree with are Spinda and Altaria. Wow. I like the Dazed Bunny looking one. Yeah, isn't that great? The Dazed Bunny. Yeah. Yeah, just kind of like following my vibe. I had to follow my vibe. What's the last one I got rid of? Gardevoir. I had regular Gardevoir on here. I ended up taking that off. Spinda is one of the best. Gen 3 Apom. Yeah, so this is just my 12 favorites, no particular order. This is numerical order. And then, of course, my team as a Gen 3 trainer. This is what I would like my team to be. What would feel right as my team. My favorites being in the top spot and the rest just kind of being organized in a way that looks aesthetically pleasing. But I feel like, you know, as a Gen 3 trainer, this would be a nice little team. And I actually, this is my first time I've included a legendary or mythical Pokemon when I do this part. It's normally all non-legendaries, non-mythicals, but that Defense Deoxys, you got me. Good looking team, thank you. This also underwent some changes. Let's make Spinda competitively viable. Yeah. See, like, my Gen 2 team, I had Ledian on there. So, like, you know, I'm fine with having, like... I like the Pokemon I like, you know? It's just got to be the right vibe. Defense Deoxys is a chunky boy, yeah. Yeah. I got a lot of weirdos on this team. Never played Gen 3, but you need Spin on your team even if it sucks. Now, I believe it's time to talk about chat. Starting with the one who spounced non-Cessna. Of course, I asked you all to submit your 6 favorite Pokemon of the generation, your cutest Pokemon of the generation, and your least favorite Pokemon of the generation. So, Spinda Plush would be very nice. The one who spounced non-Cessna. Favorite Pokemon being Ludicolo, who I panned. But that's fine. I see the style here. You like cute, you like derp. And I get it. You're representing it well. You even have Marshtomp showing up. Otherwise, you know, you got like some fancy Pokemon, like Mawile and Gardevoir. Chimecho, super cute. And then Flygon, because every Gen 3 fan loves Flygon. Least favorite being Minun, that's an attack. Now, I know you said Plusle and Minun in the original message. I had you pick one, and you picked Minun. They're just cute sweeties. You're telling me you like Minun more than Megalodios? Frogdor. I don't know what Frogdor is. We love Spinda, yeah. So there's a lot of Spinda appreciation. I wasn't expecting it to that degree. I can mostly understand this, though. This paints your personality. To me, this tells me that you like fun things. You know, you like fun things and you hate cute things. No, this is kidding that. You hate the cute, appreciated Pikachu thing. It's just Pikachu again. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. You got a nice inspired cutie pick. I like the selection. Thank you for your submission. Nad is next with his Gen 3 fanboy list. Honorable mention in cast form regular Mega Metagross because I'm immature. For worst. Oh, okay. Wow. If I had to change one thing, I would replace Sceptile or Grovyle with Claydol because you convinced me it's a cool mon. Odd but cool. Hey, you know what? Appreciate you being able to like look at it in a new light. Enjoying that Pokemon a bit. So Nad, okay, he's got super cute Seal. Adorable, right? And then he hates cuteness. He's like, fuck this stupid thing. This thing doesn't do anything. Sure, I could pick Megaladios or Megaladios, but I'm picking the stupid heart. As far as the favorites, here we go. The Gen 3 fanboy. Flygon number 1. Grovyle number 2. Sceptile because this line. And then Breloom. Just absolutely gaga for green. I like the Altaria pick. That's inspired. And then Absol. It's nice that he managed to get on there. Literally almost in the trash because he's in 6th. No, this is cool. And you know what? This honestly fits Nad's personality. From what I know of it. I don't begrudge you or judge you for these picks. These are pretty quirky Pokemon, you know? Like, I could totally see loving these Pokemon myself. Legit. They got an energy. They got that, like, go-getter cool energy overall that fits you. Everyone's going to say, what the fuck is wrong with this guy with my list? Thank you, Nan, for your submission. This tells me you're super cool. Shadow Master of Armageddon, also known as I Want Shiny Pokemon. Except Salamence, you don't get to be shiny. You're not special. So, like, okay, again, this person clearly likes cool designs. They went for the try-hard black shinies, the first 2 slots, and then you have the Metagross shiny, and then Mega Sceptile and Mega Absol all shiny. And then Salamence is in here too. You got Pseudos, you got Legendaries, all badasses. I like that the cutest pick is Sweet Kitty, very different from the rest of this group. And then least favorite, just not a fan of the weirdo. Not a fan of the nose pass. Yeah, I am the Gen 3 lover. Constantly belittles most of the mons I talked about. What? Nose pass slander. Cool over cute, something you can respect. Yeah, this gives you a good idea of SMA's style, you know? Skitty is my cutest for the sole reason that it was a nickname for Skittles, our dearly departed kitty. I think that's awesome. Skitty is super cute. It's a good pick for cutest. Mega Sceptile is what Sceptile should have looked like, you know, if some of its aspects were toned down a bit. Felt more like a regular Pokemon. To me, it's pretty busy. But I get it. I get these picks. I get it. A lot, like, too many dragons. Too many, like, to me, I like my team to have a bit of variety with, like, the personality. I feel like these are all the same. Like, this is a group of people who want to be the leader. And they're gonna fight each other. Nosepass sucks. It's literally the Moai statue from Easter Island. Moai statues, do they regularly have hands and feet? I'm sure some do. Kick-ass team. Yeah, no, it's very cool. You repped the coolness. I appreciate that you picked shiny things. It's nice that somebody does that. It's very exemplary of you. It seems like this generation had a lot for you. All alphas on there, yeah. If you dig them out, the feet, yeah. Yeah, this is a Moai. No, I get it. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on the Moai. Thank you for submission, SMA. Traveling Back in Time, also known as Back in Time, got their first submission in on one of these. Worth putting this up on YouTube just to get this in. The Spinda appreciation is palpable. It made #1, and it also made cutest. We love cute Spinda. We have the Gen 3. There they are again, chat. Flygon and Breloom. The pair that people can't let go of. No, I'm kidding. I get it. Like I said, I get it. It's creative. The cutie Chimecho showing up. Illumise is an inspired pick. You don't see anybody going to bat for this thing. And then Aggron, a bit of aggression going in here. So variety. Variety, a lot of cuteness. And like hipster coolness, if that makes sense. You'd pick more silly Pokemon, but there aren't that many sillies that you really appreciate, yeah. And then we hate, like, this person hates this thing. They want Sceptile to burn. Everyone loves Spinda way more than you do. Cute Dazed Bunny again. I like that you call it the Dazed Bunny. You must know, yes, Moai have bodies. They are sometimes under the ground, something about the ground being elevated over the years. Thank you, Nad, for your knowledge. You think Aggron is cute in some ways? You know what? I could kind of see that. Aggron's solid. Did you miss your section? No, Ramen. We're almost there. What I like this selection shows a free thinker. The fact that Sceptile is down here and Illumise is up here, it shows that this person really thinks about what they choose. Like, they're not influenced. I mean, well, maybe there's a little bit of influence by outside sources. That happens to everybody, but they're an individual, and I like that. All my chats are individuals. Oh, your chicken died. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad it lives a long life. Sceptile looks like it eats cannabis for breakfast with that face and its art. Its design looks so messy, and I'm sorry if this sounds aggressive, but I don't know, man. This is just not it. No, I get it. I understand. I understand just having a weird hang-up for a Pokemon sometime. I'll definitely love ranking my Gen 4 list for certain reasons. Why do you say it like that? What are you going to do? Yeah, this is nice. I like your selection. Thank you for submission. I'm glad you got to do this. Most popular Pokemon or not at half the time. I mean, it's dependent on whether or not it really speaks to you. Like, I would say Flygon and Breloom are insanely popular Gen 3 Mon, but they speak to you. Sceptile doesn't look as slick and fast as it is, if that makes sense. Sure. Yeah, it looks bogged down by this big old tree it's carrying around. Favorite Mons in a generation, so it'll be challenging. In Gen 4? Gen 4 and 5 I'm excited for when it comes to me ranking them. Heck yeah, I'm excited to see what you guys have to say. And that's only going to be a month out. All right. The ghost with the most. Someone who doesn't know anything about Pokemon. So it's always interesting to see his picks, because it's really just what he... what spoke to him in the moment. Nat will be ranking the most attractive Pokemon, but we all know that nothing will ever be more attractive than Goombo. You would put Goombo as your #1 Goomba. No, you like too many Goombas. This is sad. No. This is not. No, this is sad. Attacking sweet Meditite after I showed adorable little Meditite walk in the stadium games. So cute. Ghost won't have it. Ghost sees garlic and throws it in the trash. Your Gen 4 favorites will mostly be cross-generational evolutions, which is a problem. No, that's fine. I understand what you're saying, though. That is definitely something we're going to discuss when we talk about Gen 4. Gen 4 and 5 are getting you pumped to share your lists. You guys already know your favorite Gen 5 Mon. Heck yeah. So this is cutest being Poochyena is very. I like that pick because there's a lot of cuties here, and you went for the little doggy. You don't like his stupid diaper. It's clothes. What's wrong with his clothes? Toads wear diapers. I had to type Metachan were too humanoid. Sure. Beautifly, okay, you got a cutie little pick here up front. It's cool to see somebody go to bat for a pretty underappreciated Pokemon. Viper, interesting pick. Number 2, violent looking thing. Cutie Mudkip appreciation. We like to see that. You do like cute things. And then Poochyena is actually after it, but Poochyena is cutest, even though it's after the Mudkip in the list. Trapinch, weird pick, but honestly matches you. And then Zigzagoon of all things. Cute little jagged raccoon. You picked a lot of cuties. Kind of some strange, like it's hard to see a correlation. It's like you picked some cute things and you picked some violent things. What do you mean weird pick? Justice for Kriegel. What's hard about this selection is like it's hard to see a correlation, you know? Like you like some cute, you like some weird, you like some creep. You like both violent and cute things equally. Okay, so I guess that's what this is an expression of. Picked a lot of little guys. I like it. I always like seeing what you pick, Ghost. Thank you for submitting yours. Even if you came for the little baby. Well, you put him in the worst selection. We'll word it that way. Next, Caleb. Ramen, are you here? Are you here, fanboy? Ramen Caleb. He's busy. So Caleb, we got the Breloom again because everybody loves Breloom. Registeel's an interesting second pick, right? Feeling Registeel and feeling Whismur. Whismur's a weird one, right? But I like it. Like I'm seeing a person with their own brain. Deoxys, nice appreciation. Mega Altaria, huh? Okay. The fluffy one. I like that. Appreciating the cute derpy thing. And then the cute little Torkoal. So what I read from this is a lot of cute things, a lot of cool things, and quirky things. This is a nice balance. It reminds me of how me and Ramen are often on the same page with the things we like. Because I feel like it's the same kind of reasons I pick stuff. Cutest being Spoink. We approve. Spoink is very cute. Relicanth being the worst, I get it. Boring. Boring Pokemon. Flush him down. Ready to make new enemies with the 2 Gen 3 fans here? I'm just having a laugh. Guys, enjoy what you like. Cool plus weird, yeah. Ramen 21. Just missed it. Did you hear what I said? I said Gen 3 fan, and then I zoomed in. And I said Registeel, interesting pick. Whismur, interesting pick. Deoxys, cool. Mega Altaria, very cute, fluffy pick. Surprised you got this. And then cute little Torkoal. Interesting. Yeah, Breloom, I've been going off all day about Breloom and Flygon being like the... Everybody goes to these Pokemon for Gen 3. And like, yes, they're cool, they're weird. I just don't really see the thing other people see in them. Doesn't like Breloom. No. I don't say I don't dislike Breloom. I just don't get the gushers that people have for Breloom and Flygon. But yeah, cutie pick with Spoink and boring old fish. Relicanth's growing on you. You put it in your least favorite. You appreciate Relicanth more than Mega Latios? Claydol might be your least favorite. Oh, you're coming for me now because of what I said for Breloom. No, I like this though. I think we're on a similar page with our Pokemon taste, Caleb. Thank you for submitting yours. Spoink at number 1. Whoa. Been over 6 hours now, so you don't remember much of what was said. That's okay, chat. This has been breezy, I think. Didn't want a Spoink overflow, sure. A mushroom kangaroo, what's not to love? He has no expression. He has no personality. He's just like, well, I guess I'm here. Torkold the goat, yeah. Are you next? Let's see. Here it is. NFC 0 to Hero, also known as Popple's Rookie. Thank you for your submission, Popple's Rookie. So, favorite going in for Mawile. Likes the cute and weird little creature, which I approve of. Torkoal cutie, sure. Nose past number 3, now you're trolling. Or well, now it's just like, what is the brain that this person has? That they picked Nose Pass, and then they go Solrock. You know I like Solrock. Dustox, I like seeing some Dustox appreciation. But then you're putting Cascoon in? Out of all these Pokemon, you're putting this Cascoon in, and it's just like, what? I don't think I understand you. Random thing, but I love when I get to share my Pokemon opinions with people because my opinions tend to deviate from most. I like seeing others too, so this is always my favorite part of the video where we see other people's opinions and things. I'm 100% there with you back in time. So I am so happy to get people to submit these things. And it really, like, complete appreciation for you guys and the submissions that you pick. I don't want anything that I say to come off like I'm criticizing you, like your picks in a way where like telling you should change them or anything like that. I respect you. I respect what you pick. This is all for fun, and I love sharing our different opinions. So, like, back in time, I love hearing that. That's 100% where I'm at, too. Jord, like what you like, chat. Also, Jord. Jord, Ghost, how come you don't like Meditite with his cute walk and diapers? Dustox is underrated? Yeah, I think Dustox is cool. These are interesting, Popple's Rookie. These are like, again, a free thinker. We got a free thinker right now. Nosepass just doesn't do it for me. If you like Probopass, believe me, I'm going to get real negative next time. Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it if you're not into this Pokemon. It's hard to see a correlation here. I see a lot of weird picks. Pokemon that have, like, their own unique charm. I think that's what I would say. Cascoon entrance animation in Diamond and Pearl is so cool. Does it do, like, the thing where it's a ball and then it, like, sprouts out with its tendrils? Cutest Spinda. We've been praising Spinda all stream. We all sign on to this. Least favorite Gorbis is interesting. A lot of people just overlooking this Pokemon, but you called it out. You're like, I want to shame this thing on stream. Yeah, how violent Gorbis is. I was talking about that. Free thinker equals you're weird. Honestly, you're weird is like one of the best things you can hear, chat. We praise weirdos. Weird means you're original. It means you're not basic. The most Spinda appreciation you've ever seen, you're really happy about it? Heck yeah. You'll send it in Discord in a few minutes. Oh, the animation for Cascoon. Cool. Yeah, I'll take a look. Thanks again for submitting this. I like your picks. They're very unique. I don't know how to describe it, but you feel like Gen 3 sacrifices originality for Pokemon in order to achieve a sort of world building. Like this Pokemon has the role of a whale in the ecosystem. I see what you're saying. To me, you gotta have stuff to fill it all out, you know? Make a believable world, believable animals. By the time they were in Gen 3, there was a lot of important things they probably had to get to. Gorbis, the one of the million unneeded water types. There's a lot of them, yeah. No, I get you. Yellow is cool 200. So, here's Breloom again. Favorite, Shedinja. That is an interesting pick. Right? That's interesting. I like the pick of a weirdo. Crawdaunt number 2 is just like mind-blowing. I'm like, what? What did you see? I don't dislike Crawdaunt, but to put it above everything else except Shedinja is very interesting. Rayquaza, fair appreciation. Aggron, another person that picked Aggron. And Cradily. You know I'm praising the Cradily pick. Love it. Cutest being Spheal, we appreciate. Spheal is adorable. You're the second person to pick it as cutest. And then least favorite, Glalie. I totally see it. Just that face thing. Not everybody wants that face. Understandable. Another, like, distinct selection of picks here. Like, I see power, but, like, you also got weirdos in the group. The fake mouth, yeah. That Crawdaunt fake mouth. It'll ruin it for you. All this game's Pokemon feel like they would be generic RPG enemies. Whoa. You feel this dex was more cohesive than 1 and 2. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Breloom equals basic person. Breloom is everyone's favorite. Chat. Mine are half weird, half basic. So let's see. Well, who are the basics? Rayquaza, Breloom, and Aggron? Probably. If we're going to half and half it. You get like what you like. I like Rayquaza. I like Aggron's cool. Breloom is not really basic. Like, the basics are putting... Who are the basics putting on their chart? Milotic? Gardevoir? Latios and Latios? So-called free thinkers when Breloom appears. You thought you were unique for choosing Breloom? The amount of times I've seen people be like, oh, Breloom, oh, Flygon. It's just those two. The amount of times I've seen it. Like, everybody likes them. Shedinja's lore is really cool and clever, yeah. No, I gave it credit. It's fun. You feel like you were unique for putting up Skitty as the cutest? I think Skitty's very cute. Very apparently cute. Bye, Caleb. Thanks for hanging out. Ramen21. Have a good night. Sent the Cascoon animation. It looks like a little Pokemon is peeking through the Cascoon thing. Let me see. On the Discord. I'm gonna mute that. That's it. I barely see an animation. But alright. Breloom is the pork chops of the Gen 3 Pokemon fans, god damn it. Had to put up Breloom in my favorites. He recommended me your channel first. Oh yeah? How nice. Thought my picks were unique, you know, excluding the 2 green guys Jord loves so much. It's fine. Did you like Sableye? You must know yes. I gave Sableye good credit. I don't think Yellow is cool, that I was anywhere near as negative on this generation as I make it out to be when I say this is my least favorite generation. There were a few Pokemon I wasn't a fan of. A lot of them were Megas. But I think that I was pretty nice, honestly, for most things. I like most Pokemon, you know? But yeah, I like the selection. You got some interesting picks here. Look, a free thinker. You put Glalie in the worst. It's interesting. Breloom is going into the iceberg. God damn it. It's cool, okay? It's cool. It's a mushroom kangaroo, okay? It shoots its hands. It has no personality. Which I hope that, like, going through Gen 3 today, we've all seen how Gen 3 really does lack in personality. You see it in the starters, you see it in a lot of the Pokemon. There's just this, like, flat expression to a lot of them that makes Gen 3 kind of boring to me. And a lot of the color schemes are fairly muted, which I do like vibrant stuff. That's not to say that's true for all of them, though. That's generally why Gen 3 doesn't really do it for me. You like most Pokemon too, but Gen 3 is ambivalence hour for me. I'm neutral to most of these guys, yeah. Ace would be Aggron, even though Shedinja's my favorite. That's cool. I like that. You're thinking about it. Ace is Primal Kyogre. Heck yeah. You want Lobster? That does it, chat. That was the last community submission. And the end of reviewing Generation 3. This went very swimmingly. Jord trying to sugarcoat how basic Breloom is and is failing to woo the fans in its mediocrity. Jord learned today a lot of people like Spinda. Yeah. I'll be harsh when we get to Gen 4. I think the original Pokemon are weak. I'm 100% there with you. Reflecting more on Gen 3, like I said, Gen 3 was a turning point for Pokemon design where they started to become a bit more artificial looking, a bit less natural looking. And between that, the color palettes, and the lack of personality in a lot of their faces, it made it hard for me to get into this generation. And even today, there aren't a lot that I go to in this gen for the size that it is. Having 135 Pokemon, there just aren't a lot that I can point to and be like, eh. You know? Like, I really love that one. But there definitely are enough that I do love. And I think that a lot of these Pokemon are good for just filling out Pokemon, you know, in general. Like having a whale, having a mushroom that's not a bug with mushrooms, you know, like having all that kind of stuff. I can still appreciate Gen 3 for what it adds, but the sheer praise that you see for Gen 3 because of where it exists in the nostalgic space in this day and age is something that I'm not really on board with. These games did not charm me personally. But I do think Gen 4 kind of brought it back, for me at least. Sinnoh team time next month, yeah. Gen 4's designs are so good, especially the new evolutions for old Pokemon. Spoilers, but half my top 6 are new evolutions to old Pokemon. I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Do you think they fit the tropical island theme? Not really, honestly. Alola does a much better job of doing that. While they made a lot of water types for this generation, they don't feel very tropical. Gen 3 only exists to birth Spheal and Absol, so sure, you can live life for now, Gen 3, bro. It gave us Gardevoir, chat. Spoilers for my Gen 4 least favorite, to the surprise of no one. It's Probopass. Spoilers. You like this generation a lot more than the last one. The last one sucked. That's very interesting. Of course, next time, chat, here's the preview of Generation 4. It is coming. Now, you want to talk about nostalgia. Just like Generation 3, there is a lot of nostalgia for Generation 4 right now with where we all exist. And Generation 4 brought the design a little bit back. Like, it's still a bit less natural compared to Gens 1 and 2, but definitely more in line with that kind of design philosophy of Gens 1 and 2. And Gen 4 has a lot of cool stuff it did. It did a lot of cool stuff, but it also has its weak side. There'll be a lot to discuss with it, of course. You were a Gen 4 kid, yeah. I believe it. I believe it. Overall thoughts on Gen 4, extremely mid, and most mons just exist to have no emotion. Some are amazing, though. Here's my boy vibing next to a green fly trap. Gen 4 is the worst generation in your eyes, wow. Gen 4 is not a very large generation. I feel like it is a big part of the strength of Gen 4 comes to how many evolutions they made of old Pokemon, which we'll get into. There's a lot of good stuff when you look at that. Not Gen 4, Gen 3 is the worst. Okay, so your thoughts on Gen 3, extremely mid, and most mons just exist to have no emotion. Some are amazing, though. It's the worst generation in your eyes, though. I largely agree with that. Yeah, I largely agree with that. Can't wait to trash Floatzel. Grew up with Gen 4 Chimchar. Was and is the best starter. Wow. Gen 4 is amazing. It is Gen 3 I don't care for. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, Gen 4's got some really cool stuff. The original Pokemon I do think is where it suffered, but we'll get into it. I'm excited. It's only going to be a month from now, chat. This will be the last day of September that we review every Gen 4 Pokemon, the 30th of September. A week beforehand, I will, of course, open up the places on YouTube and on Discord for you guys to submit your favorites. I'll lay it all out like I usually do, but I'm looking forward to it. We're really making it right through this, huh? I'm happy we're past Gen 3. You hope the next stream is soon. These are my favorite streams on the channel, so I'm hyped for all of them. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys so much for coming to these, talking about them, and sharing your favorites. You know, looking at the stuff that you guys pick is so fun because it's so easy to be passionate about Pokemon, and I like seeing you guys express that passion. So many good Pokemon to pick. Yeah. Yeah. Gen 5 review is going to be 8 hours long with 151 original Mons and forms. It's true. At least they don't have many, like, megas and stuff added later. Are you looking forward to Gen 5? I am, yeah. Gen 5 is one of my faves. There's a lot of good Pokemon in Gen 5. Probably your favorite streams on YouTube, honestly. Holy crap. What a compliment. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much, chat. It's nice to have you guys here for this. This is fun and you're learning too. I'm glad I'm teaching you, James. I will teach you the Pokemon. Love seeing other people's opinions, and with how passionate I am about Pokemon designs, I get to share my opinions with other people. I know, it's wonderful. And it's all like in stone on the internet now. When people revisit, they will see our discussions. The best time had by all, hanging out with everyone here. Heck yeah. Can't wait for the Chimchar line to be the Gen 4's Breloom that Jord says it's fine. The Gen 4's Breloom. Streamwise, yeah, you take the cake? That's so nice. Share why Don Fan is God himself. Wow. Whenever I make fun of Pokemon, it's in good fun. There's none I hate. Yeah, they're all just designs. They're all just designs of creatures, chat. You like the ones you like, you don't like the ones you don't like, and it can be valid for any reason. You're an absolute great streamer. I love being here and chatting with you and everyone else. It's so nice, SMA. I really appreciate you all being here too. It's great. It's fun to experience all this stuff. Next time, next stream will be Wednesday. The hell are we playing? We finished Nad's game. We have Lego Battles. We could play that on Wednesday. It depends. When does Hollow Knight come out? The 4th? All right, the 4th is not Wednesday. We might play Lego Battles on Wednesday. How do you feel about that, Popples Rookie? There are Pokemon I like over it, but Donphan obviously ranked very high in my top 10. Lego Battles, heck yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll do that Wednesday. Can't wait for Wednesday, heck yeah. I don't even know what we're playing. We're playing some Lego game. Yeah, it'll be cool to hear what you have to say about Iron Treads and Great Tusk when we get there, back in time. As the Donphan fan that you are. Infernape on the tippity top of my list. Infernape is very cool. Spoilers. Can it please start the later time, like 8, if possible? So you want me to start at 8 on Wednesday? Because I can 100% lock that in. Lego Battles and Silk Song? More streams for streamer. Oh boy, there's so much to stream right now. We got so much to play. You got the name right. You didn't say Lego Tanks. Yeah, we can do 8 p.m. on Wednesday. 8 p.m. Eastern Time. What's Lego Battles? It's a game that Popple's Rookie picked for winning Mario and Luigi Trivia. It's like a strategy game. Like Fire Emblem, but with Legos or something? You're one of my favorite streamers. I love being in streams where I get to talk about things I'm really passionate about. I love that my opinions are heard, and it sucks that you aren't too popular. Well, thank you. No, we'll get there. I believe we'll get there, and I'm glad that you feel heard, chat. That's what I want. I want you guys to feel heard, you know? I like talking about this stuff with you. So that makes me really happy. If you stream later, you can listen at work. So later is a better time for you guys? Starting streams later in the night? I've been starting earlier a lot lately because I've been so eager. My favorite streamer. You're so nice. What time will the next Pokemon stream start? You don't want to be too late to it this time. I can't say right now, but I'll try to give some kind of notification. I can do like a post or something. Like in my post, I can say what time it'll be on or something like that. I can do that. I do apologize for that. I know that like we didn't have a scheduled time for when we would start today. It was kind of just when I was ready. So I do apologize for those who weren't able to be here at the beginning. Doing these lists alongside you was an absolute blast. Yeah, when I planned doing these Pokemon reviews originally, the idea came to me to involve everybody and like have everybody submit their favorites. And I'm like, man, that's going to be so much more fun, you know? It being something we're all expressing together. Midnight streams with Jord raging. Not much can beat it. You really do a great job of making us heard. It's super refreshing, honestly. That's so nice. And I understand, like, as we get more and more people in the chat, like, it can be hard for me to read everything, for me to keep up with everything. Eventually, you know, that might be difficult for me to do, but I'll always try to do my best. 7 or 8's a good time, honestly. Yeah. Wednesday streams are generally around those times, so we'll do 8 p.m. this week. Thank you, SMA. No, I'm glad. I love talking about fictional monsters in any series, be it Kirby, Miitopia, or otherwise. Creatures are kind of a passion for me, and these streams are an outlet for my addictions to be spread. Seriously, though, your streams are amazing. So nice, chat. You're going to give me a big head, but it's very appreciated. Yeah, when we're done Pokemon eventually, when we're through all the Pokemon, we can find more stuff to talk about. We can find creatures in other series or whatever, you know? There's always stuff we can do. So, ugh. I'm gonna make dinner now. Time for nachos? Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm gonna make. You don't stick to watching full YouTube live streams, so the fact I can watch an 8-hour stream is nuts. I know, right? This requires a lot of time to watch the whole thing. So the VODs will always be up there. Creatures in Doom? I don't know any creatures in Doom. These streams are a blast. Yeah, these are always fun. They're daunting because I know they're going to be big, but like they honestly fly by. Without stopping or breaks, yeah. I should take more breaks. I should take more breaks, but I don't know. When I'm in it, you know? 9 votes for Sapphire. Bro, everybody picks Sapphire. We'll end the poll. You love the vibes of my streams. Thank you. That's important to me. You know, I want it to be welcoming, encouraging. Like, I'll get salty. Sometimes I'll even clap back at chat, you know? But, like, it's in good fun. Don't take my words too seriously. You love messing with me. Yeah, see? James is he's going off again. James is messing with me again, trying to get me to play Doom. Just to talk about fictional elephants and palm tree dragons. Fictional wheel elephants and palm tree dragons, yeah. You would have picked Ruby, but it had those ugly plant things in it. Okay. Good vibes and salty are entertaining, yeah. You're the best YouTuber at interacting with your audience? Oh, well, thank you. I don't know. I do what I can. Banter is fun, yeah. Like when you tell us we don't know our colors and we need to go back to kindergarten. Yeah, that's all in good fun. I support my chat. Relum is Jord's favorite Gen 3 mod. Nad, thank you so much. Fun stream today. Is a blast to hang out with everybody here. Also, justice for Crinkle. You rock, man. Appreciate that. Joshi Cracker's so funny. Like, dude, I love doing stuff here. So sweet. The Sweet Fest. Everybody's throwing love discs at my face. My face is going to get bloated from the love disc assault. Anyway, I should make food. What happened to Crinkle? Crinkle was released. He's free. Blah, love discs. Crinkle the Zigzagoon. Who is Crinkle the Zigzagoon? Is this a Nuzlocke thing? Yeah. So Crinkle the Zigzagoon in our Nuzlocke. I was talking to chat and I wasn't paying attention and I accidentally released it. I was going through the boxes. I was intending to move it. Instead, I freed it. And I'm like, chat, sorry, I accidentally released Crinkle. And then chat went off. They went off about it, even though we weren't even using it. Yeah, why does thou complain? He's free. He's free, chat. I was trying to take an antidote off of him. Yeah, I was trying to get his antidote off of the Crinkle. And instead of taking the antidote, I released the Pokemon. So it's free with its antidote. How can you be so casual at releasing it? It was just an accident. I've done it before. But when I've done it before in a Nuzlocke, it was with one of my main Pokemon. It was with my Vikavolt in Sun and Moon. That's not on record. It's just Star Hearts. Crinkle must be so miserable being out there, all free to do what it wants and stuff. You killed it. It's not dead. It's released. Since he didn't come back, that means he doesn't love you. No. We didn't even use the Crinkle. We never even used it. How do I turn this back on? Its code is gone. Okay, chat. Crinkle could have soloed Steven? No. We had a bad game plan for Steven. Here's the thing. I didn't think the Mega Metagross would F us up. I'm like, I'm not fucking worried, because nothing else in the game was a problem. Nothing. The Primal Groudon used Rest on the first turn. Nothing was a problem. And then Mega Metagross, all of a sudden, I'm just gonna spam moves that kill you in one shot. Okay, bro. Mega Metagross is OP. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. And we suffered the consequences. We died to the last Pokemon in the Nuzlocke. It wiped the whole party. We're all stressed out about Groudon, like, how are we going to deal with it? Yeah, and then it uses Rest first turn. And does nothing. Alright, chat. I'm gonna make some food. But I appreciate you guys so much for everything. This was great. Another one in a month. Gen 4. Big one. Look out for the posts. It'll happen a week ahead of time. I want you all to have lovely evenings and weeks until we're back on Wednesday. But until then, be well. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's been a lot of talking. Oh, and you know what? Almost forgot to mention real quick before we go. Tomorrow, the next Disney movie review for Melody Time. Even if you haven't seen it, it's worth giving a look. Oh shit! I'm like not caught up with my chat now. Hold on. There we go. Gush about Licky Licky. Whoa. Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.